Там, наверное.
Сейчас где-то полтора часа вдохновения.
Почему? Лев Гудков?
Да.
Нет, ну, в принципе, мне просто по душе как-то больше рассуждения. Очень нравится, как он думает. И как он, ну, я не совсем согласна с ним.
Не получилось.
Трудолюбие.
Если иди на донат.
Человек дает что-то.
Какой у нас, пятый или четвертый канал?
Я не знаю, спроси.
Какой, пятый, четвертый?
Channel 4 or 5, I think 5.
Так, доброе утро.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We have today an interesting day, and I hope that it will be intellectually important for us, and we'll like it. And since we'll like it intellectually, so we'll like it to go through it, because we won't get tired. And I wanted to not so much introduce you to Mr. Goodcall, because you know him, but I'd like to tell you that he heads the I can't say that, it's not very polite to say that, but so that anyone who seriously is studying sociology, politology, public opinion, and economics, and so those, so then this interpretation of Levada Center, and not only in Moscow but in other cities, and I think that the main point is that it's not so much how you see the fact, from which angle. because one fact added to another fact, so only just increases the number of facts. But what is important is to learn and to know how to interpret the background, and how to interpret the history, how to interpret the principles. So Mr. Levada, who was our expert, so he knew how to do it. So until the last days of his life, so he was our expert. And Leo Dmitrovich Gudkov, who he follows this interpretation and the main ideas, the main happenings, the main occurrences in Russia, and so he continues to walk in the steps of his predecessor, and he is a worthy legacy, and the center, so where he works, is what Mr. Levada put into it, and Mr. Gudkov, and so today is the birthday of Mr. Levada. So he would have turned 84 years old, and so he is not with us. He hasn't been with us for several years already, and I don't think that we should dedicate today's presentation to Mr. Levadov, and certainly he wouldn't be very happy if we dedicate it to him, but Leo Dmitrovich, I remember his quote from Seneca: "Today is yield is bad, but we have to sow anyway." Because so even if the weather is bad, and so we need to sow. Even if you take in a bad yield, so you have to sow. You have to cultivate. And I remember Lev was telling me when in the 70s all the intellectuals were complaining of the Soviet power, Soviet life that was humiliating, horrible, disgusting for the spiritual development of a person. And so many tried to leave the country. Some managed to leave, some were banned to leave, and Lev Alexandrovich. And someone was saying, my soul is on the verge. So how he put it, I don't remember. So my soul is on the verge of so it means that your soul is small. If your soul cannot hold it, if your soul cannot stick it, then your soul is too small. That's what he said. So we have to stick it, and we have to continue fighting. Good morning. What I wanted to present to you is our information, our research, our studies concerning our polls, public opinion, and the main focus. What I wanted to concentrate on is the rise of Russian nationalism, so that we have been witnessing recently. And so this event, this phenomenon is quite interesting by itself, and I'm not even just to talk about the most recent event in Ukraine. It's very telling, because this rise of Russian nationalism started much earlier, and the main causes of the rise of the Russian nationalism are quite convoluted. So let's try to figure it out. So if you look at this chart about the situation in the country, so that we've been reporting in the last 20 years, so we can easily see. So in the 90s, there was this down spike, a negative spike, because of the transformation crisis, the collapse of the living standards, so very deep crisis. So the people were lost, confused, frustrated, so loss of hopes, and then so there was a very indicative saline rise. So with the advent of Putin, with authoritarian, so hoping for the savior, for one strongman leadership, and so there is the leader who will take the country out of chaos and crisis. And then, so then with certain fluctuations, so there was this growth of positive evaluation, and reached the peak in August, September 2008 during the Russia-Georgian war, and so that's when, for the first time, we noticed the maximum rise, the spike of nationalistic feelings. So the crisis had not yet struck at that time, and people's incomes were rising 6-7% a year. And in spite of the fact there was this authoritarian regime in the country, so even the small part of liberal pro-Western groups, so they were ready to support the existing status quo and the system of rule. But then the crisis struck, and then the decline started to develop more and more precipitously, and all the way down to January this year. And, so then the events around Ukraine, and so this gave very sharp rise. In spite of the fact that economic prospects and the evaluations, so they are quite bleak and pessimistic. So people are apprehensive and concerned, but still, so this curve is on the rise, and so people's feelings, people's tonus started to go up. So this is the March information, the most recent information. And I think that this will continue, because the people's feelings will continue to rise. Then if you so the national tension, so this feeling of that something is wrong in this area, so the ethnical disturbances and in the ethnical unhappiness. So we know xenophobia, the growth of xenophobia. So we started to notice that. So the ethnic tension, we noticed that too, and it's on the rise. So both the subjective perception, and so it was proven by the statistical data of, concerning the ethnic conflicts. So last year, so the media spoke about very little inter-ethnic conflicts, but there were more than 360 inter-ethnic conflicts. So public hostilities, discontent, violence, so even that resulted in violence and bloodshed. So 360 last year. As you see in October 2013, if we put together so the pink and the brown columns, so we can say that here is we can see the maximum, the spike of inter-ethnic tension. At the same time, what about the expectations, of the clashes, so the expectations of the possible clashes on the basis of inter-ethnic strife? So they reached the peak as well, the pinnacle. And there are no, on the face of it, there are no reasons for conflict, no grounds for conflict. So then Russia is for Russians, so these feelings are running high now. So this is a Russian slogan: Russia is for the Russians. And so 66% of the population share this feeling. Then anti-Caucasian, the people living in the Caucasus, feelings are running high too. So do you have enough time to see what's on the slide? and then the general so negativism concerning the immigrants, so from the southern republics, not only from the Caucasus, from Moldavia, and from other immigrants, Gastarbeites from the Middle Asia. So then, although this animosity, direct animosity, direct manifestations of animosity is not pronounced, so we don't see it every day, and so both internally and externally, but there is a feeling that so this diffused pent-up aggression is felt, and so which people cannot channel their feelings, cannot figure out their feelings, understand what, but this pent-up aggression is there. Then what are the reasons? First, let's try to see, to delve into it on a greater, more minute details. And, so these ethnic tensions, or national tension, national aggression. So what could be the cause of it? It's not only manifested in the xenophobic pronouncement, but it seems so negative feelings against the West grew. So anti-North America feelings are running high as well. Anti-European, so feelings have grown very considerably as well. Anti-European and anti-American. What's the reason? What's the cause of this change, of this mass feelings? Why is that? So it goes hand in hand with the growth of general social uncertainty and social kind of vexation. So the first thing that I would like to posit, so I'd like to offer to your opinion, is that the growth of nationalism and xenophobia is the flip side of the disappearance of politics. So the growth of repressions of the regime that the regime displays, so the growth of repression and the reduction of the field of public discussion to come out with their opinions and discuss freely. So these two things give this sharp appearance of this murky, uncertain, diffused indignation and hate. So because it cannot be properly articulated, cannot be properly channeled, and that certainly turns into this people trying to prove themselves and want just to find an enemy. So this slide says that, are there any enemies? Does Russia have any enemies? That's the question. So it grew, not today. So this feeling that Russia is surrounded by enemies, but in the year of 2000, when Putin came to power, and with the general policy of Russia reoriented itself, readjusted itself with the relationship with Russia and Europe. So it started from the slogan of Europe is our common house, and we need to integrate into Europe. That's how it started. So we need just to merge into the world process, and Russia should become part and parcel of the total civilization process, starting from the year of 2000 and later. So we can see the slow reorientation to the internal domestic problems. Then ideology of traditionalism was going strong. And so the idea it was instilled that the West is our enemy, and to follow in the main trend of Europe, we should not do that, and we should orient and look at our domestic values, go back to the roots, national traditions. And all this went hand in hand with the feeling of the animosity of the surrounding world, of the world around us, and so then suspicion, general suspicion concerning vis-a-vis West, so to European values. So this is a very important salient point and very telling point. Because it's related with the rejection to do institutional reforms, domestic reforms, and the strive of the authorities to immobilize the situation, to ossify the situation. So change replaced by stability, to conserve and so those who have already acquired power just to retain power. That was the main idea. And then certainly the strengthening of isolationism, and so that is manifested by the negative feelings towards human rights, European values. So now they reached the pinnacle. In 2003 they went up to the top level, so the peak, the spike was, and now just they're back to the top level as well. And so we did not poll people now, but if we do that now, I think that the spike even will go higher. So besides the discreditation of the elections and the discreditation of the elections were discredited because they are not honest, they're falsified, they're not transparent. The elections are. It's how people deem them. So simultaneously, there is this process of tension, and so people regard the power critically, and so they are indignant about power's activities, and they are irritated by the activity. So that the corruption scandals, so the population almost every week. In the media publishes so yet another material concerning corruption scandals in the top echelons of power, and so that adds to it, compounds it, and so people just every day of their lives. So ordinary people, rank and file, so they run into the brick wall of the improper functioning of the judicial system and red tape, bureaucracy, and the judicial system just is regarded as an institution that protects the interests of oligarchs and those who hold power. That's how the legal system is perceived. And so you can see that there is the population, so they feel more and more vulnerable. They feel that they're not protected. And as a result, so they want to make up for it, this feeling of vulnerability and this feeling of uncertainty. And this feeling of the fact that they are off balance, so that they are not full human beings. It's very important because the growth of Russian nationalism is the consequence of the trauma. That the Russians suffered after the collapse of the Soviet Union, so when they felt themselves part of the great power that made up for the weakness of your own personal position, your own vulnerability. And so it gave a certain status and sense and meaning to a private existence of a person. And that disappeared. And certainly wearing away this trauma so gave this feeling, so that resulted in this feeling of indignation and irritation towards the United States as our biggest rival. And so the first signs of xenophobia that we actually started to report in the 90s already, but so xenophobia is on the rise since that time. And so then the vulnerability, the lack of protection on a personal plane certainly requires compensation, requires, so the person should try to still feel good about himself, prove himself. And this xenophobia feelings, so they always went hand in hand, so to give priority of the Russians, to protect the Russians against the immigrants, against the illegal workers, and so those demands were running high, and then they wanted this demand for this symbolic compensation of the losses. But if we go back to the general issues about what is And so what is nationalism? If we try to interpret, define it, so nationalism to a certain extent is a system of something that integrates the society horizontally, so that unites nationalism, so the entire mass of the population on the basis of the belief in the unity of culture, territory, integrity of the past history. So certainly, more or less, it's a set of myths, symbolic, historic events that were at the foundation. But it's very important for every nation to have this condition, and so, but in a state of a crisis or disorganization, so these mechanisms that integrate the society, put it together, are very important. If we look at what has been happening in the last 25 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we can speak about two types of nationalism in general form. First is emancipatory nationalism, which is characteristic of the republics of the former USSR republics, so initiated by the national elites. And this is the nationalism per se could be national democratic nationalism or just emancipatory nationalism. We can refer to it as such. But it appealed to the values which emancipated, freed the people, the nation, from the external dependence. And what's important that they're coming out with a set of programs, goals, objectives of political development of their own country. Very often, more often not, it is related to the fact of the independence, law and order, so human rights society, like what we see in Ukraine. So, for example, the uprising against the corrupt regime of Yanukovych, it was motivated by this law and order. Not only integration of Ukraine to European Union, not only that reason, but certainly they wanted to build a completely different state that was not based and steeped in corruption and venality, so this is characteristic of the emancipatory, freeing national democratic movement. So then another type of nationalism, which is characteristic for Belarusian nationalism, is the protective compensatory nationalism, compensatory protective. Usually it's an ideological movement of symbols, ideas, and they do not set any new goals of development, and it's not related in any way to new programs. So this kind of nationalism appears as a result, as a reaction to the frustration, to the fact of the collapse of the great country and the crisis, and acts as a psychologically protective, rationalizing mechanism, compensatory mechanism that, and so generate some compensatory mechanisms that make the person feel good, and so we do not. So what we say? We're not the West, they say. So Russia is not Europe. So then the concept of the cultural minister of culture spoke about that. This is crazy, just to say that we're not Europe anymore. So this minister of culture made that statement. And then, but we can see, so this turnaround in the public opinion that occurred this year. And so while in the beginning of the 90s, after perestroika, so we had no doubt that Russia is part and parcel of Europe, and so that we are guided by the same values and there is no other way. So remember all those slogans, so there is nothing else is there, and so it was just an obvious, only possible moment. at that time. So now, today, so the states, so they impose and accepted by the public opinion that Russia is not Europe. They have, we have our own unique way. No one knows, have the faintest idea what kind of way that is, and it makes no sense to ask so, because it's an empty perception. Because there is a process of pushing away rather than just confirming, absorbing. And so Russia is unique, it's so spiritual, it's so high-principled, and people are not concerned with material issues, they think about spiritual. So human, spiritual, whatever they mean by us being spiritual. So we have a unique traditions. What kind of traditions, we have no idea, but we have unique traditions. And then very important is always to strike this barrier. So that's where that us being different from them, and this is a very important point. And so then in this foggy, smoky, murky, opaque, event. So that of Russian nationalism, there are many important factors that get together, just merge together, just against this. So first, there's a trauma from the collapse of the Soviet Union, and so people are still compensatory nature for a private human being. So then the deep disenchantment with the power, with the authorities, and the crisis of the power and authorities, and the related to corruption, to venality. And so that's the second point. And then disenchantment, disappointment of that they did not see the paternalistic expectations realized. Paternalistic, because the majority of the population, they treat the power as someone, a big father that must provide jobs. So that the basic things, medical care, education, infrastructure, so they always look up to the power to provide that. But so what we can see that certainly the social spendings certainly are going down, and that certainly generates a great deal of discontent among the population. And so that's why this paternalistic convention, so this covenant between the power and the people in the conditions of the authoritarian regime, so that the power just takes care of the people, looks after the people, and the people in response don't get involved in politics. And then after these demonstrations in 2011, 2010, so this covenant started to disintegrate, and they generated different feelings of a dead end and a hopelessness. And then the third point is the disappearance of politics as a way to display to state one's interests in a public field, and to generate some coherent programs of the national development. The inability to do that. Another important point. Sociologically, so the carers or introducers of nationalism changed. So while at the beginning of the 90s, so the main carers of nationalistic, xenophobic ideas were the lower classes, the less educated, elderly people. They were the actual, so the peripheral groups, so the lesser breeds, so to say, of the old culture. So they were the carers of those ideas. And then let me just digress a little bit. You can. So this is the way. So the Russians look at the United States. So that's how they treat. So you see that the negative feelings to the U.S. is going down. So this is this curve shows the difference between positive and negative feelings to the U.S.
And the spikes that we see here mark the ongoing propaganda campaigns. And the first had to do with Primakov's campaign and response to Serbia bombing in NATO as the first wave of anti-American mood. The second is the Gulf War start in Iraq, and the third is the Russian-Georgian war, the deepest spike of the anti-American, anti-US feelings, because the war was portrayed not so much between the Saakashvili and Russian regimes as a conflict between Russia and the United States, trying to push out the Russia of the traditional conventional zones of influence, and picturing Russia as not a global but a regional power controlling all the processes in the post-Soviet state. And the current peak is the response to the events in Ukraine. And again, the serving of the information in the mass media as inspired by the West, cooked and concocted by the US special forces. And we see the same attitude to the European Union, though perception about Europe is much less acute and painful than the one to the US, and primarily because the European Union is not perceived as an empire or a military conglomerate. And I started talking about the change in the composition of social groups that introduce this xenophobia. And once in the early 90s, these were the peripheral routine groups, keepers of so-called conventional cultural perceptions. Today, primarily, the conductors of this xenophobia and nationalism are the most educated groups. Officials, state officials primarily, more educated, learned people, people with higher education, and large cities, with Moscow leading and providing the top level of such response. Fantastic switch. And in Moscow, 74% feel negative irritation, fear in this respect. And it is the authorities, the experts, the educated people, bureaucracy, red tape, officials generate and orchestrates such perceptions and feelings that integrate the community. Exactly the negative identification through opposition, through the image of an alien with animosity, becomes the basis of integration, the glue that unites the whole community. This is another manifestation of positive targets and programs of national development. So, going away from ideas of modernization of the country, development, and preserving the existing status quo through the growth of negativism and solidifying this animosity factor to others. And we see different slogans here, and on all the cross sections, we see the most educated and active groups of officials, bureaucracy, as well as more, I would say, what we call in Russia intelligentsia, so the educated people, which never happened before. And I will jump over. It is very important, this xenophobia, the domestic and external, goes hand in hand with a feeling of helplessness, the feeling that you are socially and politically incomplete and cannot influence any decisions. People both answer at our polls that they are in no position to influence the authorities' decision, both at the federal and even regional level, even the level of their own town. And the most interesting thing is that they don't even want to, because they consider it dangerous, uncomfortable, useless, futile. So this helplessness, the feeling of smallness and helplessness has to do with this factor of irritation and internal aggressive feelings that then pours back on others. And the dwindling popularity that we have seen over the last 4 years, since the moment of the Russian-Georgian war to this January, to the last January, gives us very sharp boost of support of the present authority. So the process of the authorities' legitimation that we observed previously has not just been suspended, but reversed, and the crisis of the authorities after the Ukrainian events has stopped, and we observe the absolutely new phase of the state of society. And speaking about the social strata, so let me say a couple of words about the ideological background. Special research that we made, a survey with a Pine group, Professor Pine, the professor of High School of Economics and Center of Public Opinion Study, who was specifically targeting the nationalistic trends in the internet, in the mass media, trying to analyze them. We were trying to overturn their conclusions after the polls and trying to look how those ideas that they have noticed are distributed among the population. And we managed, within this activity, we managed to come to interesting conclusions. Firstly, the groups who are loyal to the authorities or support them to a lesser extent have these nationalistic and xenophobic ideas. In this respect, nationalism has the anti-regime nature. So this is kind of criticism shifted to the motto that we cannot criticize the authorities, so we should definitely turn our rage against the weak or the aliens. All this Russian nationalism, the most pronounced Russian nationalism, has this critical nature towards the present authorities, and with very different explanations, and we can highlight 4 main reasons for that. First is Russian national democratic, meaning it's not the empire, but building a Russian democratic national state like other nations. That seems today, after the Crimean events, very very much improbable. But it is important, and this trend is ongoing, though not very well pronounced. Rather national liberal trend. The other is national leftism. So joining the slogans, the left slogans, very diverse, from anarchy to Marxism, and merging with Russian nationalism, criticizing along with some protection of purely Russian values. They also come up with the idea of fairness, fair treatment, which is very important. State distribution, control, and in a way, revival of the Soviet system, rebirth of the Soviet state system, but with national values and priorities of Russian interests. Third, and the most noticeable, is racial nationalism, which boils down to Nazism with strong biological background to blood, soil, purity of Russian blood, and the demand of very rigid ethnic segregation. And the fourth is less pronounced, like imperial or high-powered nationalism, conservative in nature, much less pronounced. But all those ideas overlap, merge, and in reality we see configurations, different configurations and combinations of them, like this ethnic Nazism combined with imperial nationalism. Almost never it will go along with the national liberalism, but with others it can do with others. And this is exactly how we see the mapping of this ideological background. In conclusion, what is there to say? In general, this uprise of Russian nationalism is a symptom of cultural and moral crisis of the Russian society, is a symptom of absence of ideas and prospects of development, of cultural and social weaknesses of elite and prominent people who are unable to come up with new values, and the whole set of stereotypes and the frames is archaic. Myths and reflections of the pre-Soviet times, but morphing into some new expressions, just expressed in a modern way. I believe we should be concerned. This is a very alarming sign, not just traditionalization of the Russian society, but the threat of degradation, the dead end, the standstill, and that's where I would like to stop and willing to take your questions. Good morning. There's no doubt that we shall have questions. So Mr. Oreshkin would be the first to ask. Thank you, Kirill Oreshkin from St. Petersburg, 2008 graduate. So we do pre-election sociology and study of this economic position of the population with the mostly qualitative methods like focus groups. And over the last few years, we can also we have been observing a sharp growth of nationalistic and xenophobic feelings among the population. As Lev Dmitrievich said, we can really confirm that the educational and age groups of people who are prone to xenophobian feelings. Yes, indeed, we confirm the data is the same. It's not any aged people anymore. People of some 40 years with higher university education. And what I wanted to add as focus groups allow us both highlight the age and education properties of the strata, but ask questions: what's behind it? Why? What's the reason? So especially I would like to tell that most of the people who feel negative to, for instance, the people from the Caucasus, the Middle Asia, and so when we ask them if you have faced any manifestations of animosity or negative treatment by those migrants, most of them say, no, personally I have not, but everybody knows, or I saw on TV, I read in the web, or my friend told me about the sister. So people have no personal experience of negative interaction with those people from other ethnic groups. And I think this is influenced by the mass media and general mood, perception in the society. So I guess that's my comment, no question. Would you like to comment? If not, we can just switch to the next question. Yes, we go further. Yes, please. Dmitry Kalagin, Voronezh, 2009. I wanted to ask you, this chart you were showing, one of the charts, about this positive response to foreigners and migrants. I saw the group named Army, the Army. So what's the phenomenon with the highest positive response? Microphone. Mic. Yep. Well, these are not just the army and military people, but the police, the policemen. You know, the police of the higher status, not just the ordinary road traffic cops. So they're not the cops on the beat. So this group is not very extensive, not numerous. So I would be careful about those numbers. But it's important that it's not just the uniformed people. We're not covering the army. These are only the people who reside, who live in the city. But as for the prisons or the army camps are outside of our scope. These are those whom we meet among the population, and as a rule, these are the most educated army people and people with legal education, like investigators and police. And as strange as it may seem, they use some kind of legal thinking, compliance, and are not prone to demonstrating some aggressive inclinations. So probably it was just for demonstration, but that's what they showed. Mr. Zelnikov, Kaluga 2004. As a scientist, as a scholar, you made a very serious effort with your colleagues, and you have portrayed to us the growth of Russian nationalism, not as an unbiased scholar, but as an expert, but as your personal view on the growth of Russian nationalism. If you believe that this is a negative thing, what would you advise to the president? Does he seek your advice? And if yes, what would you do to counsel him? I never counseled any administration or president or whoever. I never interacted. We get no calls. We don't call. Though I know that they pay attention to our data, and they do analyze and treated. They take them close to heart. What would I tell the president if I could? He would hardly listen or open his ears to me, but I would say that the policy that he is pursuing actually leads to national catastrophe, national disaster, especially with respect to Ukraine. The growth of isolation, detachment, and of Russia, military expenditures, and cutting the human capital spendings. So to make it more clear, the army, the budget allowed to the army, to the enforcement agencies, today 2.7 times exceed all other spendings on healthcare, education, cumulative spendings. This is by itself is a symptom, a sign of mobilization militarist society. And as you understand, in a little while it will turn into a strongest degradation of human capital and reduction. It will not go unnoticed. It will not go painless. So, giving specific advice about the Russian nationalism, when in his own speeches we hear very strong nationalist statements, would be quite strange. More questions?
More questions? Yes, Mr. Kabanov. Another high-ranking official with us here, Mr. Kabanov. Mr. Gutkov, Andrei Kabanov, I am alumnus of 2012, deputy chairman of the government of Ivanovo region. The question of international or inter-ethnic relations is within the ambit of my office. I have been following a most unusual phenomenon whereby the Russian nationalism and the Russian Orthodox Church have some specific features. Well, first of all, the Russians are not trying to preserve their traditional cultural identity, such as the peoples of the northern Caucasus are. In what I mean to say is that the so-called Russian nationalists are not willing to be wearing the peasants' garments of the 17th century, to use the samovars to drink tea, or else to play balalaikas as the only musical instrument. In this sense, with that said, the majority of the so-called Russian nationalists are proponents of the restoration of the Soviet glory, or the long-lost Soviet glory that may have never, in fact, existed. So the Russian nationalists are establishing themselves as the proponents of the Soviet Union, and this seems to be a dilemma or a dichotomy that I would like you to comment on. Well, I agree with you that the traditional Russian culture is irrelevant with respect to the question that you have mentioned. The traditions were indeed destroyed throughout the 20th century, and specifically throughout the decades of the Soviet rule. During collectivization, the image of the Russian peasantry as it existed in the 19th century was irredeemably lost, as well as throughout the urbanization. So we are dealing with some myths about the Russian traditions, some sort of a artificial marble, an imitation antique, and that's an important point. Such an appeal to these phantom-like images, which are primarily understood as an ideology of the imperial. There are some vestiges of the Soviet empire, as you rightly said. So there's a lot of mythology about that, and what is really understood as something purely Russian Matryoshka doll as a symbol of the Russian traditional culture is something that was imported into Russia after the Russo-Japanese War, and it comes from the Japanese doll, Goko Daruma, and the manufacturing. There were the Matryoshka dolls were generated by at this juncture in time. The same pertains to a number of other artifacts, and the dramatic processes of the Russian history in the 20th century, the totalitarian regime, and the dismantling of the traditional lifestyle of the Russian peasants, the Russian village. In this sense, indeed, all parochial traditions had been lost. So we are dealing with a highly eclectic, artificial sort of ideology here, an agglomeration of these myths is intended to legitimize the current regime, the current government, and the government is missing such ideology and is trying to fill in this gap. With respect to the nationalists, not all nationalists nostalgia for the Soviet times. No, there is the so-called current within this movement of the Russian liberal Democrats who would like to build a Russian state based on the rule of law. These people are highly critical of the Soviet past. They believe that this was a very harmful regime, an idea, indeed a criminal regime, and they would like to build a civil state, but remaining within the bounds of the Russian nationalism. And so there is this current. Not all of not all of the nationalists feel this sickness, Soviet sickness or nostalgia for the Soviet times. About 52% of those, or up until 60%. But the majority understand that it is impossible to return to the Soviet past. An appeal to the Soviet Union, to the Soviet past, is not rather an orienteer for the future development, but rather a premise or a basis for the critique of the current state of affairs, insofar as the free health care or free education are believed or proposed as exemplary social dimensions of the Soviet rule. Such idealized Soviet past is then proposed as the basis for such critique. With respect to current national politics in Russia, I think it is highly contradictory and very dangerous. If Mr. Putin, as has been recently said, proposes to build the state of the Russians, then indeed what is to be done to other ethnic groups? Microphone? He never said that. Well, no, I think the meaning was that. Daria, I'm sorry. If you could please reserve this for discussion. For your question, the problem will arise from trying to combine this Russian national idea with an idea of a multi-ethnic and a multi-denominational state. So this will be a big problem. Inasmuch as the idea of creating a statehood on the basis of returning or reverting to the Russian traditions and etatization or rendering of an state nature to the Russian Orthodox Church also creates important problems for the future. Mr. Zubayruev, Dagestan, alumnus of 2005. Thank you. Mr. Gudkov, you have touched upon a very sensitive subject. The national politics in this country have been based on the assumption that this government is trying to establish peace between ethnic groups and nations and religions, and many of these efforts are in vain, because one would have thought that it is prudent to or it would be correct to establish peace between the citizens of people of different religions and of different ethnic groups. So much of this work is in vain because the individual nature is not in focus, Do your studies allow to make a conclusion that the educated people in Russia have started to be looking for reasons or finding the cause of their problems with other ethnic groups? In other words, does your research suggest that there was a watershed when a significant proportion of the Russians, of educated and cultured Russians, have started to seek causes of their ills in the multi-ethnic nature of the state? It is no secret that the psychological state of the Russian nation is of high importance, not only for the likes of Mr. Zhirinovsky. And I think that the psychological state of the Russian citizens would be something that I could understand. Whereas when we're talking about the psychological state of the Russians ethnically, I think that we are indeed creating a problem. And one other question: are your studies in any way used by any of the state institutions or the government? Well, our studies are primarily addressed to the society, not to the government. Our studies are indeed a measurement tool which is publicly available to all users, including the government. That the government is following our studies, we're aware of that, and I have mentioned that a number of times. Those tendencies, those trends, and in a number of cases we have been accused of propaganda or anti-government propaganda or even dissenting activities. But in any way, I know for a fact that the Kremlin does pay attention to what we do and to the results of our polls. But the attitude towards our data is very contradictory. Now, we have never had any orders from the government. We are conducting this research at our own expense by. Now, when did the actual growth of such sentiments, national sentiments, start? I can say this with a certain degree of accuracy. We started these studies in 1988. Towards the end of 1980s, the level of xenophobia in Russia was at its lowest. It was probably twice as low as in elsewhere in Europe, and certainly lower than in other ex-USSR republics, which was partially related to the fact that the national problems or the inter-ethnic problems were not emphasized in the public discourse, and on the other hand there was this moment or point of imperial mentality, and the Russians felt quite safe about what their country is. It was believed by the absolute majority to be their country. And there was no need to self-assert the role, or to assert the role of the Russians. In addition, it is just as important that there was a general feeling of the historical deadlock that this country arrived at. And I have spoken about this at for other audiences. The end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 1990s in this country was marked by this almost masochistic feeling of the historical impasse, the historical deadlock. We are the nations of slaves. We are an example of how people must not live. We are the upper volta with nuclear weapons. The entire history of the Soviet history is the history of crime, sufferings, and poverty. And these are quotations from some of the publications of this era. This was indeed quite up to 57% of the respondents between 1989 to 1991 could say things like that in answering the questions about the Soviet past. So I was showing this little picture. Only 13% of the respondents in 1989 said that Russia has enemies, naming these as Islamists, communists, the CIA, the West. So, but all of this was only 13% of those who were asked. 47 to 48%, and then, or even up to 52%. Said, why should we be seeking enemies when our problems are those of our own making? So this consciousness, this feeling of the historical deadlock was quenching the aggression from possible aggression from mid-1990s when the reforms started and those who were to be blamed for the economic downturn were to be sorted. We are for the first time seeing this growth of xenophobia, which reached its first peak, or indeed became to be noticed by the end of the 1990s. From around this time, we are seeing an acute reaction on an attempt to stand the ground. These are, of course, phantom threats caused by vulnerability, the economic hardships, and you're right. I think it was you who said that, sir. Yes, you said it. That in terms of everyday life, xenophobia is not widely present in Russia. Only 12 to 13% of those would be. Would respond that they had ever come across manifestations of xenophobia. So in many ways, this is a projection of people's own feeling of insecurity and complexes. Boris Krasovsky. Good morning, Mr. Gutkov. If I may ask a question, there is this concept of Russian nationalism. On the other hand, what do you mean the classical Russian nationalism? Is that the nationalism of the Black Hundred or the nationalism of Purishkevich? Well, an attempt to go back to the pre-Christian times. Oh, the Russian paganism. But then there is this Russian imperial nationalism, but the Russian imperial nationalism should not be mixed with the hate for the ethnic minorities, because the ethnic minorities are a part of the empire. Then, of course, there is this notion of the Soviet internationalism and the unifying role of Russia as the successor of the Soviet state. It is difficult to weigh these tendencies, but do you believe what do you think will be the correlation between these orienteers, that of the classical Russian nationalism or Russian ethnic nationalism, Russian imperial nationalism, and the Soviet internationalism? Do you believe that there would be a prevalence of any of these trends? What would be the future interaction between these trends, these three trends? I think that the imperial Russian nationalism, as you termed it, will continue to grow. And the Russian racism or the Russian Nazism will also continue to grow. These two branches are indeed of highest potential according to the polls. The worse is the situation within the country, the more the highest surge we will see in terms of these trends. These are, of course, crossing each other, and it would only be possible to divide these into some types. You have to realize that there's a lot of common ground between these tendencies, trends which come and cross, and even have some inbreeds and hybrids. I think that this national, the idea of a civil national state will hopefully prevail, and I think this is the least dangerous of the three. Lena has a word. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gutkov. Well, I'm very often taking my optimism from Zubayro. I can imagine how much, while you're making this presentation in Moscow, one can only imagine how much more difficult the situation might be in the ethnic regions of Russia. Let me reiterate this quotation from Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, that even after the poor harvest, one has to plant the seeds. One has to sow. Let me read from the address of President Putin in April of 2005, 9 years ago. But one has to understand that he wrote a congratulation to our school on the 10th anniversary, thanking us for the for our civil activities. But let us read. Russia has been, is, and will continue to be a major European country, a major European nation. A country that has gone and conquered its rights to the European ideals of justice and democracy. These ideals have been determining for our society for centuries. So he continues developing this idea. In 2014, President Putin, the same president, is talking to the Federal Assembly with a request to allow him to lead the army into the Ukraine. From the time of Mr. Levada, the late Mr. Levada, where is the Soviet intellect after the Soviet Union is gone? And I think that what we have heard from the president down to many people in Russia shows that the Soviet Homo Sovieticus, if you will, and the Soviet person has not is not gone, but has just mutated. My question is, I can see, sir. Russia has always been a country rich in literary tradition and rich in science, rich in the arts. But the legal mind, the rule of law, has never occupied a particularly large space in the Russian public discourse, even though today people with a law degree are leading this country. But indeed, what can be done in terms of this quotation from Seneca? What can be done to expand the Russian consciousness towards more lawfulness and the rule of law? Our question is very sophisticated, very difficult indeed, and I don't have an answer to it. What I can say, however, while I cannot answer your question in a determined way, I think that we have to understand. If we understand something, and we can find means of change, but for that we have to diagnose the situation and understand what is going on. The problem of our society is, I think, about the absence of communications between different groups, the absence of representations, and an ability the law, if we speak about the laws, the law, we are dealing with the imposed law. The law imposed by the government, and the practice shows that it has paradoxical consequences, both in the field of electoral legislation, the concepts of legitimacy and legality, when the laws adopted by the Russian Duma start to be contradicting the Russian contradiction. Are contradicting the constitution, such as the law on the foreign agents. An even more important process is not about. It is not sufficient to understand what is happening in the society, but it is important to provide for communication and to be building or constructing bridges between the different parts of the society to try and attain some sort of a social contract through the society, through a series of agreements, through discussion, through deliberations, through public presentations. The society is either understood as a synonym of the state or else as a synonym of the populace, while forgetting that in the classical sociological sense, society is a system of relations on the basis of solidarity and common interest of citizens. This is what we see in the basis of the European understanding of Gesellschaft and society. A system of horizontal relations without hierarchy and without subordination. This is what we understand as society. And this is indeed a very difficult problem to try and shape up a society. So the Enlightenment, communication, are of such a great importance, but censorship is getting established. Censorship is permeating the public life in this country, even without the court verdict of courts. The information sources can be blocked or liquidated. So the forum and the space for public discussions is dramatically shrinking, like the chagrin skin in Balzac's novel. But what do we face? We will be facing the same things. Nothing new. Colleagues, unfortunately, this time, the time of this session is up. Thank you, Mr. Gutkov. I think that we have to thank Lev Gutkov for this very important session. Thank you. We shall break for 28 minutes.
Зубайру, обращаюсь к тебе. Все, включаемся. Так. Все. Все на своих местах. Значит, на нас.
Before so because this graduate class, so I would like to address you because during my time at this school, and so today is there's the alumni meeting, annual alumni meeting, and so this I'm reminding everybody that in this connection, you have met many of our experts, but over many decades, we with Yuri, so we have always wanted to get someone to attend and to work and to speak at this seminar. One of the most illustrious, prominent, always wanted researchers. Effectively, so the person who I personally have known, when did we meet? In the 70s. In the 70s, we met in the 70s. Back then, and in Russia, so there is maybe there will be bigger specialists in the area of demography, but Anatoly Vishnevsky, he's from Ukraine, by the way, so he's the acknowledged authority, the best. He moved to Moscow in 1972, moved to Moscow, and so the session that he thought up this session, why demography is the most important thing. Well, it's more important than anything else, because always the Western researchers of Russia, so they always pay attention. So, the demography is very bad. So everyone, but there are problems with demography in Europe as well. But they always point at us, saying that your demography is very bad, everything is horrible. So then the Western historians and researchers. So I even heard some people say that our modernization and revolution changes, so they don't. It doesn't go well because we don't have enough intellectuals. So we don't have enough a critical mass of intellectuals and people. So even the idea of reform and modernization doesn't get along because the demography is in a very difficult, depressed situation, and so there is another, if I remember right, cultural demography, another term coined, and then because the talents sometimes they don't come in droves, so they come just only one by one, and then Anatoly is presenting us a book, and Yuri thinks that this book is a wonderful display of our Soviet generation. So then the life of Pyotr Stepanovich, that's the title of the book, and so like Kafka type. So when the names without names, so several copies have been presented by Anatoly to our school, and if you are interested, so you may take them few copies I brought, and I suggest that you certainly should read it. Very interesting. And in the last 20 years, so it's first time that he speaks at this school, because in the summer he's nowhere. He's not available. He's always someplace, and we can't get him. And that's in the spring. So thank you. So shall we begin our meeting? So So let's spend 1 minute before I start, because I really want to ask you. So this title, why demography matters? Why demography is of paramount importance? Why demography is of paramount importance? So it sounds metaphoric. It sounds a little bit contrived. But so are there anyone among those present here who think it's not a provoking question, but it's really, who agrees with this statement, who holds to this statement? So I can see people hands are up already. Dagestan, so then graduate of 2005. So I made a presentation about the Northern Caucasus, and certainly it was not my level. I was out of depth, but I think that the federal authorities don't fully understand the versatility of the regions, and so this lack of federalism and the inability to understand that in one country, so there are 5-6 regions, so where demography matters most, so vis-a-vis other 80 regions where it's not that important, because the demographic issues unfortunately cannot be addressed with a set of political instruments, and always results that in some countries, so then demography in 3 regions is very high. And so there is a war for resources in certain regions where demography is going up, and in other regions where demography is depressed. So how is it possible to survive in such background? Because in some administrative districts the birth rate is very low, in only 3 or 4 is very high. So this inability to evaluate the objective importance of demography and the lack of equality in the area of the figures, statistics of demography. So then it's very telling, because even if the government is very pragmatic and is very enlightened, but Dagestan, for example, half of it is desert, half of it is mountains, and it's very difficult to organize. And there's only 3 million people, and half a million and a half of them are people under 35. And I don't understand how the regional government, any team of the regional government, can provide opportunities for the adults to feed their parents, to feed their children, to bring them up. So how just we can give the chance to give those young people who don't drink, who are active, who are strong, so who want to prove themselves, and so how just we need to give them something before they explode. And so people are put on the verge of being human, and so how can it be addressed? But although, so if we fully understood why demography matters, maybe so then the government and the state would have developed certain instruments aimed at addressing these demographic issues. And I think that your presentation would be extremely important, because I never heard anyone state this question in the fashion that I did. Because the federal government need to identify the issue the way I have identified. Okay, thank you. I agree with you. I agree, and I think that you're right in saying that, and you paid attention to it, because the North Caucasus situation, not only in Dagestan, and has very deep demographic roots. That was never mentioned. These issues have never been addressed. So this is the demographic situation that we have known for many years, but we never tried to address this. And so we could have predicted the outcomes, so the issues and the problems. And there are many points on the face of the earth where similar issues have been so important. But but it goes outside the specific problems of specific regions, because we are talking about something else, because it touches upon the entire mankind. So this is true of the mankind. And we see that in other regions there are challenges as well, but they're of different nature, so they do not lead to such consequences like in Chechnya and Dagestan, so but in other regions there are many problems as well. So first, so that's what the slide says, that demographic transfer changes the reproductive strategy of Homo sapiens. Demographic transfer changes the reproductive changes of the species Homo sapiens. Of human beings, of the mankind, and this is the first time that is happening right now in the history of mankind. I'm using the terminology that is used in ecology. So two American ecologists, Robert MacArthur and Edward Wilson. So they spoke about two types of reproductive strategy. So one species had the so-called R strategy. It's when so a lot of progeny is created, and almost all of it dies, and only just a few specimens survive. And so from this huge mass, so like in insects, so fishes, so lots of when they spawn, so from many caviars, only one piece stays alive, and so that's a very costly expense type strategy. And against it, there's K strategy. So then R and K, the parameters of we're not going to talk about those. So K strategy is when so that the species reproduce and very economically. So when they reproduce small progeny, but the bigger share survives. Not all, but the bigger share survives. And as a result of both strategies, so the nature, so this is the permanent, constant, so number of certain species is maintained in nature. So because there's so they achieve this continuity and so the sustainability of number. But if we look at Homo sapiens as a species. So then it's a representative of K strategy, because certainly human beings compared to crustaceous or insects, so they're certainly the carriers of K strategy. But they took one step further. So then from the very beginning, so the progeny survived to a much greater extent than even in other mammals. But over the history of mankind until the 19th century, during the mankind, the situation had not changed. So big progeny, so many children were born and survived only a few. And that's why the number of the population so stayed at the same level or grew very slowly. That's why by the beginning of the 19th century, so only 1 billion people lived on Earth, and that was the result of several thousand years of human evolution, human history. So then there were periods in the history of the first 1,000 years of then the population of Europe did not change in terms of population. Although it's true that the strategy of reproduction of human beings, it's K strategy, and if we look at how other species reproduce, but what's happening and is happening right now is a huge spike. So it's a triumph of K strategy compared to the older K strategy that mankind survived for so many centuries. And so this is the first posit. And so we have to do with the change of reproductive strategy of mankind. First time in history. Only this thing alone so makes us talk about demography being most important thing. because he would take all great changes that have been occurring since the end of the 19th century, 18th century, all the events and all important, as Great French Revolution, Industrial Revolution, and so other so things that actually made an indelible impact. All this, it's all the result of a means for the mankind as a species to move to a higher, different level of reproductive strategy. And although, so this is kind of an abstract consideration, but this is the level of cooperation, so which we need to understand. So what's happening in all parts of Earth, because that is. Concerns everybody. So, and the fact that Dagestan is at a certain stage of reproductive change is just one of the many thousands of different options that exist on Earth. Because you can always find similar situations in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, but earlier, and because they started along this way much earlier than us. Then, now. Coming to 273 years ago in 1741, so in Berlin a book was published, so a Protestant pastor, and so the book was titled so the godly change in the species reproduction and birth and death and the reproduction. So we don't know. This is he was a pastor. But even at that time, so they were concerned with demography. So this issue was on the agenda, and so he's describing the system of reproduction that human beings had in the previous history of mankind. So this is the case strategy, but not the case strategy we have now. So he's describing that in his book almost 300 years ago. He's saying that this rule certainly is established by God. He's saying, and then he posits several principles of this rule of God, so that God takes care of the balance between birth rate and mortality rate, and so gives a certain lifespan to human beings. So establishes a lifespan which would guarantee the reproduction and continuation of the human species on Earth. So that's no longer, no shorter. And so this is very interesting, very wise book, very unfortunately not translated into Russian. Maybe it's related to the fact that the authors of the 18th century economists were translated. Many books have been translated, but they translated only those who mentioned Marx and Engels, but they did not pay attention to some godforsaken pastor, and so that's why it was not translated into Russian. But the paradox is that the middle of the 18th century, when the book was written, is the turning point when this godly order that existed, so came to an end. So all organized by God, and starting from the end of the 18th century, so changes started to come around that broke this order. And they forced the people to change a lot in their behavior, and that affected a lot what we have right now. So these are the implications, and that's what we're concerned about now. And this is certainly the beginning is there, as the first stage. Is called epidemiological transfer. And so this transfer by itself certainly had been prepared by the history, economic history, social history, political history. So that was the background. So, but it was kind of ripening, and eventually it occurred. And starting from the end of the 18th century, so these changes sprouted, came above the surface. And in order to understand better what's happening, so so the rules of this extinction of human populations changed. So the way, on the left slide, you can see on the left picture, on the left picture of the slide, you can see. So then the high column on the left is a huge mortality, infant mortality, huge. So every mortality. So they started to die out like this. So first a lot of kids, of babies died, and then all other babies died. So very high infant mortality. And then the middle side like is a kind of happy medium, and then the right is the babies don't die, and babies start to die when they grow, they become adults, so it's just a completely reverse picture, diametrically opposite picture. So if you compare left and right, so there's the process of dying. So because people used to be born and then started to die, so until they become, even before they become mature, even before they become adolescent and adults, and so they start to die out. So 50% of babies died by the age of 20. So now just the picture is reversed. So that's why the sequence of mortality has changed. And so everyone knows this biblical 4 equestrians of apocalypse, and everyone remembers them. And Dürer, so 4 equestrians of apocalypse. I'm not going just to read because I want to save time. So to quote from the Bible, and so then these 4 apocalypse riders. Those 4 apocalypse riders. So they were the riders who managed just to reduce the lifespan to a very low span, and so the different periods, epidemics, plague, cholera in the 14th century. So 25-30% of the population of Europe died out. So then the standard continuous sustainable mortality was quite high because people's lives were always going under this horrible sword of Damocles of those 4 equestrians, and but then they managed to control. So the doctors and the scientists they managed to control the factors that brought about this huge mortality, and people started to die differently, and it didn't happen overnight. As historically, almost immediately, because so starting from the end of let's see, that's a good picture. So this can be dated back to this discovery of who discovered inoculation, vaccination of smallpox, so cow smallpox. That managed to reduce and almost completely annihilate so the mortality caused by smallpox, and so that's widely spread in Europe. And before that, and by the way, it's if in the North Caucasus, if that was strange, to England. So they brought from the North Caucasus to England. They brought the so-called inoculation of human smallpox, because people knew already before. So the experience of history, so that was done in the North Caucasus, and then an English lady, so wife of an ambassador, British, learned about that, and she brought it to England. So this inoculation of human prophylactic, of human smallpox, and actually saved. It gave immunity, but not 100%. There was no guarantee. So you could contract the disease and die, but you could develop immunity, and so people were using that. And this picture shows, this medal shows it was coined when Catherine the Great, so she vaccinated herself and her children. So of human smallpox. That was before the Jenner's discovery. So then, and so the cows' vaccination of smallpox. And so note that. so he suggested this vaccination that immediately developed, and it was everywhere. But and that was actually the way to show how to fight contagious infection diseases. And that was this illustrious, wonderful doctors, researchers, biologists, Louis Pasteur. So they made this a wonderful contribution. They just identified the pathogenic flora, and that would generate the disease that could be so prevented. It's a vaccination, by the way, that so the word coined by Pasteur. And so you know where it came from, this word vaccination, by the way? So the word vaccination, it's Latin vacca, корова, baka. Baka is cow, right? So there's Bacchus smallpox. So it's not vaccination. And so Jenner coined this word vaccination. And this application, this principle, allowed us to achieve amazing success in the reduction of mortality, and it showed the people that infectious diseases could be combated. So then this, so you can see the data. So there was very few statistics about the causes of death and mortality rate causes. So there was not much statistics there. But in in the United States state, so England and Wales. So we found some information over 100 years of statistics. So the first dates back to the middle of the 19th century in the states. So the number of people who died per 100,000 people. So then typhus, paratyphus, 92 per 100,000, or 1/10 death for 100,000. That's the difference. 90 or then other infectious diseases. So this anyway. So inoculations drastically reduced the mortality rates. So then infant mortality started to go down. So the babies, children's, young children's mortality rates went down. So the 300 born. 300 deaths per 1,000 born during the first 2 years of life. At the end of the 19th century, so 300 out of 1,000 babies within so they did not live up to the first to the first year of their lives. So 3 out of 1,000. So that was only just the middle of the 19th century in Russia, and then it went down to almost zero. So no infant mortality. So in Russia, mortality rate, infant mortality is considered to be very high compared to Japan or to European countries, because we have about 8 babies out of 1,000 instead of 300. But it's considered to be so. But there are countries where only 3-4 babies die out of 1,000 babies born. So practically, it's a negligible number. And so then one of the most salient examples what happened. So immediately, so the lifespan expectancy started to grow. So immediately, and so if we compare, so the second half of the 18th century, where the life expectancy was about for adults, historical threshold. So the life expectancy never exceeded average life expectancy never exceeded 35 years. 35 years. And in Russia, the census of 1897 census in Russia, the mortality rate 32 years. 32 years was the average expectancy of a Russian at the end of the 19th century. And then there was a huge upsurge when you can see, so since 1775, and started to grow, and it reached in women, 80 years, in men, it's just over 70, so it's twice as much as the life expectancy increased twice over just only 100 years. And so this is the epidemiological transfer, and that means the first stage phase of these changes. But then, so when the mortality reduction went down, then all of a sudden we realized that the balance that had been in existence between mortality and birth rate for so many thousand years, so that made so possible to keep the standard, the certain number of people on Earth, changed as well, and that certainly impacted the social and economic life. Then the second stage came, so they needed to reduce the birth rate, in order just to bring the birth rate in conformity with the new level of mortality rate. And and the reduction of mortality rate actually broke this God's covenant between man and God. And so because now it's a chain reaction, so that was generated by the reduction of mortality rate, because every next stage generated the next stage, and then eventually this the mortality rate reduction launched it all, because if the population starts to grow faster than the death rate. So there were certainly fluctuations when the situation was quite beneficial, propitious, and the mortality would go down. So for example, many yields good years. So then the population started to grow, for example, in certain parts of the world, and crops, etc. And so there are several ways that people knew very well. So how to restore this lost balance? So first is so as a result of epidemics, for example, that was. But people had their own mechanisms. So, for example, to increase mortality rate. So always, so they kill children, for example. So babicide always existed. So that was all this forbidden, but it existed when babies were killed. And in Russia, it was employed very, very widely. So when babies were killed right after they were born. And then immigration. So, for example, this to restore the balance. So when Europe just when the mortality rate started to go down in Europe, and so the population started to grow in Europe, and that was in the 90s. So the immigration beyond the ocean. So people started to move to other countries because so the new states appeared, the United States appeared, so the North America was inhabited, before it was uninhabited, and so the excess of population from Europe went elsewhere. So that's another way to restore the balance. And then the second way, and by the way, the animals, the animal world have migration as a way to keep the balance within a certain realm. And so then there is another mechanism, the reduction of birth rate through. So very, very few know that from demography that by the end of the 18th century, so when the mortality started to go down a little bit, so for economic reasons, inoculations, social reasons, so they just started to feel certain pressure of the increase of the population on, and by that time, so then European type of marriage, so late marriages, not late marriages started to be practiced. So because so many recommended late marriages to reduce the birth rate, because if one starts to beget children at the age of 18, so she will have certainly more numerous progeny as opposed to a woman just having.
So it already existed by the time he made his recommendation, as one of the researcher scholars said, to the west of the line that connects, direct line connecting St. Petersburg and Trieste. So if you imagine to the west, these kind of late advanced age marriages. And then the fourth way is to regulate birth in marriage of the modern type, birth control. So Though those ways have always been known, but they remained marginal in a way. And this last, the fourth way was least use. It existed like contraception means were known to ancient Egyptians. Even there are images of some paper devices, but it was always restricted, and there were a certain aura of mystery around it, but it was known, it existed, those four ways. But when the death rate declined sharply, so the previous three methods turned out inefficient. So they had been used, and migration from Europe and late marriage, but to still it did not respond to the needs of the existing population. And then early 19th century, so-called, maybe earlier, but officially in the as France was an exception, but still in England, so-called neo-Malthusians appeared, who were talking about the low birth rate in marriage. This fourth control method became the first, and it is important, it is interesting by itself. But for us, for this audience, it's not so much the demographic consequences that are important, though they are. And if we do not see the switch to this control method, so very sharp growth of population happens. That's what we see, observe in the world, and then different types of response appears, starting from the Chinese option, when they used coercive methods to restrict childbirth. But in Europe, we had this experience too, but much earlier than in China. And in Africa, it is still impossible to do. That's why the population keeps growing so fast. It is all important, and the deep and omnipresent influence to culture and all social institutions and customs and all the cultural, religious, all and legislative measures that used to exist in the past, that applied there, were defined by high birth rate, because it was always been the basis of survival. Without high birth rate, with high mortality and death rate, there was always a risk of extinction. So all the cultural habits were targeted at high birth rate, and institutions were relevant. Like the Institute of Family has always been very important to facilitate high birth rate, and everything, the psychology, the religion, always targeted, and suddenly at some moment it became void. So all those rules lost their fundamental demographic background that kept the people surviving, and changes were required, and then turned into a convoluted, a complicated process, very difficult one, because and hard of people as it born a conflict within cultures. All cultures suddenly faced the need to revise the values. Everything that turned out that seemed that had been taken for granted, the divine order. No matter Christians, Muslims, the idea was the same. There were statements from above, but suddenly they stopped working. They became irrelevant, and still we observe very high opposition, probably weaker in European countries on the whole. In Christian, though in Latin America is still rather strong. And recently I was talking in a TV show with where two other representatives from religion, Orthodox and Judaism, were talking as well. Especially the Orthodox priest insisted on keeping and observing the conventional rules. And I asked them, you say that this order of events has been invented by God and we're supposed to observe, but can God change the rules? Do you allow God? Do you provide for the opportunity to God to change rule, or he should follow your instructions? You know, I haven't got any answer from them to this loaded question, though there was no discussion. The discussion did not happen. But Bible is an example of the changes that God is allowed to introduce. If you read the Bible in the book of evangelists, so you know, the Old Testament prophets used to live to 900 years. Their lifespan was rather long, and then God said, that's enough, that's sufficient. Now let's make 120 years threshold. So he changed the rules. He was kind of allowed, and it was a miracle, you know, that those ancient biblical times that could change. But we know that some people live up to 120, but virtually no one lives over 120. And even those rare, you know, people who live over 100. But so the divine order has changed in terms of survival and lifespan, and everything else needed to be adjusted for that. So there is a myth that in the past there was a wonderful, many children, families were very numerous. So you need to differentiate between many children and many births. You needed to give birth to many children for some to survive. And only some of them survived, according to estimates of different historians. So the distribution was approximately the same as now. There was some number of families with many children who were lucky and had many. Most of them survived. In the 19th century, it became popular, and there were some families with no children, barren, because there was always barrenness. Or Lomonosov was writing about it. So many families with 10 and more children, and no one lived, no one survived. But usually, approximately on average, 2 children from 10 survived per couple. So the situation was approximately the same statistically as it became now, when the death rate is low and the birth rate is low. But now, almost everyone survives with the modern. Yeah, you understand. Yes, the survival rate is approximately the same. So 2 children per family. So Lomonosov would write, so many parents who had 10 to 15 children but kept no one. And I cannot read it, but I can keep it. And he tried to explain why God acts in such mysterious way. Why God kills everyone in family. So he has his reasons to do so. But there was question that it's not the answer, but the question was asked. That what's important. And There are many examples of people who lived at the same time. The scholars of the 18th centuries, François Quesnay and others who would observe. So usually 2 children in Russia. We have further changes in different countries and indicators that show that per 100 households, on average, almost everywhere, 200 children per family. In some, there were more. And we have cases here for Russia. You may look. So lower mortality made it possible to reduce the birth rate because there is no risk, and made it necessary. And the families were the first to feel the need to reduce the birth. In China, for instance, it was done through initiative of the government. But when it started, it's the families who felt, because more children survived, and in turn, first rich families felt European nobility because of the inheritance and the heritage rights and the property that they had to distribute for more children between many. And then they realized that it turned out difficult, and then what we call it family planning started among the rich and nobility, European nobility, and they started giving birth later. So they used to give birth at 40s and to 35. How the ways that use is a guesswork. But then it covered even the peasants, the farmers who had issues with the land plots, as different issues, like older son would inherit the land, and what to do with the younger. They would go to monasteries, soldiers. But when you had too many, then it was impossible to address. And the first to try to address to do the family planning were the families. So the families went to search for the ways to reduce the number of children. And then if we look at the statistics, I don't know if you can see, hope you can, we see sharp decline of children per woman, so-called cumulative birth rate. And we see that back in 19th century, at the left slide we see the same thing, but it was before 1900, 1855 to 1900, on the right to 2005. And we see that in mid-19th century, the fertility rate was only low in France. As the French Revolution broke, all the tools of cultural regulation, the authority of the church, and the rules, the ironclad rules, and all those cultural standards were raised, and Europe was laughing, was deriding them for a while, just saying, the French are impotent, they cannot make their women give birth. And there were so many jokes. And there is a novel of the 20s, Ehrenburg, called D.E. Trust. But again, in the spirit of the times, but describing France, where conception of a baby becomes something like a national celebration. So, and Germans would just say, the French, every so many years lose one military unit to Germany, because they were going to a war with them. But at the left slide you see that the France was lower until 1900. But if you look at the right chart, Then after the First World War, the difference disappeared, and now France is a country with highest fertility, highest birth rate in Europe. The Germans are one of the lowest, but then again within very small differences, tenths of a child per woman. But then all this when the fertility went down below even 2 kids, that became a different matter. So let's go back to Russia. You all read Anna Karenina, but several times I checked with my students. No one noticed, because they read for different purposes, that Tolstoy has a page where he describes this topic, too many children, or there is an episode where Oblonskaya visiting Anna Karenina and living somewhere in the countryside with a new baby, and she was thinking. Dolly was thinking what was going to happen. Why? She has so many children. What's going to happen with my children? I don't have a minute of rest. I'm either pregnant or nursing, angry, irritated. My husband is discarded, and poor and wanting children will grow up, and what will become of them? I will not even educate them. I will not be able to raise them properly, only if other people help me. Even if my happy children will stop dying, I will somehow raise them, and the best case scenario, they will not become scoundrels or so. And I lost my life just raising, and this is an educated Russian woman thinking about her many children, and who gave birth according to the church conventional standards. And she's just riding horse-ridden in a cart and keeps thinking on the way. And then when at a local motel, she would meet a peasant young woman, and she would ask her, "Do you have children?" And the peasant woman replies, "Yeah, I had one, but thanks God he took him." "Why you say thanks God?" He said, "Oh, just too much trouble. My father has too many grandchildren anyway." That's the answer of a simple woman. And then Anna tell her, when she arrives to Anna Karenina, they talk, and Anna tells her, "I will have no more children." And Dolly gets surprised. "How can you know that?" And Anna said, "My doctor told me." And then several lines of dots. Tolstoy just stops there. And Dolly was shocked, mesmerized, and she cannot even overcome this feeling of disgust. This is unnatural disgust. So this is a situation of Russia, 19th century educated strata. So all the questions have been asked. That's the distribution of a number of children by generations. The top one is when the majority had many children, you see, 7 and more. That's the distribution, and then this distribution would change, moving to the left, steadily and slowly but steadily moving to the left. When we approached 1964, I would call generations of our times, when all the births were limited by 2 or 3. So first is 0, no child free, then 1 or 2 children, and almost no 3. And that's the picture where we where we live now. So I will not follow up, you see the red line for Russia that was extremely different, outstanding in the early 20th century. Russia had very high fertility rate, and then after the civil war, for a while, it went up among the rural population until the late 20s. Well, all the events started, like industrialization, collectivization, and then the generations that were born after 1910. The generation of women born 1910 and later. So the generation always had less children than was necessary for natural surplus of population. And you see that Russia, as a red line after the civil war, when there was uprise of the rural population, still the families had up to 7 children, being very different from all European countries. And several decades later, they they leveled. They even went lower than European countries, though they still stick to the same same line of. The same curves.
What is important here? A transfer from a high birth rate to low birth rate is quite a complex phenomenon from the standpoint of the social establishments. One of the pillars of this high birth date, which may have been established in the religious writings, were the 3 types of behavior: matrimonial, sexual, and procreational. These 3 norms in all societies, at least in all major cultures, in Christianity, in Islam, these 3 norms have to coalesce, they have to be together. Sex before marriage is criticized. Sex in marriage is acceptable. Birth out of wedlock is not approved, because so birth in wedlock, if a woman is pregnant, she has to deliver. Hence come to, the opposition to abortions, and people have always had it in all religions. But of course, there have always been those who knew how to cause an abortion, but it was always under taboo. So this tripartite nature, matrimonial, sexual, and procreational, have been observed. The rules may be violated, but the rules are nevertheless the rules. The majority of this of people have always followed this, and nowadays, and when this trinity of norms turned out not to be venerated, but even dangerous in case of the birth control. Because indeed, if the birth is, say, out of control, as some authors state, then there may be a problem for the society. So all cultures face this need to restructure. There's always a conservative line. And in my response to one of my listeners on the radio, the editor-in-chief of the portal Pravoslavia, the orthodoxy.ru, when he asked the question, would God change testaments or commandments? How should we treat the changes? We have so the situation needs to be changed, and the culture must allow families, not the law, but the culture in the wide sense must be restructured in such a way so that new forms of behavior become admissible. And the culture has always been involved because the European culture is intently related to the matters of marriage and love and relations between men and women. This has been treated, this topic has been treated thousands of times in both literature and scientific writings, but there is always a conservative opposition which sometimes quite unexpectedly can be resolved. We have conservatives in Russia, of course, which have been especially active over the past several years. Several years ago, there is a lady, a public figure, who is very active in this religious movement, and she said that the Shah of Iran was for family planning, but when the Americans were driven out of Iran and the Islamic Revolution took place, everything got back to the normal. But I think she was wrong, because over the past 20 years in Iran, under the influence of the Islamic clergy, which is, as is known, heading the country, we're seeing the practice of family planning in Iran, in that very Iran that some of the Russian Orthodox fundamentalists are quoting as an example. And so in Iran, we're now seeing these family planning procedures and plans, and not unlike what we see in China, although done in through very different mechanisms. These changes thus are quite unavoidable. This is the foundation of how people live, and the birth rate. I'm not sure if I quoted this number. It is interesting that even several decades ago, the only country in the Middle East where birth rate was relatively low was Israel. And all other Middle Eastern countries had high birth rate. But nowadays, if you look at it, most Arab countries of the region have a lower birth rate than in Israel. This is something that's happening everywhere, except for probably for Africa. So these changes, these reactions to the lowering of death rate and the changing behavior patterns as the changes have entered this sacrosanct domain, the family life, and so some of the old norms had to be cancelled or become outdated. This is something that we always face in our lives. But interestingly, family has stood in front of of the need of profound change. And incidentally, both religious and secular authorities may be quite oppositionary to such changes. But generally speaking, the Victorian England is, one may say, a lighthouse of conservatism. Such a very conservative treatment of family affairs, but then it all collapsed, and it has long been forgotten. The Victorian patterns have long been forgotten in Britain. But given that there is still opposition on the part of both the religious and the secular authorities, the family planning is more and more becoming the private business of families themselves. So one might have expected that the state and the church could have been expected to render some help to families in matters of family planning. When the families are seeking some new models or new patterns to continue to exist in the changed conditions. But the families are more often than not encountering problems. So the Malthusian history in England of the 19th century is the history of struggle, of publications, the dissemination of knowledge, and they were arrested, and probably not on a mass scale, but certainly there were very well-known processes against the Malthusians, and 100 years had to pass to stop prosecution of such persons. Well, Russia has not yet gone away from this bigotry. However, in Europe, this has taken place, and the entire complex of changes have been called the so-called second demographic transition in literature. I think this might but we're seeing that this is probably the second or the third phases of the same demographic transition, when the death rate goes down and then the birth rate may go down, and we're seeing what is indeed the 200 years in terms of the history of mankind. Only several generations. So the family starts to live according to these new models, and we are seeing how this is happening. But we have to take into account the growth of Earth's population. Government, Europe was gradually getting its place in this process, and the death rate was going down starting from mid-19th century gradually. So Europe went through a certain demographic implosion when the birth rate was still high and the death rate was going down. So there was this demographic boom, this balance. But Europe to a certain extent solved this demographic problem through emigration overseas to America and elsewhere. So this was how this problem was solved partially. And however, when this stage encompassed the demographic transit, encompassed the developing countries, and when the European achievements in life saving and medical science reached the developing world, and the death rate started to go down there, then of course it was not possible to immediately introduce new social patterns within the life of one generation. So enormous demographic explosion took place. You can see in this picture the number of Earth's residents. Of people on Earth, you can see that up until mid second millennium, the population was almost not growing, and here we can see an enormous peak, an enormous explosion, which may exceed 9 billion people. Whereas by the beginning of the 19th century, there was only 1 billion people living on Earth, and thus up to 6 to 7 billion people have come to life over these 200 years, which of course introduces phenomenal changes into the overall demographical situation. You can see how the population rise was taking place in several countries. 1950 through to 2010, in 60 years. These are the European countries. In Italy, France, the growth is not significant. These are the developing countries, Brazil. And these are the developing and the developed countries. And whereas the population of the European countries has gone by 1.5 times, so we are seeing great disbalance in world population. So more and more people are involved in this, and the UN is periodically conducting sessions devoted to birth control and family planning. You can see on the example of less developed countries, which were making up for 34% of Earth's population in the 1950s, makes us understand that the governments of even the developing countries understand the need to contain the growth of population. However, there are still countries where this is not the case. Let us say Nigeria. Everybody must have heard that there is a country of Nigeria in Africa, but I don't think that many of you would know that by its population it is larger than Russia. But even several decades ago, you couldn't even compare Russia with Nigeria. But now, with very limited resources, with enormous problems that Nigeria has, it has a population exceeding that of Russia. So when we are indeed often very shocked by the cruelties in Africa, in part the atrocities in the African civil wars are indeed caused by the scarcity of resources. You can see on this picture here that Israel, this is Israel for mid-20th century. This is Israel, this is Arab countries. So this, in spite of the authority of Islam, I remember in 1994 I was at the famous Cairo conference for population when a rift took place because some Islamic countries boycotted the conference, even though it took place in Egypt. Some countries threatened to commit terrorist attacks, and even President Mubarak had to take unprecedented security measures. I was a member of the governmental delegation, but there were people from the NGOs, and there were exchange, and there were Islamic NGOs also. There were those who supported the family planning, and there were those who did not. So this conflict, which is causing a rift in the society, is coming to every family. It is indeed involving millions of families, and the relations between parents and children, the intergenerational relations. You can see here on this picture that the birth rate is going down. You can see it here on the European level. And of course, this is changing the family behavior everywhere. And nobody knows what is going to happen to the Institute of Family. Families everywhere, in Russia, in Europe, in Asia. Family as an institution is in the process of search, so we don't know how will that end. But of course, a whole number of problems exist. We don't know how will it be developing, and there can be some options which will be refuted by the historical development, but this is a situation of search, of constant search. This transformation of a family, however, is going deeper and deeper. Even after the number of children went down, however, this change in the matrimonial, sexual, and procreational behavioral patterns led to profound changes in the Institute of Family itself. We know from our experience, we know from what we read, we know how. We know what happens to the institution of a marriage, how civil marriage, civil or common law marriages are getting more and more spread out, and the partnership, so to speak, is coming to take the place of and in some countries, over half of all children are born out of wedlock. In places like Sweden or in Estonia, in Russia, about 30% of children are born out of wedlock, and it is totally senseless to treat this from the standpoint of moralizing. I can personally think that this is good or this is bad, but it is certainly not within our task to condemn this kind of behavior, because life indeed has changed. So we are seeing very different patterns of behavior. You know that in the past all marriages were made at an early age, and parents were making great efforts to bring their children to lead their children into a successful marriage. So this was the standard of family life. But nowadays this is all changing. This is rapidly going down in history, and we are seeing how marriage and concubination patterns change. This is a graph of how people and how early people used to and get married. The age of marriage in 1960s, it was going down. The marriage, and then as you understand, this turn, which happened in a simultaneous manner in a whole number of countries, they all changed, they all shifted. That means that people understood that they do not necessarily be in a marriage, and it coincided with the so-called revolution of contraceptives, when in the 1960s people in Western Europe and North America acquired the ability to regulate their sexual and procreational functions. Some thought that such a partnerships could have evolved into further marriages, or else stayed at the same level. Hedonism and other motives, of course, also took a part. But generally speaking, it was perceived, and it is increasingly perceived in the societies, that there is no much sense in marrying early. Here is Russia. Here is Russia in this graph. Yeah, that's. We have a wonderful State Duma. In the end of the 1990s, State Duma cancelled some procedures of statistical accounting. You can see that some of these information was simply not available. This graph shows. This graph shows the age of having children, relative age of having children. This is average. And you can see that this age was going down. If you remember the aristocrats of the 17th centuries, the women would stop having children at an early age. And while families had to plan for if their children would survive, and would they live as long to take care of the children. But nowadays, children, there is less infant mortality, and people live longer. So you can see this age changing correspondingly. Russia is also here. Here is Russia. Yeah. Then you can see this turn. Now, this turn was changed in the 1980s when many benefits were introduced, and women started to give birth to children earlier. But starting from a certain age, Russia turned towards the same tendency. You can see here that the age of a first child is closer to Europe. Here's the age of, the percentage of children born out of wedlock. Well, we can see the tendencies. This is for Russia. Well, I think that there will be no contrary tendencies here. Well, I think I should be concluding. All of these processes are called second demographic transition, but I would like to say just a couple of words about the so-called third demographical transit. Here you can see that demographic transit with the gap between mortality and death rate, and it is leading to the great demographic explosion. And the share of the developed countries can be here up to 32%. Then it was started to dwindle, and by 2100, in the developed countries, which we call developed countries today, there will only 11 to 12% of all of Earth's population will live. So the rest of people will live in what we today call developing countries. Only in Asia, in mid 21st century, we'll have a population. The countries of Asia will have a population of 5 billion people. 5 billion people. In the Asiatic part of Russia today, there are less than 30 million people on a territory, whereas the territory of the Asiatic Russia is larger than China. So every person would understand the source of great disbalance here, and very vague situations, very vague perspectives. You can see this pressure. The red is the population of developed countries, and blue is the population of the developing countries. This prevalence is becoming huge. And this is also a source of migrational pressures. Nobody says that these billions of people would rush from south to north, but if the population of Asia, as I said, would attain the level of 5 billion people, then only 1% of these 5 billion is 50 million. And which country is the first candidate for such migration? It is Russia, for the flows from Asia. The United Nations Committee shows the tendencies of the international migration, something to the benefit of developing countries. So you can see only about 15%, and the general number of migrants in the world is about 200 million people. But the UN makes a forecast for decreasing migration, and even going down to zero, which I think to me is quite absurd. But I think that in a way, this might be explained by the unwillingness of the developed countries to digest such big numbers of migrants. This is how the hierarchy of countries might change, including the great powers. This is 1950s, and you can see these. This is Poland. Starting from the US. 10 of these 20 countries is still Europe and America and Japan. And this is the situation of 2050. Only 3 of these stay. The United States, Russia, and Japan. All other major countries of the world by mid-21st century are today's developing countries, including China, India, Pakistan, and so on and so forth. These countries by mid-century will have the largest degree of economic strength. And this indeed allows me to say that it is a demography that is most important. Thank you. Well, Volodya, no time for questions. I'm sorry. Colleagues, please take a moment. I think that we have been present for one of the most brilliant presentations on demography in Golitsyn for many years. We have specifically we understood that Mr. Wisniewski would not have time to answer your questions, but I'm very glad that Mr. Wisniewski had the time to make this presentation in full, and it will be available as materials to you. So I apologize for you not to have the opportunity to ask the questions, but you can certainly do that in the break time. And I think that Vladimir Vysotsky was wrong when he said that we're a billion, they're a billion, and the rest are the Chinese. This is not quite true, because this presentation has a very great picture for the kind of world we're living in. Thank you, and I would like to draw your attention to this book, which is a great book. You can take these. This is a grand text. This is almost a romanized, well-written book, an attempt to weave a person, a human, into the demographical storms of the past 100 years. It is called The Biography of Piotr Stepanovich K. Thank you very much.
Если позволите, я одно буквально.
If I may, I would like to say just one word about, just one phrase. I wrote this book outside of the context of demography because this is, in a way, a Russian-Ukrainian book. A part of this book was written in the Ukrainian, and listening to the radio, most of the characters in this book are gone. They have passed away. But I worked with specific books, with specific documents, and that person lives in Slavyansk. So I think that this might be very, very interesting for you to read. Thank you very much. I can answer your questions during the break. Thank you.
под лучи солнечные, благотворные.
Димочка, сядь, пожалуйста, за стол.
Вытянут.
I'm sure you must now. So you'll never get a visa, I would think.
Так, молодой человек, там у вас, где свободно, все занимайте за столом, пожалуйста, место.
Take your seats, please. Don't dally. I'd like to say a few words of thanks to our beloved expert Nikolai Petrov, some member of our trustee council, so that he saved us. First, he saved us, saying that Kudrin didn't come here, but he could not refuse the invitation of Mr. Putin. I'm just making a note for the air that he's sick. So, but at the same time, that he decides to go where he wants to go, even if he's sick. Yeah. But he goes where he wants to go, and this I want just to make a note for the internet broadcasting. But such a wonderful professional as Nikolai Petrov said something very important. So if they called Mr. Kudrin from the hospital, and so he had to go, it means that so there's something is wrong with the economy of Russia. So now just we know everything, that the economy now will be made right. Yeah, good. Economy of Russia, and so Nikolai agreed to prepare a special topic for us, although he said I'm not an expert in this topic. And then we started to go over all the experts, and we realized that everyone who deals with the global world and international politics, so they always tell the West, and they go to the West, and and you can't find anyone. So they're always just traveling in the West, just telling about the politics and global developments. And Nikolai just happened to be here, and he agreed, because our international policy is a logical continuation of our domestic policy. That's why we'll talk about that. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction and for a chance to talk to you, because I'm just fresh from the trip. But I'd like, before I start, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions that I was asking my students when I was reading them the modern policy course, and it was very interesting. Just was because a very interesting presentation was about the Levada Center. So the results were published two weeks ago. And to start with our conversation, to ask you, are you for accession of Crimea to Russia, or so? Please raise your hands, those who are for Crimea, that Crimea was added to Russia. Okay. And so Nadar is from Georgia. And now, who is against that Russia was that Crimea was who was? Yes, okay. So who are obviously against? So those who are more or less for. Okay, okay, not decisively, but for. Who is against? Okay, those against. Adding Ukraine, Crimea to Russia. Okay, and who is definitely against? So adding Crimea to Russia. Okay, we're not going to count, but so those who doubt it, raise your hands. Those who have doubts about whether it was right or wrong to add Crimea. Okay, 5 persons who find it difficult to answer this question. And what economic and political implications? So the addition of Crimea. So only positive. So that's some answers. More positive than negative, more negative than positive, and then exceptionally positive, negative, and so no implications, difficult. Okay, only positive. So who is going to raise? Okay, positive, right? One person think that the implications are positive, that Crimea was added. So more positive than negative. Okay, 4 persons. Good. More negative than positive. Okay. Okay. Exceptionally negative implications. Yes, the majority. And no implications. There will be no consequences. Yes, 5. And who found it difficult to answer? Yeah, 2 persons. Okay, then. Okay, we got the drift. Yes. Okay. Now, this is good because we don't have an average Russian sampling, because average Russian 57% of respondents said that they are for adding Crimea to Russia, and 31 said that they are more likely for, and only 1% was against, and 4% vacillated. So this is why our sampling certainly shifts about implications, only positive implications. 27% of the respondents. And we have how many? 120 people altogether, so we have less than 1%. Then more positive than negative, 46%. And so only positive and more positive, so all Russian sampling is so much higher. Okay. Now let me begin my story. And I can add to what Lena has earlier said, that in our country there are very few experts on international politics. So there is a big project that we've been developing for many years about the scenarios for Russia, and I'm trying just to get one of the 3 experts to participate in this project, which I think that they are Lukyanov, Trenin, and Ryzagorsky, the 3 leading experts. But Helena's wisdom was that everyone is in demand, like Mr. Kudrin, he is in demand, and they are in demand, or they are abroad. But it's not the good time to invite the experts in international policy to talk about international politics, because they are very busy explaining why what happened had every right to happen, and why just it was a good occurrence, and why it was so important that it should have evolved the way it evolved. So that is why if a person just speaks publicly, so then he usually speaks from the viewpoint of for adding Crimea rather than against. That is why, yes, I'm not going just to act as a specialist on international politics, but I'd like to look at international politics through the prism of domestic politics, because the life just prompts us to do that, because in a social geography lab head I was under socialism, and now what we are studying as an object of international politics, so was my responsibility to study, because the regions at that time were part of the Soviet Union, and so they were not international politics subjects, but domestic politics subjects. And so then my attitude, I will just certainly speak about my attitude to what has happened, because I grew up in Crimea and in Zaporozhskaya Oblast of Ukraine, and my family history has been connected all my life with Crimea, because so the grandfather of my grandmother was a priest who was a Serb. and so they moved from Serbia to Ukraine to feed his family. And by my father's side, so we have the ancestors of Zaporozhsky Cossacks, and so my great grandfather was a lawyer, and so revolution occurred when he was there, and he was being a lawyer, so he went to the secret police, the Cheka at that time. And so he managed to save many people from that secret police, but eventually, so he was apprehended and shot by the Bolsheviks, and so his son was shot by the Germans in Crimea when Crimea was occupied by the Nazis, and that is why many of my ancestors so played some important roles. And one of my Abalensky, one of my relatives, he was head of the land commune, and he held very important ranks. So when I was just making up this list, I was surprised to see that land commune land commune authority was actually opposing the Tatar land commune authority that was requiring the land autonomy for Crimea. So they were opposing them at that time. And so then the implications are versatile, and we so unfortunately, so Mr. Trenyov's work, Lyubov Yarovaya, so famous, so let Dunька go to Europe. So it was famous novel, and my one of my ancestors built a country house in Koktebel, and now I have a chance to. So if there is a restitution, so I can claim to get this country house back in Koktebel, because it was a huge building, so part of one of the health spas under socialism. And so I say if there is a restitution, so I'm sure they will not give it back to you. Just forget about it. Lena prompts, and so I think that so it was a big and fatal mistake. So the way the authorities decided for this, will have to pay for a long time and very dearly. So what happened? So this is what I think, because the authorities has made a big geopolitical choice, and it was not discussed. So from the viewpoint of costs, inherent implications, it was not discussed on the national level and public level, and it was done in a rash manner without taking into consideration the implications and the consequences. And so my students were given a task to do the SWOT analysis of the annexation of Crimea. And so they did the SWOT analysis of Crimea annexation. So it means that Crimea kind of bought on credit. So just acquired on credit, Crimea was, because what the good thing, so we skimmed the milk already, and now just we'll have to live in harsh realities and negative consequences, which will drag and last and linger for a long period of time. And so then even just economically and politically, so then the burden and the price is very high, and we'll have to take it. So then, so several bifurcations have been passed. So we crossed some red lines already. That's the point of no return. So the first bifurcation, the point of no return between the hybrid regime, which our political regime was, and between the authoritarian regime. So this bifurcation was crossed. The red line was crossed. And this actually that determines the political implications, domestic political implications, because the hybrid regime contains the elements of democratic, maybe decorative in major part of it, but still an authoritarian regime. So now, so every doubt is removed, and so there is no need just to keep the sets of decorative part of a democratic part of the regime, and so it is impossible just to embellish it, to add to it, to create something. And so then human rights courts, whatever, just it's so the masks are off, And so then the democratic component of there's a competitive elections, local governance, then the divisioning of the judiciary, legislative, executive. So it's all gone. So then legitimacy was getting weaker and weaker, and eventually, so I can see this very new, powerful legitimacy of the leader as a military leader, and not as an elected leader, military leader, because if the election of the elected leader requires normal, good elections, but the legitimacy of the military leader requires a war, and so that will just push forward the regime, and that will just make it go. Then another very important point related to that at a certain at one of our seminars we spoke that the hybrid regime. The elite was hybrid, so between the nomenclature system and the elite system. And now just very drastic steps have been made to restitute the nomenclature system of the elite. Another bifurcation that we have passed is the bifurcation between liberal and economic reforms on the one hand, and a mobilization model of military camp type economic development. So then Russia after 2014. Russia 2025. So that was the scenario. So there were two camps. So one of the camps are the people, the experts, excellent experts, wonderful experts who speak here. And the other camp, as one of them, one group, one team thinks that the situation is not so bad, it's not so dire, that economically. So there will be no big issues, so there are no economic problems, and the regime can continue living like they have been surviving earlier. And in this case, they even strengthened their position, and such people as Alexashenko is one of those, Zukarevich is one of those, the members of that group. So the way to look at it from the economic position, their position is whereby the system is very inertial, high inertial, such a huge country with such a big economy as Russia, so nothing happens quickly, nothing happens rapidly. And the second group, and I'm part of the second group, jointly with Mr. Gutkov and Daniel Treisman, whereby the group decides that what we see now is a radical change of the regime that will bring about very serious implications, economic implications as well. I will try to prove it. If you look at so at Vedomosti, there is an article that was published yesterday. So a canon against butter, I think. So actually, it studies the Kudrin position and Gurevich position. So which is the position of national economists. And so the essence of this article is that there is already a self-absorbing funnel, like a black hole, related to the redistribution of not only just reduction of investments, but with redistribution of investments of the state in favor of the military-industrial complex. And Gurevich speaks about the relationship of Russia with the rest of the world. So Russia is 2.9% of the global economy, but with the expenditure, so then reported for the next 3 years and for the next 20 years of Russia related to the military-industrial complex, its share by 2025 will go down twice. So, I mean, economic contribution to the global GDP, and then so you can see the rest. And so a very interesting article, very broadening and insightful, and but very pessimistic article. And the third bifurcation, which is important, between the empire and I would both outside and inside, and the national state. And what we see now is a collapse of the empire project in the form Putin was promoting it earlier, so meaning there's this unification around Russia, different countries into some kind of Eurasian Union. So that was the idea. he was proponent of this idea. Now this Eurasian project, if it's still named that way, so it will be a project in completely different territorial framework. So we added Crimea, and so this is defense within which so this Eurasian project will develop if we do not snatch away another piece of the eastern Ukraine, God forbid. So then the logic is obvious. So after we took part of the neighboring states, state arguing that we have ethnic Russians there, so certainly we understand that Kazakhstan, so another neighbor state, cannot be, so will never go for any serious integration with us, and that is why taking care of the Russians in Crimea turned out that 20 million ethnic Russians in Kazakhstan so became hostages, and this is a very serious and negative result as well, because we didn't have enough soft power to continue integration, so we're not as attractive for the countries around us, so we decided to use the harsh force, and actually it severed the possibility to use soft power, because no Russian world, no work with our compatriots abroad, now is irrelevant beside the point in view of the new circumstances. And what's important here, and so that very negative effect on what has occurred, is the impact on society. So all the taboo are lifted. So 80% support, we can see what has been done. So this is euphoria, propaganda, etc. So then 80%, so the absence of the free media, so that could provide more multifaceted picture. And that's the reason. But then, so the 20 years of development of our society, so creation of certain checks and balances, certain perceptions of the law, of social texture, it's all just, so the society has been thrown back, and so the degradation of society is very important and negative result of what has happened. But since we're talking about the empire, then naturally, so then another implication is the risk of disintegration of Russia, because Russia by itself, inside its own borders, it's part of the empire, and those pieces that are not ethnic Russians. So now they sooner or later they may want to gravitate to another country, or as there's the centrifugal force may become stronger one day. And then the last choice that is germane to what I'm talking about, the global world, is the choice between the East, China, and the West on the other side. And this is a very, it's an about face, not necessarily economic, geostrategic, but it's mental about face as well. Which didn't happen overnight. It is true that so then the road to Chinese investments is open, so certainly on different conditions and terms than the Western investments. But there are challenges, and they are related to the fact that China is a partner. Certainly, it's attractive because it does not doesn't look at human rights, so they're not concerned with that, and so our country is much more democratic than China, and in some respects not much more democratic than China. But in what capacity do they need us? That's important, because China is a heavy economic partner, and so they're cumbersome. So Gazprom took many years to bargain the price of gas with them, but now just we have a weak position in these negotiations because it's not diversification any longer. Because now the situation in the West is worse, and it means that our bargaining power is much less, and so we're weaker there on that account. So now let me try to go into some details. And the first point is that the logic for the confrontation with the West, it's not situational in its essence, and it has it's related more to the domestic policy than international policy. And let me explain what I think it is. In my view, the evolution of the regime that we've been watching since the year of 2000, it logically brings about, comes to the point to what we see today. So we can see this oligarchic regime, control over the economy through state corporations, and partly through private business that is owned by very few new Putin's oligarchs, because he removed the old oligarchs and then he brought in the new oligarchs, so closer, and as Nemtsov. So they were not even oligarchs. They were 15 years ago. They were not even businessmen, and so they were different people. They were sports athletes. So they were his drinking buddies. So they were just driving the same car like Chemizov. But now they are. So there are a dozen of people who control the country, and who at a certain point of time just faced a choice. Those guys, very simple choice. So either then the economic development could have developed towards the bigger integration of Russia into the world economy and opening up the country, and then in this case, so then economic growth would have been established, but the monopoly would have been lost, and the control over the country's economy would have been lost. And so then, but in the second scenario, the economy would be shrinking, but the monopolistic control of that dozen over the economy would sort of make a rational choice, and so they do what's more profitable for them. And what happened in February, March? So it was not accidental. So it had been in the works for some period of time. So some elements of that preparation we could see even starting from summer, fall last year, and so you can say if you scrutinize what was happening after the presidential elections. And this was a strengthening of control by power over the economic and political elite, and that was very telling at that time. And control the society, and so the media control, and so using some repression against those who were against. What's next? I think that unfortunately. So the good news, from the good news, we can say the following. So there's only one good news, that all political process sped up quickly. Because while the regime could hope that it would take several years in that condition just to mark the time, not to make any decisions, slow, but now just everything has sped up. But from the viewpoint of negative evolution, so the sped up negative components have sped up, and so because we quickly get to a certain logical conclusion, logical point, logical dead end, but anyway, so these processes they go very fast right now. So let me illustrate my point, so how this system is transforming itself. So first, the institutions which are weak are still weakening. So, for example, the government, which is not a body of strategic or even day-to-day management. So we can see it on the example of the political parties, 77 political parties, but they play a little lesser role than it was a couple of years ago. And what's important is out of 77 parties that came up like mushrooms after the rain. So we can see that there is only 2-3 parties that are where they can criticize what is happening. So Yavlinsky's voice was critical. So he was born in Lvov. And like Zhenya Gontmacher, so then the voice of Ryzhkov, who we just even don't know who is. So which party he's the leader of, we don't know even. And Navalny, who spoke very harshly and spoke very forcefully, and that is why he is under home arrest. And maybe just he can move into a less comfortable place. So these functions, these managerial functions, they move. They're less formal now to such authorities like a commission headed by Mr. Sechin. So the strategy of development of the fuel and the energy complex and etc. Or just other less official, less visible. So Kovalchuk controls the media environment, and so we never saw this kind of monopoly in the media. Then we have Shkolov, who controls the special agencies. Sechenov controls oil and gas. And so the second very important line is building the police state. In a fully fledged police space. So then these special agencies have been given additional police authority concerning business and the citizens, strengthening the controlling, monitoring component, the reduction, widening the practices of shortened trial. So when a person admits his crime and he admits his guilt, then there's no need even to collect evidence. And then the collateral effect is so then the conflicts how they settle between these special agencies. Because if there is no outside control over the secret agencies, the only way is to pit them against each other, and so then to keep the balance of power and just to diminish that they will slip the leash, so that's to avoid the danger. There's a conflict between the FSB and the Ministry of Interior on the one side, and then about the economic crime business. So more and more people are involved, new arrests are involved. So it's a very powerful campaign, a company, and so there are many arrested, many indicted from the former Minister of Interior generals and colonels. And then there is this the MVD2, so Minister of Interior number 2. So the Duma is a very strong special agency with its own investigatory power, questioning powers, etc. And then the nationalization of the elite. So this is related to global world. So building the system of total control over the incomes and property of management elite, which allows to control them better, to monitor, to scrutinize them better, and to make this elite more vulnerable. Then bans on and restrictions for the bureaucrats to own property, assets, money, accounts, so then a de-offshorization of business, so punishment of the guys like Serdyukov, the former. So then the cadre cleansings, soft cadre cleansings, so it go under the flag of corruption, so mergers and acquisitions, transformation of agencies and institutions and structures, a mass campaign to cleanse the staff, so the cadre cleansing. Not only in the Ministry of Interior that are going on, but in the regions and
also in the regions. And another thing that we discussed once, this is kind of a foolproof system. Should any system should be foolproof that will not allow a fool to put his hand into the mechanism and spoil his hand and spoil the tool. So these were the relatively free mass media, and then the parliament as a tool, control tool, direct election for the governors and NGOs, and now experts. And what we see is pushing out of experts, squeezing out and getting rid of them, or the allies are not needed anymore. On the other hand, this is the last resort of foolproof system. So the last people who still could tell something to the authorities about the not in a non-complimentary way about the decisions. So then again, experts and UCOS and those witch hunt that we see, firing people who negatively respond to the situation. And then, in view of that, I wanted to say a few words about the Western sanctions, the measures that are now considered to be as a decoration of some fun. But the sanctions that have already been announced and launched do not have a quick effect, but they are rather serious, and many things have not been announced. Actually, it's clear that in the situation when a country or the regime acts in an unpredictable manner, violating all possible rules and claiming that they have the right to do so. So any business without any, except some very risky investment, will not venture into this country, having a fair concern that political decisions may be made that will actually kill those investments, depreciate. And the third wave of sanctions that we may see, and probably not, which is, but because it's already quite serious compared to the previous two, but it's not in the sanctions. The matter is that we locked the door to modernization and joined activities with the countries that could help us, at least with a reasonable period of time. And we are having this way, the time of demodernization. So we were, during the tandem times, we were pretending to modernize, and now we are turning into the opposite direction. So let me show another few lines of the transformation. Stricter control of the information space and canceling the last islands of free speech, and then the judicial power undermining, and then economic consequences and horizontal rotation, and so on and so on. And so, trying to conclude, I would say that half a year ago, when we were presenting scenarios by 2025, so we were not unique in saying, when you have a team, it's difficult to offer something unique. We had three scenarios: status quo scenario, positive, a good optimistic scenario that we called Perestroika 2, and a negative, we call it Stalin Light. Now that we revise scenario, we have this Stalin Light. Every half a year, Ministry of Economic Affairs revise their scenarios, and the worst case scenario becomes the best case. Now we have that Stalin Light. Seems status quo has disappeared because it has been disintegrated, and the trends that are ongoing and that try to depict are very negative, and now the Stalin medium scenario coming to mind. If you wish, I will illustrate in different direction what it includes. And the worst case scenario is the one that I would call anti-perestroika, when the authorities initiate some things and free the dark forces that open the Pandora box, then that get out of control. Just like in Perestroika, they got out of control first, and then they gain momentum to the authorities, and the authorities have to run to avoid being squashed by those dark forces, and then they get kicked out, and the situation gets out of control. And in my opinion, this danger of such scenario to nationalism, to clashes of different types of nationalism cannot be excluded. And in order to wrap up with some positive comment, let me no, please pause. I don't have anything positive in my, because I'm so tired of well, even the thing we are here, the fact we are here and still discussing options is a positive fact by itself. Pray for it, pray harder, and then I hope we shall go on and evolve further. And I think if we try to find a positive hue to this palette, as my colleague Kant Maher said, that now the society is brought to such a state of this strange euphoria, or fermented by some nationalism, by outburst of feelings that have been boiling for 20 years, of this national humiliation, loss of status, of great power, we have now shown. And this outcome cannot be quick, simple, and easy. And we cannot get out without being hit with a stick on the head and understanding how bad and difficult it was. And we may see the situation, consider the situation as positive, just thinking that each of us now has to think under the circumstances independently, to ponder, to consider what's good, what's bad, what the country needs. And the situation of fatherly protection that has been cultivated by the authorities, on the other hand, was very convenient to most of the people who are used to be paternalized and protected and cherished and nourished. And so probably I'm afraid the price will be too high. We shall have to pay dearly, but we can still hope. Then the society will get out when it happens. So far, I don't see any, but it will get out more mature, devoid of old perceptions of a great power who everybody dared to kick. And my sadness and care is that many of the processes that we observe now, and we're used that, every day tomorrow is similar to today. And in this respect, we do not have a feeling of desperation, loss, and irreversible damage. And I believe that many things that have been done wrongly can be reversed, but the price, the cost, the effort is going to be too high. But there is still hope. Yeah, he said with optimism. Mm-hmm. So we squeezed a drop of optimism out of the colleague, but now we can talk in a very objective, unbiased manner. So, my lady, the floor is yours. Thank you. My name is Justyna Prosatychowska from Poland, and just like some people joke, I represent something that does not exist, the Center of Polish-Russian Dialogue and Consent. These are bad people who joke this way. We still keep talking. We have dialogue and consensus with Russians. My question about the scenario Stalin medium, Stalin hard. We can imagine. Could you please describe and elucidate the differences and the specifics and the external component and politics, including the military component, potential military? How can it be present in such scenarios? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'll try to briefly describe the Stalin medium scenario, but as I'm not a military expert, fortunately, I think that the impression about some bad news first, and to do with very negative consequences, global consequences, when we have consummated the Budapest agreement, according to which Ukraine got guarantees for security in exchange for lack of non-proliferation of nuclear weaponry. So now the whole doctrine has been undermined. It's clear that if you are the North Korea and you have nuclear bomb, you will be criticized and the foreign troops will not poke their noses to you. But if you are Ukraine, a country much more powerful economically and located in Europe, but you do not have a nuclear bomb, a nuclear bomb, you do not have protection from such intrusions. And even in Ukraine, we hear appeals and statements from prominent people to restore the nuclear potential as the only guarantee of security. And all other countries who watch attentively what's happening, make relevant conclusions. And I believe that there is no big military threat from Russia, except probably Ukraine. Russia is no military threat, and saying that we are up from our knees and now we're a military superpower just because we see what happened would be wrong. Because there was an operation well prepared and duly performed that demonstrates Russia having special forces, not very extent not very big, but specially targeted for such a point operation. But you never compare the military potential of Russia to military potential of the Soviet Union. And in Gorovich article that I mentioned, remember Kudrin left the government just on the wave of the conflict on military grounds that he considered absolutely irrational and absolutely a huge burden for the country, because this is a hole where you can pump in exorbitant money, and they already pour in, and 60% growth over the next 4 years proves it. And the other budgets, like for smart economics and for human capital development and social potential, drastically shrink. And speaking about the Stalin media scenario, for me, what's happening primarily has to do with domestic policies. Not because I do it, but because this is probably the main target, and international consequences, more or less negative, is a side effect, adverse effect. So what is done for the domestic. Yes, I understand it, but I would like to know what are the external actions, the international actions that are necessary for. In spite of your status of foreign citizen, I I actually have to reprimand you. If you want to speak up, please ask me, so that I wouldn't just sit here for nothing. Just to sugarcoat the pill, I want to tell you that you don't have to be desperate about the dialogue. Just the mere fact of your presence here says that confirms that the dialogue is ongoing and the school will continue, because Poland is our favorite partner, beloved ally, beloved neighbor. You want to add? Microphone. I just wanted to thank you for your words. Thank you. So briefly, let me just finish about the Stalin Minium. In economics, it's complete state, or rather, Putinization or statinization of economics and business. I mean Putin's oligarchs, and then improving their further militarization and turn to militarization of economics. So Easternization, demodernization because of confrontation to the West, where liberalization of economics and dismantling of market tools. You can read that there are some books of Glasiev, one of ideologies of such economic development, who who supports his position, saying that in the crisis we now have to change the technological structure. Russia is hopelessly lagging behind, and catching up in the Kondratiev cycle that's now finishing is impossible. And I understand that the Glasiev's idea is in several years of unique opportunity, we can still jump into the new technological train and become one of the leaders there. In my view, this all would be broken against the fact that the resources that in the third Kondratiev structure have been the key, and in the present core are still important. And the further we go, the higher role belongs to the intellect and human capital, where we have more and more issues, and less role belong to the natural resources, mineral resources, which we have different and in abundance, but that cannot allow us to become the technological leader. And as for the power, so again, dismantling of the democratic declaration, hypertrophy of enforcement, then purification, cleansing, and other things. And it's important to understand that there is a revolving spiral. It doesn't mean that there is a plan to do the way I describe, but after we have made the first steps, the authorities will have to continue in the same direction. As for the relations between the center and the regions, on the background of appealing to federalize Ukraine and centralization, further unitarian nature, and the trends do not change in ideology. They have been shaped, and they continue. Isolation, xenophobia, strict anti-Western course, strict loyalty to the state, faithful. So negative background when you search for traitors, for defection, and then mobilization of the state on the basis of nationalism with constructing a relevant ideology. As for the international policy in Stalin media, so strict opposition to the West, ideologically, politically, economically, so expelling Russia or going out of international clubs, exiting the international clubs, so blocks with the countries, and then you can continue Cold War with the if you can afford it. But when your economic system is down, it is kind of an outburst of negative energy that is now taken as strength and assertiveness, with further decline to countries of the second row. Then again rebuilding of the system of satellite countries like quasi-USSR, like east of Ukraine, and the external ring of enemies, and then approaching China as a small younger brother, and then arms race. And the 2 days ago I saw the Security Council on Arctic areas where they outlined main conflicts. So these are the main features of such a scenario. Stanislav. Stanislav Stanksy, thank you for the lecture. I would like to start with a small preamble. 100 years ago, First World War broke out. So Hungary and Germany were perceived as aggressors, especially Germany, who invaded Belgium. And then over 4,000 prominent people in Germany passed a manifesto whereby they tried to protect their country from international negative reaction. So they wrote down there a list of lies. They declared that it's Germany that wants to protect the culture and the values. And trust us, we shall be able to bring this war to an end as a civilized nations with the heritage of Goethe, Beethoven, and Kant being as sacred as our hearts and homes. Over 4,000 artists and culture leaders in Germany, 100 years ago. So I have a question, 2 questions. Do you see our experts' view, Andrei Zubov opinion about Hitler and Putin to win for the territorial war? And this autumn in the Crimea and Sevastopol we have elections. We shall have elections next fall. Do you think the Russian intelligentsia should ignore this election? Considering that just by participating, we shall make them look legitimate. Before passing the mic to the expert, I wanted to remind Stanislav that someone was fired for such comparisons. No, the court has reinstated. It looks like a different branch of law will apply. So the precedent law, the case law, probably applied because Zubov is a member of the election commission. So I didn't really bother to enter some commission, but just like any comparison, any parallel, the fact that people think about it and discuss is very important. Probably there is no direct comparison, but there are some consideration. It would be probably logical just to remind about it. Yesterday we were discussing in our team what was happening to the society, and there were several threads or leverages to do this mobilization of society, and the fascism was one of the main lines of discussion, saying that in the Crimea and eastern Ukraine we protect our brothers from fascists, meant kind of appealing to the part of each and every soul that is responsive and which will justify any actions and means, and therefore the authorities hate and getting very edgy and nervous when this parallel turns in a different direction. As for the election,
we have not tackled up this subject as a serious political factor, but one should not forget about the Crimean Tatars, who have their their views, and Mr. Gemilov has been prohibited from entering the Russian Federation for 5 years, of which a de facto part now is Crimea. Now, this is a very dangerous thing. Mr. Putin has generally been very cautious in matters like that, and he even had a conversation with Mr. Gemilov. Given that 9/10 of the Crimean Tatars live in Turkey, and they play a significant role in the intellectual and political community of Turkey. And from that standpoint, going for confrontation with the West, Russia can hardly afford yet a conflict with Turkey. And the Crimean Tatars are very well organized, mobilized, and they have positioned themselves as proponents and champions of the Ukrainian independence and the Ukrainian statehood. I think that elections have to be considered on the basis of some political relevance, and I think that any elections, even the frauded elections, are better than no elections. In this sense, one could agree with Vladimir Lenin. If there is a legal opportunity to participate in the elections, and the elections is not just about voting, elections is also about an agenda, and a political agenda, and a public discourse. In this sense, I am more of a proponent for elections. So I think that there is every sense to participate in elections, even if there are such gross falsifications. Rasul Kadiev, alumnus of 2010. I lived in Crimea up until I was 12, and I came back from Crimea a week ago on Sunday. I have a question to the experts. Do you not believe that the Russian experts, talking about annexion, do not take into account the opinion of the Crimean population, and they ignore the political will of the people in Crimea, which may indeed have a very adverse effect on the Russian regions. Do you not think that experts have gone along the path of rendering legitimacy? Everybody talks about politicians, but the will or the desire of the people remains unnoticed. Well, I think that this country has gone through and seems to be continuing to be going through a very a whole number of attempts but there have been many attempts to secess, and with all due respect to the will of people, I'm more than sure that the majority of people in Crimea, under the economic and the political duress, when people were told that if you join Russia, your salary will go up or your wages will go up 3 times, I think that most people were pro-Russian. It's true. Even if the referendum had been 100% honest, I'm sure that the majority of people in Crimea would have voted for what they for the entry into Russia. The other question is how the referenda are conducted, and legally speaking, it is impossible to say that this referendum was in any way illegal. And generally, Russia would, of course, wanted to see Crimea as a unique case, just as Kosovo is regarded as a unique case for the West. And the Crimean case would not be viewed by the Russian government as a precedent for say Chechnya or Dagestan. So indeed, there is this danger. The Russian government has dismantled a number of taboos and created a whole number of precedents, which are quite dangerous, precarious to us. Don't trouble, as they say. Don't until trouble troubles you. So. Mr. Navalny's post in his blog was very sensible because he, as a reasonable Russian nationalist, supported the will of the Crimean Russians, asked a legitimate question: if the Russians would be prepared to face the consequences of a very similar referenda by the peoples of the Northern Caucasus or Tatarstan, for instance. So indeed, the question is that the central government was in a very favorable financial situation. Now we're going down, and such precedents will continue to repeat. So when I'm talking about experts, I first of all, I would like to talk about the Constitutional Court, because the Constitutional Court took within about 2 hours a verdict about the constitutional validity of the referendum in Crimea. Sergei Terehkin from Yaroslavl, alumnus of 2010. Let me remind you that apart from the 3 names you've given, there is also Boris Nemtsov, yet another oppositionary politician who is a deputy of Yaroslavl, who has also voiced his opinion about the Crimea more than once. I have for about 3 years, I have been working in inter-regional relations between a region in Bulgaria and the Yaroslavl region. Over the past 3 months, our relations have been strained because of the events in Ukraine. We can't arrive at an agreement with these Bulgarian colleagues, so we can't sign this agreement on friendship and partnership because of the overall tensions associated with the situation in Ukraine. How soon do you think will the Russian-Ukrainian relations get back to normal? And a personal question, in your personal opinion, how long would the Ukrainians in the west and in the center of the Ukraine continue to be full of animosity towards the Russians? Well, unfortunately, I think that your generation will have this stigma. I think that we have problems in our relations with Poland, the roots of which go back into history. Such things are not easily forgotten. And And I think that Mr. Zubov spoke about this. The verve of his speech was not so much about comparing Mr. Putin with Hitler, which he didn't do, but he said that the Russian and the Ukrainian peoples were fraternal peoples, have been, and what is and has been happening lately. It is not that we're creating foes out of our brothers, but we are also changing ourselves. There is the poll of Levada Center about the attitude of Russians towards other countries. For the first time, in history, the number and the percentage of people who are critical or negative in their attitude to the European Union has exceeded the number of those who are pro-European in the Russian polls. And today, in about we're seeing these negative trends. So clearly, the Ukrainians, the majority of the Ukrainians, believe that Russia's policies are inadmissible. Of course, we're talking about the current situation. It would be good if that ends with that. So far, Mr. Putin has said that Ukraine has failed as a state, and it is assumed that people in the west of the Ukraine are pro-fascist, and the rest of the Ukrainians are our brothers. So Crimea is, I think, a special case, not because I think that there were any legal grounds for what Russia did, but because even within Ukraine, Crimea was perceived as not the core of Ukraine. Think about Mr. Putin's big press conference that he was trying to make an impression of a pacifying rhetoric, but in the West, the observers immediately took notice of his illiterate conclusions about a Novorossiya, which he called a province in the Tsarist times with the head the rhetoric that we see and the actions which we witness may indeed harm our relations with the rest of the world, as they already have done so. We can see that the number of victims is increasing in the east of Ukraine, and this situation is not controlled. It is getting out of control. Neither in Crimea nor elsewhere would we have observed this situation if people had thought differently. But the negative consequences for the Ukrainian statehood and the insult, the injury that the Ukrainians are feeling are not exhausted by the events of today. So unfortunately, I think that our relations may well get much worse for several generations to come. A question from Georgia, Nodari. Nodari is our alumnus from Georgia. He's alone from Georgia. We have quite a few Georgian alumni. We welcome you. We very much like that you're here. Thank you very much, Nikolai Vladimirovich. I'm alumnus of 2008. We do not divide. We do not make a division line between the state and the people often, but it seems that the state and the people seem to be synonymous. Do you believe that it is possible to view politics from this angle? The division between the state and the society. The governments change, but the peoples persist. So on Crimea, the opinion of the people or the society and the state may coincide, but this is by far not the case in every situation. Could you evolve on that through the Russian prism? I think that people change, but people stay, and the governments change. After all, Mr. Putin is not forever. Well, I think that this is one of the key questions, what you have said, especially with respect to the foreign policy. The fact that we do not have a clearly defined we do not have a clearly defined national interests in the foreign policy. And what we are viewing today is often reduced to corporate interests and even personal interests rather than national interests. And it is my candid belief that what we have been seeing is quite contrary to Russia's national interests, but maybe in line with the interests of the regime. And unfortunately, as every other nation, every country, including this country, we are seeing a situation when the government is acting based on its own interests rather than the interests of the society and the interests of the people. And the position of being criticized and the position of the critics in this respect is different. Each of us, unfortunately, takes part in this common action. If the society are not in a position to force the government to act out of the national interest, it is also the blame of the society, the guilt of the society. Serop Gevorkian from Armenia. I have been invited as a visitor. I'm alumnus of the Armenian School of Political Studies, and if we compare, let us not take the example of Crimea. Let us take the global standing or the global stance of Russia. I think that this crisis derives its existence from a coup in the Ukraine, and this might have led to the Ukrainian government, the current Ukrainian government, have arrived at the powerhead through illegitimate means, and this may indeed become a true threat to the Russian Federation. Do you not think that there has been a role? And could you also give a comment Do you believe that the participation of Russia in the Syrian conflict would dwindle? Do you think that Russia will refrain from any active policies in Syria? Thank you. Well, your first question. In my view, with or without Crimea, Ukraine, with this confrontation and closing down of the system, is in many ways determined by the inner logic of the development of this system. The events themselves were influenced by the European Union to a certain part. It is also well understood that there is no reactive nature. What has happened is probably too serious to be explained by, say, the personalist authoritarian decisions. And I think that it is enough to see. Let's think about the Security Council and the UN, who has supported Russia apart from Armenia. Armenia, which is heading for the customs union, Zimbabwe, Syria, North Korea, Sudan, Bolivia, Nicaragua, and I think that this is an indicator of isolation in which Russia has found itself. So it is one thing to compare the situation with Kosovo. It is another thing to build the policies based on some agreement or support of a part of the international stakeholders. Indeed, what has happened could have happened in a different way in 6 months, but we're talking about the logic of the development of this regime, which in 2012 entered the phase of confrontational relations with the West. A regime which is most of all interested in retaining of its power and its monopoly position in the economy. And your second question about Syria. Yeah. Yes, my second question about the influence of Russia in the Syrian conflict. We know that last year the Russian diplomacy indeed averted the bombardments of Syria. What about now? Well, I think that the authority of Russia in the foreign policies has been severely compromised by the latest events, and in the foreign policies we see this like a swing. Mr. Putin was like a jubilant during the Valdai Forum last year because he was able to avert the intervention in Syria. 2 months pass and the situation changed to its opposite. So I think that the problem of this swing or this seesaw is that the pendulum is more and more going to the negative extreme, including this modicum of a triumph with respect to Syria. Colleagues, we have to observe the time schedule. It's 1 minute past 4. I would like to thank Nikolai Petrov for this session. We shall break for 28 minutes.
Прошу. Джон, ты сказал ему, что он говорит не больше 10 минут?
Нет, 20 минут. Первый будет 20. Да, да.
Хорошо.
У него
Ну, первый будет.
готовился к докладу.
Дай мне, пожалуйста. Так, я выключить должна. Так, я вас попрошу тоже выключить все.
Please, so will you turn off your cell phone? I would like to. I wanted to really concentrate, please. So let's get to work. I wanted to talk about how this idea of this session came about. So why we decided to organize it, because we have a very close friend, and unfortunately he's in the traffic jam right now. And so he'll join us in 5-10 minutes, and he will. Viktor Golyshev, one of the most wonderful persons, so he's this great translator of written from English into Russian, so literally translator. A wonderful literary translator and translator of literature, and he always presents us with wonderful books. And then all of a sudden, he drew our attention to prose and McEwan, and he translated so wonderful books of Ian McEwan. And I visited London some time ago. I was meeting with John Lloyd, my friend, and I said that this wonderful translations. So it would be great if it could be just transposed into the Russian language, and invite this wonderful person who wrote those books to Golitsyn, and then John promised that this I'll give it a try, and McEwan is here as a result. So this he has been invited. He agreed, and I'd like to welcome with a round of applause. So a wonderful British writer, Ian McEwan, and for us it's a great honor. And so he came a long distance jointly with his friend, an intellectual friend, Zakharia Leader, who is with us as well, Zakharia Leader. So who will make a presentation too. He's the official biographer of Sam, and so who you know very well because he's been translated into Russian. And for us it's a great honor as well, because this idea of this session, the whole point is to talk about freedom and personal responsibility, and generally about freedom. So Viktor Golyshev has joined us. And so we'll put it together next to Ian McEwan. I'll put him next to Ian McEwan. So let's welcome Viktor Golyshev as well. I'll be sitting next to Ian McEwan. And I remember I asked Mark Dadyan, so for some reason just he went through another door. So what I should say about Viktor Golyshev in presence of this audience who have not yet had a chance to read his wonderful translations, literary translations. And Mark Dadyan said, so tell him that he is the guardian of literature, as it is. He's the guardian of literature. And so I think that would be right. And John Lloyd, so he organized this meeting, and so we took time to prepare. So 3 months. It took us 3 months to prepare this meeting, and that is why this session is going to. So we'll talk about personal freedom, personal responsibility. It has to do with this literature and culture. Why? It's because we all, when we go to school, we understand to what extent culture matters for us to be modern people from the social, civic point of view. And so I think that I will just, St. John Lloyd will be moderating, and then so you know him also, but Maxim Trudolyubov will participate in this meeting as well, in the discussion as well, and who is doing the best paper, which is Vedomosti paper. So that's okay. Over to John. So as Lena was saying, so we're lucky because we have two leading writers, and so. The biographer, so Zach Leader is a famous biographer and a famous novelist in Great Britain and in the world as well. And I'd like to follow up and say that they came to Russia to speak to you, naturally, but certainly they agree with the ideals and the way the Moscow school functions, and that's why they fall in with these ideas, so they are germane to these ideas. That's why they came. Now just I will...
your sets. Yeah. First, Zach is going to speak. Zach, as you've heard from Lena, from me, is a biographer, and he's the official biographer of Saul Bellow. Saul Bellow is one of the great American writers of this and past century. And he has, and Zach will speak about this, his past is in Russia. His family lived in St. Petersburg, and before that in the Pale of Settlement, who were Jewish. And then they emigrated, and Saul Bellow grew up until he was about 8 in Canada, and then went to the United States. So Zach will present that, and we'll have some reflections on Russia and the Russian soul. And then we'll go over to our panel, which I'll introduce when we come to that. So, and then what we want after people here have spoken, after Zach has spoken, and then again later after the break, when Ian will speak, we want you to come in with your comments and your questions, as I know you will. So first of all, Zach, many thanks for coming. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Is that right? I'm honored to come speak to you. I'm very grateful to John Lloyd, who I think invited me because he read the first chapter of my biography, which is coming out next year in April 2015, which is the centenary of Saul Bellow's birth. The first chapter of the biography is entitled Russia, Abraham, and Abraham is the name of Bellow's father. Bellow was the only member of his family not to be born in Russia. His two older brothers and sister, and his parents were Russian. And I argue in the beginning of this biography that his Russian inheritance is important to him, both as a writer and as a man in his life at the desk and away from the desk. I want to begin, so I'll read little bits from the first chapter. I'll talk for about 35 minutes. But I want to begin with an anecdote that opens the biography in the introduction. You know, Bellow was probably the most decorated writer in American history. He won the Nobel Prize for Literature. He won 3 National Book Awards. He won a Pulitzer Prize. He won the Formentor Prize. He won the American Academy of Arts and Letters Gold Medal for the novel, rather a rare and distinguished degree. And the French Republic declared him Chevalier des Arts et Lettres. For most of his life, he was the most highly regarded novelist in the United States. But at his death in 2005, just before his death, on his deathbed in Brookline, Massachusetts, where he was coming in and out of consciousness, For a moment, he looked up, and there a friend of his was sitting at his bedside, a professor of English at Brandeis University. The man's name was Eugene Goodhart. And Bello looked at him, his eyes opened, and said, "Was I a man or was I a jerk?" Now, jerk is a slang American phrase. It means a sort of fool, but a really irritating fool. And it's a Bello phrase. Bello's language is famed for bringing together the street and the ivory tower. He's a high cultural and low cultural mixer in a sort of zesty and energetic, but also sensitive and powerful way. But it's not jerk. That's not the word I'm interested in this context. The word I'm interested in is man. Was I a man or was I a jerk? Now, by man, in this context, Bello meant mensch, which is a Yiddish word, or he meant it as a Yiddish word. And a mensch is someone you can rely on, is someone with human qualities. A mensch is someone admirable, responsible, a person of character. Being a mensch need have nothing to do with success or status or wealth. What mattered at the end of his life, this anecdote seems to suggest, was the life he led as a man, okay? Which is important for a literary biographer who's trying to bring together the life as well as the work. Now, at this point, I want to move on to this is something I'll come back to in the talk, this business of what it is to be, what he felt it was to be a man. The first chapter, the chapter about Russia, doesn't begin in Russia, it begins in Montreal. And it's a story that I was told that was important in the Bello family. It's about a moment of domestic violence in the life of Bello's father. In the summer of 1923 in Montreal, the father, Abraham, was in trouble. He was deep in debt. He had a wife and 4 children to feed. He had failed in a succession of jobs. He failed as a farmer, as a baker, as a dry goods salesman, as a manufacturer, as a junk dealer, as a marriage broker, as an insurance broker. What he was doing at the time was trying to make a living as a bootlegger. It was the Prohibition time, and he was manufacturing bootleg whiskey, and he was trying to sell it both in Canada, but now, for a moment, he hoped to make a great giant sale and sell, to go down through New York and sell it to big, serious bootleggers in New York. So he took all the family's money, and with his partner, all of the partner's money, they rented a truck, and they made a huge amount of bootleg whiskey. And at nightfall, they headed for the border. The plan was to sell to rum runners or bootleggers from New York who were serious criminals. They never made it to the border. They were hijacked on the road. Everything was taken, the liquor, the truck. When Abraham tried to resist, he was beaten, tossed in a ditch, and left to find his way home on foot. The whole family knew about this planned sale, even 8-year-old Saul, who helped to paste fake labels on the whiskey bottles. When morning came and Abraham had not returned, Saul's older brother, a 15-year-old Maury, was sent to find him. He ran to the partner's place of work, and he waited. Eventually, he saw a figure in the distance, running, he said, like the demons of hell were following him. It was his father, in torn clothes, bloody, in tears. Reaching out to him, the boy said, "Pa, Pa, what's wrong?" And in the version of the story told me by Maury's son Joel, in quotes, "Then my grandfather just beat the shit out of my father." Now, to explain this moment, you must know something of Abraham's history. He was born in Russia in 1881, the year of the assassination of Tsar Alexander II. He was born on the border of Belarus and Latvia. His father was a man of great learning and fierce temper. He was a traveling salesman for a wholesale grocer, and this is what Bello's father did as well. He imported Spanish fruit, Turkish figs, and Egyptian onions for borscht. He had red in his beard, like all the men in the Bello family. He drove a hard bargain, and he was alleged to be an extremely learned man in the Talmud and the Torah. His son Abraham went to Hebrew school, and then he went to a yeshiva only briefly, but he was not a man much interested in learning. He was restless, a traveler, a good raconteur. He was quick to anger, very loving one minute, very angry the next. In a 1990 interview, Bello described his father as violent, strong, authoritarian. He seemed to us as children an angel of strength, beauty, and punishment. His affections were strong too. He was a passionate person. Elsewhere, he says he was a very brave person, a very feisty man. Enviably, I think. He was just willing to fight. He called him a furious man, whirling with impatience, a heavyweight tyrant, following the example of his father. Now, Bello's father, Abraham, married in 1905, and that was the year, of course, of great political unrest and widespread pogroms in Russia. And he and his wife moved from inside the Pale of Settlement, the area where most Jews were restricted, to St. Petersburg. And they moved there because they had bought forged papers. They were there illegally. In the period they lived in Petersburg, according to the narrator of one of Bello's novels, Mordai of Heartbreak, the city was, in quotes, a mixture of barbarism and worn-out humanist culture. Bello was especially interested in this novel by Andrei Bialy called Petersburg. And one of the reasons he was interested in it is because it is set in Petersburg from 1905 to 1913, which were exactly the years in which his family lived there. And those were the years in which his two older brothers and sister were born. If you know the novel, you'll remember it swarms with conspirators and terrorists and suspected terrorists and police informers and double agents. Now, Bello's father and mother weren't political in the least, but they lived a very anxiety-inducing existence. Bello describes his father in one of the novels in which his father is thinly fictionalized as nervous as a fox. And in later years, though Bello remembers that his mother talked of how wonderful it was in the Heim, in the homeland, Bello says, well, it was not the Heim or homeland for them. But they were affluent. They did well in Petersburg. They had servants. They had a coachman. They had fine linens. They owned a dacha, which apparently was in Finland. It was a golden time for my mother, said an interviewer. This is the time when the mother, whose name was Lesha, changed her name to Lisa, and when she first read Dostoevsky and Tolstoy. Yet fears of discovery or betrayal remained and were eventually realized. Sometime in 1912 or 1913, Abraham's illegal residence was made known to the authorities. He may have been informed on, or he may have been jailed for failing to pay a bribe, or he may have been late with a bribe, or he was implicated by forgers or their intermediaries. And there's even some possibility that he himself was charged for supplying false papers. And here we touch on a matter that is, I would imagine, is central to what the interests of this particular panel are. The question I would want to ask is, what would it have mattered if one could prove that Abraham Bello was a seller or supplier of illegal papers, as well as a purchaser? Would that make one think differently of him, or make him more of a criminal? The big criminal, his son said. He would bring out a tattered newspaper article that had a picture of him, of the father, and underneath it just said the title was "A Jew Escapes," and was all about his crimes. And he was always taking this out in Chicago, where they eventually moved from Montreal. And his son would say, "The big criminal, look where we came from. Look how fortunate we are," he would say. And the son said all he wanted to do was make a living. A Jew who wanted to make a living in Russia in 1905, certainly a good living, would be unlikely to get anywhere if he obeyed the law. To obey the law 35 years later would get him killed, as it did many of Abraham's and Lesha's relatives who remained behind the pale. The literature of Jewish criminality in St. Petersburg makes just this point. In novels, stories, and poems by or about Jews whose illegal residence and employment in the capital are their only or initial crimes. That an ambitious and energetic illegal resident such as Abraham might get involved in supplying forged papers or bribing officials is neither improbable nor, it could be argued, especially blameworthy, except insofar as it exposed him and his family to greater risk. This background of systematic discrimination and forced, some would say victimless, crime underlay not only Abraham's and his family's subsequent attitudes to the law and the state, but Bello's fascination in his fiction with those who lived outside the law. In his novel The Ghostwriter, Philip Roth presents us with a character who's very much like Saul Bellow. It's pretty clear he's a sort of thinly fictionalized version of Saul Bellow. And the narrator of that novel, who's a character very much like Philip Roth, comments about this Bellow-like character that he was a New World cousin of Isaac Babel, by which he means the Isaac Babel of the Benya Krik stories about the Jewish mobster king of Odessa. Roth writes, the gloating, the gangsters, all those gigantic types. It isn't that he throws in sympathy with the brutes. It isn't that in Babel either. It's their awe of them. Even when they're appalled, they're in awe. Deep, reflective Jews, a little lovesick at the sound of all that un-Talmudic bone crunching. Sensitive Jewish sages, as Babel says, dying to climb trees. It's Babel's fascination with big-time Jewish criminals, with conscienceless Cossacks, with everybody who has had it his own way. Now, not having it his own way was the reality for Bellow's father in Montreal and in Russia, and it had its effect on all the members of the family, even after their various successes in Chicago. Just as they had to flee Petersburg, they had to flee Montreal when the agents of the revenue were after him for bootlegging, and he came illegally to Chicago. But in Chicago, at last, he made a success, and Bellow's brothers became very successful. They were very, very rich as well. The mature Saul Bellow was in his life, from early on, anything but powerless. He was a man who seemed, from the outside, to have had it his own way, more than most. But that is not how it felt to him, often enough for friends, relations, and colleagues to remark on it. Somehow, under deep layers, the old, irremovable feeling lurks that I am a born man slighted. I am a slightee. Bellow wrote that to a friend On the day he received a Guggenheim Fellowship, which at that time was a very high and lucrative honor to receive, but he still felt a slightee. Now, for all the systematic discrimination, for all the difficulties of a life for a Jew in the Pale of Settlement and beyond, Bellow was proud of his Russian heritage in literature, even in politics for a while, and in what he thought of as the Russian temperament. When he was in high school in Chicago, he and his friends, also the sons of Jewish immigrants from Russia, called themselves the Russian Literary Society. We were so Russian as adolescents, he told a friend. As an adolescent, I read an unusual number of Russian novels. I felt it was the Heimat, I felt it was my real home. The children of immigrants in my Chicago high school believed that they were somehow Russian, he writes in an essay of 1993. And while they studied their Macbeth and Milton's poetry, they read Tolstoy and Dostoevsky as well, and then they went on inevitably to read Lenin's State and Revolution and the pamphlets of Trotsky. The influence of Russian literature on Bellow's writing is clear. Dostoevsky is the presiding spirit over his first two novels, and he remains a presence throughout his career. The English critic V.S. Pritchett identifies Dostoevsky's influence in the sense of looseness, timelessness, and space in Bellow's novels and stories, the room they find for philosophical and historical depth, for ideas and theories. It's also there, it could be argued, in the comic depiction, more pronounced in Bellow than in Dostoevsky, but Dostoevsky nonetheless, of the fictional spokesman of these high-flown ideas and theories, even when the ideas and theories are most dangerous or pathological, they're always treated with a little bit of comedy. Tolstoy's influence was more diffuse, a matter of balance or objectivity, as in Bellow's attraction to and intimate knowledge of the world he deplores and seeks to rise above, the world of sensual glamour, of social sophistication and material power. He writes against all these qualities, but writes so intimately about them that you know he's been drawn to them. Pretty soon I'll be unassailable, he joked to a friend, and I can write philosophy like Tolstoy. He writes this in a letter when he was living in a handsome, ramshackle dacha-like house in rural New York, which he bought in 1956, a little, and I don't know if I can pronounce the name, Yasnia Polyana. And at that time he was married to his third wife. He had 5 wives. The third wife he especially liked because her name was Sandra Chakbasov, and it sounded very Russian to him. And also she didn't call herself Sandra, she called herself Sasha, and he thought this was absolutely terrific. So he was getting there. He was going to be a Tolstoy. In politics, the Russian influence also played a part. In a letter of 1990 to someone who had written to him from Eastern Europe, he said, "The great power of 1917 over us shouldn't be underestimated. Among the intellectuals, the revolution was the most prestigious event of the century, and Lenin had an enormous influence. Lenin the thinker, and Lenin as a most desirable human type, the chief representative of a modern intellect, and an example of how intellectuals might obtain political power. We, and I'm thinking of Jewish adolescents in Chicago in the 1930s, he writes, we drew the line at Stalin, and by the time the war began, we understood how wrong we had been about 1917. Marxism, Leninism fell away completely during and after World War II. From that time, the Soviet Union represented despotism in its most boring form." In terms of temperament, Bellow did not at all feel ashamed of his father's fierce and open expression of emotion, a quality he thought of as Russian as well as Jewish. He writes, "The Jews valued Russian emotionalism very much, as long as the emotionalism didn't turn into murder, as often happened. In a 1961 profile of Nikita Khrushchev, he locates the Soviet premier's power and appeal in his emotionalism. He says, "We in the West praise the gray dignity of our soft-spoken leaders, but in our hearts, we are suckers for passionate outbursts." For the Russian scholar in the novel Mordai of Heartbreak, the narrator, he says there's a special Russian asset, which is the belief that Russia is the homeland of the deeper and more sincere emotions. Dostoevsky, among others, promoted this reputation for unlimited passion. At the start of his first novel, Dangling Man, which came out in 1944, Bellow begins by taking aim at the sort of costive, curt, hard-boiled sentences of Hemingway, and very much against the sort of Mandarin allusiveness of T.S. Eliot. And he begins with a series of questions. He says, "Do you have feelings? There are correct and incorrect ways of indicating them. Do you have an inner life? It's nobody's business but your own. Do you have emotions? Strangle them. To agree, everyone in America obeys this code. If you have difficulties, grapple with them silently, goes one of our commandments. To hell with that. I intend to talk about mine." And that's how the novel begins. A final aspect of Bellow's Russian inheritance is the incongruity or unpredictability of the emotions expressed, as well as their intensity and openness. The volte-face, or unexpected turn from benevolence to cruelty and back, is, he believes, a stock feature of Russian life and letters. It is crucial, of course, to the power of the scene, the anecdote which opens my chapter on Russia, when Abraham, looking at the appealing words of inquiry from his son, beats him up. Now, unanticipated, disproportionate reactions, such as Abraham's, apparently have a name in Russian. Proizvol, is that it? Proizvol, of which no closer translation than arbitrariness suggests itself. Dostoevsky's novels are full of these reactions, as are Babel's stories. Both authors are drawn to the sorts of characters who produce these emotions, notably faux bonhommes, or malign buffoons. The prime example of this would be Fyodor Karamazov. And in his article about Khrushchev, Bellow compares Khrushchev to Fyodor Karamazov. All right. Now, at this point, and just to end, it'll take about 5 minutes or so, I want to move more directly to the question of what it means for Bellow to be a man or a mensch. And I want to do so by reference to two works. A novel, his most controversial novel probably, called Mr. Samler's Planet, which came out in 1970, and a wonderful story called The Old System, which he wrote round about the same time and came out in 1968. In both these works, the narrators tell of a heroic figure in their lives. In Mr. Samler's Planet, this figure is Elia Gruner. He is the narrator's nephew. The narrator of Mr. Samler's Planet is Artur Samler, Artur named after Schopenhauer, a Polish Jew who fell in love with England, all things English, and lived as a correspondent for Polish newspapers in London in the 1930s, came back just before the war began, found himself in a concentration camp. His wife was murdered. He somehow or other escaped, and it's his nephew, a wealthy nephew in America, in New York, actually in New Jersey, who rescues him from a deportation camp and brings him to live on the Upper West Side of New York near Columbia University, where he is appalled by everything he sees in the late 1960s. But he much admires this nephew of his who brought him over, who's a rich man, a doctor, a gynecologist. The other admired man in the story, The Old System, is someone, the narrator, who's a scientist, remembers from his childhood an older cousin, cousin Isaac Brown, who is his idea of a mensch, of a man. In the old system, the narrator tells of spending his summers in the Mohawk Valley in upstate New York with his older and loved cousin Isaac and his other cousin Tina. Isaac, he says, embraced the values of the old system, the intuitive, traditional certainties. His sister Tina rebelled against them, but Bellow says she deep down felt them as well. In his youth in the 1920s, Isaac, in quotes, had a mature business face. He was born to be a man in the direct Old Testament sense, as that bird in the sycamore tree was born to fish in water. Isaac is a millionaire property developer, but for all his success in the New World, as a New World businessman, in quotes, the old country dignity was very firm and strong. He had the outlook of ancient generations on the New World. In Mr. Samler's Planet, the nephew, Elia Gruner, is also a millionaire and no less dignified an old system figure. He is, in quotes, devoted to ideas of conduct which seem discredited, which few people explicitly defended. As cousin Isaac grows rich, he becomes more orthodox, an old-fashioned Jewish paterfamilias. He keeps a copy of the Psalms near him all the time, including in the glove compartment of his Cadillac. He does so as active worldly Jews had done for centuries. What set Isaac on the path to his millions was the purchase of a country club, a real estate deal of dubious legality. This country club excludes Jews, and as soon as he buys it, Isaac demolishes the country club and destroys its beautiful golf course and turns them into a shopping center. And the narrator thinks that the ugliness of this shopping center might be a revenge, an unconscious assertion of triumph against the people who excluded him in this WASP country club, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant country club. But then he reflects again and he says all such shopping centers are ugly, so it wasn't that. Cousin Isaac goes on to fill the beautiful Mohawk Valley with housing developments. He is proud of his work, but he builds too densely. He's stingy with his land. Yet he's no miser personally. He lives modestly despite his Cadillac. Now, cousin Isaac is in essential ways in the story untouched by the ugliness and corruption that not only surround him, but that he himself contributes to, or is obliged to contribute to. And this is true also of Elia Gruner, the gynecologist who became so rich. He became so rich initially by performing abortions for the mafia. He doesn't have a Cadillac, he has a Rolls Royce and a driver. And the driver used to drive for the gangster Lucky Luciano, okay? But this doesn't affect the narrator's sense that his nephew is a mensch. How can that be? This is a point. This is a point where I think I should cut a little bit and tell just one little anecdote, and that'll be the end. It has to do with cousin Isaac is so rich that the governor of New York appoints him to a commission to look after the pollution of the Hudson River and the Mohawk River. So he agrees to go on this commission. A boat is sent by the Fish and Game Department, and Isaac and his fellow commissioners tour the Hudson River from Albany to Germantown. The towns were dumping raw sewage into the Mohawk and Hudson. You could watch it flow from giant pipes into the beautiful rivers. Many of the inhabitants of these towns live in dwellings built by Isaac, squalid settlements of which he was proud. He had been so proud. He is revolted by the pollution he sees, but his thoughts are elsewhere. His thoughts are with problems in his family. His thoughts are with God. What he thinks should be done about the pollution is hard to discern. The local communities expected the federal government to pay for sewage treatment, which Isaac thinks only fair since Internal Revenue took away to Washington billions in taxes, but left small money for the local authorities to do anything about the sewage. When no federal help was forthcoming, the local communities pumped their excrement into the rivers. The next sentence reads, Isaac, building along the Mohawk, had always taken this for granted. Interesting thing about the story is you can't tell whether what he means by taken this for granted is taken the polluting of the waterways for granted or taken the assumption that Washington would help for granted. At the end of the boat trip, the state game commissioner fishes an eel from the Hudson and drops the eel on the deck. It was writhing towards the river in swift, powerful loops, tearing its skin on the planks, its crest of fin standing treff, unclean, not kosher, and slimy black, the perishing mouth open. Isaac registers the horror of the eel, then turns away, back to family troubles. Often during business, he thinks not only of the family, but of God at building sites. He says the Psalms, when I consider the heavens, the work of thy fingers, what is man that thou art mindful of him? Well, what I want to draw to your attention here is a notion of man or mensch presented to us in the novel and the story. The deficiencies or inadequacies of the notion are registered. Both the novel and the story refuse fully to endorse this vision of what a good man is, but they admire him. The components of this menschhood, of this man, is faith in a traditional God, okay, love of family, and care for the tribe, and only very secondarily, and with little optimism, concern for the wider community or for the state. Well, this, I would assume, is a gloomy message, rather along the lines of the talks I've heard so far in this gathering, but it is a message that Saul Bellow, one of the most intelligent of American novelists, found himself drawn to in the late 1960s and felt something of on his deathbed. So that's my story.
Zach, thank you very much for that extraordinary piece on Saul Bellow. We're going to turn over for a 5-minute piece from Yuri Petrovich.
Чтобы было удобнее. Ну, я думаю, вы немножко.
So I hope I trust you're slightly baffled. You know, you invited an English writer. You heard a wonderful lecture about an American, a U.S. American writer with of Russian descent, and who wrote about Russia, who thought about Russia, and influenced by Dostoevsky, ideas of Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and so on. And now I was sitting back and thinking. Bellow was an American writer, and he was using the heritage cultural heritage of Russia. And along with that, he caught himself thinking that I thought that today in the morning we were talking about other things, heritage rather of Soviet type. And in this respect, let me quote a very brief three quotes from Russian poets who show, in fact, who depict, who reflect what we discuss. We use this word or expression. So who is the person you copy your life from? Or in Russian we say, do your life out of who? And for what's the purpose of our meetings and talks? Because all of us, we came here, like Dante said, so after passing half of our life track and finding ourselves in some dark forest. But I'm afraid this age is even far behind us. We are far advanced in the second half of our life, the track of our life. We got lost. We are looking for way out. And we are sure that a Russian Dante will appear, who will probably write another divine comedy, a modern divine comedy, to show the way out of the dead end, the stalemate we found ourselves in. And the lines I wanted to quote, one of them belonged to Nikolai Tikhonov, a Soviet poet. With the passion and energy, in these two lines, we judge who he wanted to remind. These people could be made into nails. You couldn't find harder nails in the world. So late 20s. You could make nails out of those people. So during the war, another young poet, Pavel Kogan, who was killed, so from my childhood, I hated oval. From early childhood, I was drawing an angle, but not ovals. And another poet who died of being drunk and fell down on his way home, and was found dead. And Chukovsky wrote about him in his Leningrad Siege novel that was published after the war. When he got drunk as a soldier, he wrote wonderful poems, verse. He was fighting in the north in Norway, and he has a breathtaking cycle, like measure of very breathtaking verse about the soldiers and the war. And he wrote from his biography, because it was an issue. It was painful for him. It's not just Pavel Shubin heartache. It's for all Russian men because the life was such that not many could stand it. And he wrote about himself horrible lines that have to do to those nails, nails made out of people's souls. So he vowed to kind of prevail over this desperation or the pain that he lived through. Lines like that. I forgot. When I remember, I'll continue. The previous lines about the oval just, kind of filled my mind. And so I was quoting it. So we invited Ian McEwan to make an attempt to understand and feel with this outstanding English writer who describes the English society, not historical, not Saul Bellow with his outstanding work, gigantic work. As a rule, his novels are short, 200, 150 pages, very concise, or rather remind detective stories, but not in a conventional sense. When in the detective stories you have some positive character, but I would say they remind, because he would collapse and overlap the biographies, the backgrounds, like Amsterdam, of 4 friends and their life friends. One of them is a composer, another is a journalist, the third is a foreign minister, 4th is an entrepreneur, and all of them meet at a funeral of a woman they were close to, they were intimate, and then a plot started, and a brilliant description of this conflict and drama about it, around it, and in the end, each of them, virtually all of them, commit suicide, except the entrepreneur, husband of the woman in question, whose funeral they attend. And when I was reading this, after I read this novel in the late 90s, and I thought, this is amazing. The English society that seems to us more refined or humane, comfortable for life, turns out no less complicated. And when we look at it through an artistic book, smart people, clever, intelligent people, quite mature, with a career and having completed something in life, they are still people with the emotions and virtues they possess. Do not help much to control their passions, and they still remain they still behave within their biographies and their passions, and this human bondage that probably is the same for everyone, and not by chance. When the human species, unlike the animals, we all belong to one species.
Hence, I think that each and every one of us arrives at the inevitable conclusion that we all belong to one and the same human race. But then why is it that we so often fail to reach agreements when we come together, when we do business, when we make an effort, when we conduct a project? Where is the potential, and what is the pool of our abilities or capacities to live in a more humane way? Why is it that we were having a conversation in the morning, we have gone through a day of sessions and lectures and presentations, we are it is not that we're immersed in pessimism. No, we are not disheartened. But when we listen to the opinions of the experts here, I think that the knowledge of how we live relieves us in part of the burden of this reality. Knowledge indeed imparts to us a certain energy to go forward. So we have invited our friends, and we have invited Ian McEwan to talk about something that we believe is very important, which is personal freedom and personal responsibility. I think that Ian will say a couple of words about himself, about his novels, and maybe about his last book. Thank you.
Also, could you first of all react to what Zach was saying about Bello, and then?
Yes, with pleasure. Is that working? Yes, good. Well, fascinating to get a preview of what's going to be a very significant biography of one of the key figures of 20th century literature. Saul Bellow means a great deal to me. Zach, in passing, right at the beginning of your presentation, you spoke of Saul Bellow's famous high and low quality, that he could be of the street and yet of the ivory tower. And I just want to stay with that, because in saying it's famous, it might not be famous to everyone in this room. And I think it is a most extraordinary quality. For British writers, it has a very, very special appeal. Class, social class, the stratification of society is something that both hampers our society in Britain, but it also is a subject. It has given the texture to some of the greatest of our 19th century novels, and it still remains an element of force in our own writing. We do not have the ease, none of us, I think, of my generation, of slipping so lightly between every level of society. The last writer, I think, who could do this in Britain was Charles Dickens. Saul Bellow has something profoundly in common to the English ear and the English eye with Dickens. To get the quality of the poorhouse and also every strata above it. There's a passage in my favorite Bellow novel, which is called Herzog. To me, it's I often have disputes with my writer friend Martin Amis, who always plumps for The Adventures of Augie March. I think Herzog is the more finished masterpiece, but it is in essence a divorce novel, a man reeling after divorce, writing letters in his mind to famous people, some living, some dead. And he has a lover whose character name I don't remember. Is she a florist, or she's someone who's...
Ramona.
Ramona. And one of the most, I think, perfect 10,000 words in contemporary fiction is to be found in the chapter when Herzog goes to visit Ramona, who adores him, who wants to marry him, who wants to settle him down, who distrusts his poetic wanderings of the mind. And Herzog, while she's preparing supper, goes into the bathroom to wash his hands. Now, it's absolutely typical of Bellow that in the few seconds that he has his hands under the tap, he then launches into a consideration of the human condition in the 20th century. It's a fabulous paragraph. I wish I'd called it off the internet to read you now. I pinched it once to use as the epigraph at the beginning of one of my novels called Saturday. But something you said in your speech brought it all back to me, because the very opening lines as he reaches for the soap is, what is it to be a man? In a century, in a city, in a time of abandoned hopes. And it's a reflection on all those things that you mentioned. The mensch, the man, the century, the disappointed hopes of a revolution that you touched on. And it's also a manifesto as to what literature has to rise to describe. So that's one point I wish to touch on. And the other thing that interested me greatly in what you say is the background of Bellow's life that gave him access to an obsession with and almost lyrical sense of criminality. At the opening of another favorite Bellow novel of mine, Humboldt's Gift, its hero, Charlie Citrine, has made a wrong move in a poker game. His friend advises him not to pay, and a low-lifer, hoodlum, comes after him. First of all, forces him up to the top of a half-finished skyscraper. At another point, is threatening with a gun, and then suddenly ushers him into a lavatory because the hoodlum is so excited and nervous that he badly needs to defecate. And so Charlie Citrine is squashed into a cubicle while this man sits and does his business. And again, in a trance, just in a beautiful moment, Citrine, Bellow, reflects on what we share with all animals. And it's a wonderful, lowering moment, but it's also a moment of great humor. Fascinating now at last, I never knew any of this, to have that criminality put in some kind of biographical context. But I wish, could you come back to that Bellow moment, pre-Ramona, one of the great love scenes too in Bello, I think, full of sweetness and affection, even as his mind is wandering.
Well, it is a. Is this on? Can you?
Yeah.
It is a terrific moment, and Ramona is a wonderful character. She's absolutely determined to marry him, and she cooks him shrimp Arnaud, and she wears frilly underwear, and she's prepared to massage his feet, and she'll do just absolutely everything for him. And he thinks this is terrific, but she won't solve the world's problems, which is what he needs. He needs someone who'll help him to solve the world's problems, and off he goes. This is a novel in which the narrative present is he has been going mad, this character, Herzog, and he spends his time writing letters of protest and inquiry to President Eisenhower, for instance, to Adlai Stevenson. Then he writes to dead philosophers, he writes to Nietzsche and Heidegger. He asks Heidegger, now, when was it exactly that we fell into the quotidian? What year was it? A sort of comic take on quite serious matters, and the way they go together are exhilarating. You're right to emphasize it. It's one of a number of virtues this novelist has, and I gather all his novels are in publication here, and I would recommend them to you. But the fact is, he did not have much faith in politics. He did not. He came from a world of liberal idea, who's surrounded by liberal academics. Adlai Stevenson's hopes of becoming president. He wasn't interested in Adlai Stevenson at all. He was interested in the mob in Chicago. He was interested in Mayor Daley, a big sort of monster of a figure. And in this, it makes me think of the interest of Babel in the Cossacks, in these huge, great figures of power. What does one do? I mean, he feels then that to be a good person, to be a mensch, you must involve yourself in some other dimension. One of the reasons he liked Chicago was because most Chicagoans feel their city is corrupt. They're rather proud of it. Anyway, I veered off. I'm sorry.
No, that's to the point.
Maxime.
Максим Трудолюбов. Good evening. It is quite difficult to try and embed oneself into this conversation. I need a point to an entry point, really. I'm a journalist, and I'm writing about society and economy, what Zakaria spoke about, this dichotomy of a man and a jerk, and the conclusions that one makes towards the end of one's life, talking about this feeling of commonality with one's family rather than with some set of abstract ideas. So the prevalence of the private over the public. I think, I'm inclined to think that today's Western society and today's Russian society are very different situations, both culturally and even temporarily, time-wise, precisely because if we look at such substantial statements by the Russian writers or cultural figures or film directors, we will see that the establishment of this connection with those who are close to us, the establishment of these private contacts and private relations with the few people belonging to one's family, and the ideals. In other words, through certain symbols, we are related to the Russian tradition. And the situation where we are today attests to the contradiction, we feel to be missing a link to our own country. This is a part of our reality. And I think that for a Western person, there is a certain link through institutions to the society. When a Western person is free to join a political party or to participate in the work of any organization, association, or professional or amateur. These things are taken for granted. Whereas in Russia, the set of such links and ties is compromised. It is underdeveloped. And it seems to me that that people from different layers of the society strive to come to the same conclusions, to try and understand how the society can be taught to have a better rapport to those abstract notions which make up the texture of our life. How we can build up the responsibility for what we do as citizens, as taxpayers. These things, unfortunately, have so far remained abstract, and it appears that we, as people who prefer to narrow our communication to the inner circle of family and friends, seem to be more disjoined from the country and the society. It may be that the historical moment that we are living through, this surge of the national sentiment, this surge of political sentiment may be in part an attempt of the government to create a better link between people, but I think that this attempt is not particularly happy, because it would not lead to long-term consequences. I think that creation of such links requires a lot a better understanding. So this is what I would like to say about this difference of the set of contacts or communications that we have in our life, that of our inner circle and that of our place in society. Something that only society can teach us. The set of links with some notions which may to seem in our routine life quite abstract, but still have relevance. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maxim. I have not read in McEwan's books in English, unfortunately, and my English is not as good, but I have read in McEwan's books in the brilliant translation of Viktor Golyshev, one of the most prominent figures in Russia's literary matters. I think we have had a very interesting, very important presentation by Zakaria, by a leader who talked to us about Saul Bellow. This sense of association with the Russian roots, with his family, and the sense of minority of Saul Bellow's literary roots, harking back to the Russian literature. And of course, Saul Bellow may have well read most of his Russian literature in translation. But I think that if Saul Bellow had lived had continued to live in Russia, he would have well understood how much emotion and literature how rich Russia is in emotion and literature, but how lacking it is in many cases in reason and self-possession. I think that I could only live in Russia because I have. It would be very difficult to live in any other society because I come from this country. But I think that Maxim is also right in so far that the absence of such of this reason or logic indeed deprives us of an ability to live as a society on the whole. Only then, if we had had this link, we would have been able to actualize ourselves or to actuate ourselves and to live in a larger world than our little drawing rooms and circle of family and friends. How can we get to the further reaches of a more institutionalized society? But as I've written, as I've read Ian's books, we tend to idealize the life in other countries. We, especially when we lived behind the Iron Curtain, we thought, well, many people in the Soviet Union thought that the West is almost an ideal. And it was through the literature that we understood that people are very much the same. I think that Ian has a very important concept in his books. showing us the world as he sees, stratified society, and how can one still strive for one's freedom depends on the life as. Yeah, Mark is there in the cabin. He has translated quite a few books into Russian. Ian McEwan has an epigraph to one of his books, and I apologize for not having the text in front of me, so I will have to make an impromptu back translation, which is not very happy. But this is about the four friends, the four persons who have come together in this funeral of their beloved. They learn about themselves things, and while they have their social functions and social standing, but in the basis is the jealousy of them being or having been lovers of one and the same woman. Just a few lines. When I last saw Molly, she said, and they want to vex each other because there's a whole entanglement of passions and motives, and I'm sorry for having to back translate this into English, but when I saw Molly last, she said that you're an impotent and you've always been one. That's rubbish. She could have never said that. Of course, you will deny it. We can talk this over in front of the gentleman, or else you can say goodbye. So they have been vexing each other, and this conversation was very short and brisk, and they shook hands, and he said to his assistant, Mr. Linley has kindly agreed to attend the dinner. This might have been a code phrase, and Garman, having turned to them, said to the journalist, a prominent person, Clive Lingley, to emphasize the contradictions and to remain friends. Is this not the essence of a civilized life? When we have a member of the British Parliament sitting here next to me, a civilized life when the opposition and the pro-government party can go and have beer after a heated session at the Parliament is certainly better than what we hear from Mr. Zhirinovsky. But for personal freedom, there is still a lot to grow in every country. I think we only have time for maybe one question. Thank you very much. Svetlana Shmelyova from the alumnus for 2005. I'm very glad that we've had this very at the same time very relevant and very literary conversation. Yuri Sinakosov said that we as humans are very much alike, but how come that we have such rifts and chasms between us? But it appears to me that we see from literature that the difference is not just about in language and how we use words, how we add up words into phrases and sentences, indeed determines in many ways our being, which is a living manifestation of the story of the Tower of Babel. Saying unhappy in saying I'm happy in English is quite a routine thing to say. In Russian, the phrase "я счастлив" would have had a totally different connotation. So it is certainly through language that we have our perceptions, and I'm very glad that this session has been about language in many ways, apart from it being about personal freedom and personal responsibilities. Thus the word justice may be very different in English or Russian. Or let us take the word together, or maybe let it be, come what come may. The words that may be quite unnoticed or insignificant in the English or French language, but have to have such a great urgency in the context of the Russian literary tradition. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Svetlana. Maria Stomina from Sverdlovsk region. I'm very thankful to the school, and Saturday is my favorite novel of Mr. McEwan. I have a question to you. How do you posit, as a citizen and as an author, how do you stipulate the demarcation line between personal freedom and the interests of a society? And one question from Bashkiria. I have a question to Mr. McEwan. I have read a quote, your quote, that the time between the two books is something that you may refer to as a period of great indifference. But indeed, the periods or the dots in a line may well be the traces of the words that have never been uttered. So indeed, if one may think that an author writes one and the same book throughout his or her life, then the periods between the time when the books are conceived are not empty. They're not emasculated. They're vibrant, and they are.
And my question: what forces you just to sit down at your desk, and what makes you start working again? Yeah, отвечу.
I'll answer the second question first because it's slightly easier. I agree that period between writing books is crucial. In fact, one of the reasons I'm here is because I've just finished a book and I'm a free man. And it's a great privilege to come here. Principally, I'm here not to talk, but to listen. Well, I'll make a small presentation after our next cup of tea. I've spent my writing life trying not to write the same book over again. The one thing I'm very good at, I can say this myself, is not writing. I can go a year without writing. And during that time, I am something of a sponge. I make myself available, I travel, I read, I hang out with friends, and I do a lot of walking, hiking. My purpose is to become a slightly different person. The times will change me, things will move on, my own preoccupations will shift, and by the time I'm ready to start writing again, I have a slight shift of consciousness. If I could quote a lovely line borrowed from Chess by John Updike, a knight's move in consciousness. By the way, he just before he died, John Updike told me he'd pinched that from Nabokov. So everything leads back to Russia here. The balancing of personal freedom and the needs of others is not only a rightly problem, it's a problem of all citizens of an intact polis, of a state. If I can give you a non-biological answer to how people are shaped by their cultures, I do it in a small parallel. I used to live in a remote area of southern France. Note there was about a 30-mile space between our house and the nearest town. And there was a single-track road to our house with passing places for cars. And in the early 70s when I went, it was typical for any French person who was coming the other way to feel real triumph if he forced you to move aside into one of the passing places. And soon I became a Frenchman. Soon I too saw this as a battle of wills. Now, as it happens in England, it's precisely the other way around. The person who is the politest is the one who wins, the one who pulls over so the other can pass. Slowly, the Frenchmen of this region in the Côte de l'Arzac became Englishmen. They became nicer. I don't know how it happened. It certainly wasn't anything to do with me. I fell in with the local traditions, and then when they began to shift, I very eagerly grasped the sense of a civil society, that the best way to let the traffic flow along this road was for everyone to compete, to be first, to be polite. And it's in this sense, I think, that cultures teach people how to be bad and good. Underlying that is our biological sameness. The range of our emotions are the same. We cannot read literature of 2,000 years ago without sharing something of a set of emotional familiarities. For example, when Ulysses returns after many years to Ithaca, and Penelope does not recognize him, he feels fury. And they have a little marital row. We're reading of a marital row 2,700 years old, and we fully understand it. When Ulysses reveals himself by saying he knows how the marriage bed was made, and Penelope then weeps for forgiveness, and then they make up, the surge of emotion we feel, finally reconciliation, they're back together, again shows the extent to which, even across cultures, even across vast stretches of time, there is a fundamental range of human feeling that is shared and that literature can deliver us to.
Спасибо. Виктор Петрович, может быть, вам слово, если хотите.
Слово, у меня два вопроса.
I have two questions rather than comments. My first, as we know, that the British writers were involved in spycraft. Graham Greene and Evelyn Waugh. Jan Fleming was a professional. And I would like to ask. So then the writer is the most free person in the world, not in our country, but is the freest, so to say, a person. To what extent this cooperation turns him into a dependent functionary and denies him his freedom? And I mean the collaboration with a state organization, state agency. And so this, I talk about your penultimate novel, Sweet Tooth, because he's involved in this, he's not. The question is quite straightforward. To what extent the collaboration of a writer denies him his freedom? Responsibility, I know. So it's responsibility to your country, so this is all straightforward, it's understandable. Just at what level Mr. McEwan allows for a compromise on these issues?
I think there could be no compromise. This freedom is essential. the moment one compromises, or should I say, the moment one withdraws one's skepticism about power, I think you've lost that vital freedom that you refer to. So it's very important to not become a functionary of the state. And yet it fascinates me too, the compromises that people must make. And the heroine of my novel, to which you refer, Sweet Tooth, a young woman who joins MI5, our domestic intelligence agency, and goes to lure a novelist into a scheme to sort of encourage right-minded kind of writers who would be friendly to the government's position in the Cold War, is exactly the story of compromised freedom, of what it is to surrender. We are great creatures of self-persuading ourselves. Self-persuasion, I think, is one of the most extraordinary, complex and interesting human devices by which we accommodate compromise. We can speak ourselves into most contorted positions, and I think, again, the novel is a perfectly devised machine, an instrument for investigating the fine print of those kinds of maneuvers.
Zach, do you want to come back before we go to the break?
Well, it's interesting, Ian's talk that there should be no compromise. I'm a writer of a quite lesser sort. I'm a biographer. I write about real writers. But often I find myself obliged to people I have interviewed who've told me things because I've gained their trust. And then I hear from my subjects disobliging things said about these people. And I often, as is appropriate for my sense of Saul Bellow, whose concerns are often more personal than political, I often wonder where my loyalties lie. I try to tell the truth, no matter how painful it is to those people who have helped me. But it is difficult, and there are circumstances in which my freedom is, I believe, compromised in the interests of my responsibility to living people. So my answer is slightly different from yours. I try as best as I can to give as full a picture as possible, but I don't want to cause unnecessary pain to people who have been helpful to me.
Спасибо. Так, у нас перерыв.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. And you've said very nice things about me, too. It's great.
What a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming.
That was okay?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Give me, please.
That's good.
Will you consent to me? I have a little bit problem. The Our magazine right there. As a presentation. And you know what? Most is from a phrase from Emmanuel Kant.
That was great.
No, I can't translate.
You can come back. Сейчас начинаем. Во-первых, Lena.
We begin our deliberations.
Опять обращаю.
So I'd like to appeal to attention, please. Let's sit down, make ourselves comfortable. I want you to meet. So our task is. Our meeting, the whole meeting today is the whole point. So be ready because we'll be appealing to you, urging you to participate in this discussion actively, and even if some of you have not read books, so I'm sure that you will have thought about the subject matter that is the topic of our discussion. So because I'm sure that you've given much thought to it, and the book just puts it through a different prism, and that is why this field of possibilities to make comments. But we'll be expecting your comments and your questions. And then now I would like to give the floor to Andrei Kolesnikov, who is our school expert. And he is not speaking at this seminar, so he was going just to speak only at this session. But at the same, he's the chief editor of a paper that is called New Paper, Novaya Gazeta. And, it's not Russia Today. It's a new Russia. It's a different paper. And I over to him, and he's certainly quite a known. So I'm give information to Zach and to Jan. So he's one of our leading, wonderful journalists. So this is for your information, for instance, because whenever we see his printed articles, we always go for them because he's a very cultured journalist, and there's a lot of literally cultural associations that bespeak his well-read nature. So usually people start claiming that he is not working in the field and not in hot spots where people shoot. I'm not the chief editor of. Yes, I am the associate editor, and this is just one step lower, so considerably lower. I did not expect that they will start with me. This session was Jan McHugh, and I thought that he would be the first to speak, and I did not expect that. And so the topic open for discussion is quite wide. But certainly against the background of the recent events, so this topic, this personal freedom topic, has become even more pertinent, and personal responsibility so has become more pertinent as well. Our country. Just almost like the Soviet Union, so does not think itself outside the state. So that's why this space of personal space is shrinking, and so the space of private actions is shrinking as well. So it's getting narrower and narrower, and so that's the main challenge. So even when we interpret the civic society by the civic society, even there's interpretation. So this notion of the civil society is shrinking, and the notion of freedom is shrinking because I thought that freedom and civil society always should be associated with NGOs, with such structures, because that would be only natural, because a civil society consists of a number of persons, of individuals who are the carers, bearers of this private freedom. But the private person just should not only have the right just to participate in civil life, but should have the right not to participate in certain. Because if a person is free, and so this is the clear delineation of Vladimir Nabokov. So he is the epitome of freedom, personal freedom as hero, because he participated. He was a member only of one club. That was a tennis club. club. That was the only club membership that he had. And so a person should be responsible for himself and for his family. And if he does, that's already sufficient to become a member of the civil society. So certainly just in the present-day terminology, definition, so we talk about opposition. We always just oppose the civil society and the state, diametrically opposite. But this is the situation. Because the state is encroaching onto the civil society, becomes monopolistic, and so trying to be monopolist in civil cases, in civil events. So it has to be everywhere in economy. So this total encroachment, the total advance of the state, certainly generates a counteraction of the civil society, or the real civil society, because they want just to build the real civil society, not the quasi-civil society that the state is trying just to adjust to its own needs. And we all know the most recent the law on the formation of the most recent law on the formation of what's the name, I forgot. Okay, any law that what was called so the people's militia. So when ordinary civilians just would wear bands on the sleeves, and also when they replace police, so they patrol the streets. So that's an attempt to create a structure of civil society, but under control of the state, the way it was in the Soviet Union. So because those people's druzhinas so were regulated by the Central Communist Party decree, so in 1957, and it's reproduced in the same form and shape so from the Soviet matrix. So then the news of today, so then when the intrusion of the state in the sphere of free historic science, so that's another so free encroachment freedom. So then there is a law that you cannot discuss certain things about World War II. So then the law which forbids discussion about World War II. So because it's not only because they so propaganda of Nazism, so it's banned by the state, but even they banned to discuss the actions of the Soviet Union during World War II. So, for example, simple question, for example, so whether the Soviet soldiers raped the German women when they were in Germany. So this question should not be discussed because it will be libel, and it will be a denigration of the Soviet troops, and this was approved by the State Duma. And this intrusion in all private, so starting from adopting children and to the interpretation of the historic events, is catastrophic for the people's conscience. So you will look at the sociological polls. So they take this intrusion invasion in stride, and they don't think it's so bad, because this intrusion is so when into people's thinking, into people's subconscious, into people's private lives, who still have capability to think. Those who can't think, and there are quite a few, because they don't care about these new laws, about new adoption of these rigid new things, intrusions into private life. They just don't care because they are not used to think. And so because the Soviet, the Russians now are interested only in their consumer basket, and as long as they have the consumer basket, as long as they get their salaries and wages, and as long as they get their consumer lending and they get their clothing, and as long as this basket does not diminish, and as long as they do not suffering from starvation, so then an ordinary person will just not think much about what's happening outside his consumption basket. Then another point for any characteristic of any civil society is understanding of common cause, res publica, so common cause, res publica, res publica, common cause. And unfortunately, in Russia, for this society, so the trust is very narrow, and the social capital level is very low, scientifically speaking, and very, very murky understanding of what is common cause for Russia. And so when they form the idea what common cause is, so the state starts to formulate that instead of the people. So then the only res publica was the annexation of Crimea. And this is the only common cause that united or rallied everyone just under the banners. And so 90% of the population, as polled, so people thought consolidated. So Putin is right. So they, instead of stability, so they got consolidation. There is no stability, but there is consolidation around this common cause. And people are very patriotic, and so this common cause was just against the background of the annexation. So not just helping the neighbor, not helping the disabled, so these microscopic things that exist elsewhere in other civil societies. So no other just a spiritual idea, ideological idea, but just Crimea accession to Russia. And because it reproduces this matrix, so the orthodoxy, nationality, and imperiality. So the three principles of the imperial Russia. So things like Crimea, that works because that unites people. Because if there were no Crimea, then it should have been invented. So in order to continue this expansion of the state, to revive and support so the foundation of this political regime, the way it has formed, has taken shape in the last 15 years that Putin has been in power. That is why so this space, this ambience of personal freedom is shrinking. So the personal responsibility is by a person is delegated to the state. So the state gets empowered for this, devolves to the state. So we provide you services, we give you an average level of income, and then in exchange you abandon your. So this covenant works again. This public agreement works, social agreement, and you don't have any other aspirations. And so the small number of thinking people, which has further shrunk recently, sociology shows that, because there are very few protests, very little discontent. And so this, so that is why the state can so tell us how we need to live. So discussions, so that we have here. These discussions, the debates, so can take place like in the Soviet times in the kitchens, so where people speak their minds. And politically, personal freedoms. So then we can the Russian person cannot put anything against the state. Then at the level of discussions. They certainly can argue with the state at the level of discussions, pronouncements, making, participating in, making clean breast of things, speaking their minds, so delivering their private, personal stand. But this is the only optimistic level, the conclusion that I can make concerning what's been happening recently. John Lloyd, and you know him so well. So he's a journalist of another paper, so which is called Financial Times, but he is the chairman of the board of our school, and he actually organized this meeting. So he brought the writers here. So thank you.
Discussion we started before the break, and this time we start with Ian McEwan.
Thank you, John. Let me start by bringing you some gossip from London about your president. There's nothing wrong with gossip. The evaluation of the motives of other people is something I think that is one of the most enticing forms of conversation that exists. And some people refer to the novel as a form of higher gossip. So with that kind of excuse, one of my friends in London is a very well-known historian. He's now in his late 80s. He's called Alistair Horn. And he is a close friend of Henry Kissinger. And Kissinger had a significant birthday not so long ago, and an American oligarch offered him 20 hours of flying time in his private plane. And my friend Alistair said to Kissinger, "Oh, well, in that case, you must come and visit me in England." And he said, "No, I've already used up my 20 hours flying to Moscow." And to my amazement, Kissinger and Putin are quite close. And Kissinger then told Alistair Horn of a meeting some years ago. They sat in an enormous room alone together in the Kremlin, facing each other across a desk. And the president said to Henry Kissinger, "Mr. Kissinger, what do you think are my most important problems in Russia?" And Kissinger slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, you have many, many problems. But the biggest problem you have are your borders. To your west, you have an expanding NATO. To your east, you have China that can never be trusted and is ruthless even as an ally. To your south, you have Islamic extremism and breakaway groups who do terrible things even to school children. But," said Kissinger, "you have one border that you need never worry about. And that is the mental border, the nominal border between the United States and Russia. At which point, according to Kissinger, your president's eyes filled with tears, and he came round the desk and embraced Henry Kissinger." It seems now that the time for such embraces is over. One of the distinguishing features, I think, of everything I've heard today has been, and just now too, in very eloquent terms, very dark mood, a very strong sense of the personal sphere, the private space, the civic society being pressured. It could well be that we enter another form of Cold War. Already on many levels of engagement between East and West, there have been significant withdrawals, not only with G8, but at many, many lower levels, less noticed. And I rather wish to go back to the beginning of the last Cold War, because it had extraordinary consequences for literary culture in the West, as well as here, of course, but in very different terms. And I want to describe to you a very significant conference that took place on the 25th of March, 1949, in Manhattan, in New York, in a grand hotel called the Waldorf Astoria. Nearest equivalent, I'd say, in Moscow is the Ukraina Hotel. Very grand, marble halls. 1,000 delegates came from all over the world. The conference was organized by the Soviet Union, by Cominform, and it was called the Conference for Scientific and Cultural Dialogue, a very grand sort of title that no one could object to, but many people in the United States did object. On that cold, slightly windy day, outside the conference hall were nuns and priests protesting, and various rather sort of loony American right-wingers. In the delegate hall, as I said, people come from all over the world, but what's of interest here are the American delegates. a number of American eminent left-wingers. Lillian Hellman was there, Clifford Odets, film star, Leonard Bernstein. They were suspicious that the US government, which only 2 or 3 years before had persuaded everyone that Uncle Joe, as everyone referred to Stalin, was a cozy, cuddly figure and was now a demon. They were asked now to dislike an ally and now was being demonized. And they were worried too about an arms race. But more significantly, they were prepared to overlook the news that was beginning to come about the Gulag. They were prepared to forget about the show trials or the Nazi-Soviet pact. So the conference began. The most important delegate there from the Soviet Union was Shostakovich. Shostakovich was there on Stalin's invitation, an invitation clearly that Shostakovich was not going to risk refusing. Now, if you mentally cross that marble lobby and get into the elevator and go onto the 10th floor and enter the best room in the Waldorf Astoria, certainly the biggest room, the bridal suite, room 1045, you would have seen a most extraordinary scene. Telephone cables, teleprinters, cigarette smoke so thick you could barely see across the room, people talking urgently on the phone, people typing press releases. This was what came to be known to the CIA as the non-communist left. And they were determined to undermine the conference with press releases. They were well connected. There was a constant flow of martinis, champagne, wine, steaks, hamburgers, and a general level of furious activity. There came a point in one session in the conference, before 1,000 delegates, when Nicholas Nabokov, who himself was a composer, asked Shostakovich whether he agreed with a Pravda editorial which condemned the work of Stravinsky and Hindemith and Schoenberg as worthless bourgeois formalism, and that they were capitalist lackeys. Shostakovich had on either side of him his KGB minders. He had a whispered consultation with them, and he rose to his feet and said in a very quiet voice, "I agree with Pravda." Now, it was a very unfair question. Nicholas Nabokov had all the freedoms in the world. Shostakovich was completely hemmed in. He was not there of his own free choice. He risked death by refusing to go. He certainly risked a great deal, or his family would suffer if he gave the wrong answer. Generally, the people upstairs on the 10th floor with their press releases managed to generate a very hostile press to what was in fact, of course, a Soviet front, and the conference generally was condemned all across the United States, massive editorials in all the main newspapers dismissing it as pure propaganda. Now, only 2 people in that room on the 10th floor knew who was paying for the steaks and the martinis. One of them was called Sidney Hook. Another was called Melvin Lasky. The whole operation was funded by the CIA. The people who were working in that room certainly were not told by any operatives of the CIA what to say. They themselves were considered themselves to be free agents. But it set the tone for one of the most remarkable chapters in cultural life. Because at that point, the CIA saw it had a winner. The non-communist left would be the most effective instrument that it could motivate in the Cold War. Via the Marshall Plan, the CIA had access to 5% of the total funds lodged in various banks in different countries, and huge quantities of money were then spent over the next 20, 30, 40 years. And extraordinarily, many members of the CIA were professors of Yale, Harvard. They had extremely good taste. So in secret, using fronts like the Congress of Cultural Freedom, the Boston Symphony Orchestra, American jazz players and singers, American abstract expressionists, toured Europe. The whole point was to persuade left-of-center European intellectuals that America had a culture, or the West had a culture that could stand up to anything and anything in the war of ideas. It was to try and persuade, especially in Italy and France, where the PCI and the PFI, the local communist parties of those countries, were quite strong. So trying to wean the intelligentsia away from this lingering idea that still the future lay in. And it's an idea that took a long time to die in the West, that the Soviet future was the future for mankind that we should all aspire to. The cultural Cold War tore the literary world apart. It was a long and bitter and divisive struggle, and it only slowly faded. Literary magazines were set up. One of them, a very famous one in the Anglophone world, was called Encounter. In Germany, there was a magazine called Der Monat. In France, there was L'Épreuve. These magazines, unknown to those who worked for them, wrote for them, were entirely funded through their fronts by the CIA and to some extent by the British Secret Service, MI5 and MI6. It had a distorting effect on cultural life because slowly it came out. It was bound to come out sooner or later. In fact, it came out in a magazine article in 1967 about the extent of this infiltration and funding, and then a much bigger article, a more important article in the New York Times in 1968. It fascinates me, and it's what drew me into writing the last novel that I published, called Sweet Tooth, because it suggests something to us about institutions. There are many who would quite reasonably say that not one of those writers who was published in Der Monat or Encounter was doing anything other than what they would do. This was the This was the anti-totalitarian left, trying to make the case for socialism or for democratic socialism against the example of the Soviet Union. On the other hand, the question has to be posed, if you wish to argue for an open society, if you wish to make the case for freedom of assembly, freedom of expression, all the freedoms that we aspire to in this room, why on earth do it in secret? Why do it through the CIA? And the answer, I think, has something to do with all institutions. There's generally, I think, a law of institutions, is they always wish to get bigger. Every successful human institution wishes to get more powerful and larger and to extend its reach. The CIA had the money to do this. Writers found themselves invited to conferences and wondered why they were flying first class. No novelist, no poet ever traveled first class. And slowly it became apparent, and it caused immense bitterness and demoralization across literary communities in all Western countries. So it's to me, in the inception of the novel Sweet Tooth was a paradox that I couldn't resist. one of the most significant figures who would have, I think, made a huge impact in the Cold War, or he already did, of course, was George Orwell. Orwell's experiences in the Spanish Civil War turned him into a deadly enemy of the Soviet Union and of totalitarianism in general. His reputation has been fought over by left and right, but the fact is that within intellectual circles in the 1940s, late 30s and 1940s, in Britain, for example, he was very much hated by significant figures on the left who felt that he was betraying a cause. Interestingly, Victor Galantz turned down Animal Farm. He was attacked quite savagely. When he was dying, he was approached by MI6 to suggest a list of writers that he thought MI6 or the Foreign Office should not approach if they wanted to make a strong anti-totalitarian message. And one of the great, again, debating points and possible stains, some people would see it as a stain, some do not, on Orwell's reputation is he supplied the Foreign Office with a list of writers and intellectuals whom he thought were either fellow travelers with the Soviet project or were people who could not be trusted and shouldn't be approached in the first place. So it's this extraordinary twisting of the culture that invades the space, I think, of the imagination. If one were to be truly pessimistic and indulge the fantasy that we are going to drift into some other form of Cold War, it won't be the same, the ideology is all different, but still we can imagine a kind of embattlement. If one was to indulge that pessimism for a moment, what happens in the West? Well, Western Europe is a postmodern world of, what concerns us: climate change, rights for children, for women, for gays. Interestingly, nominated as forms of decadence by the Putin mindset. It's a long time since people thought of NATO as having anything to do with European security. Now we've moved into a world in which there are troop movements onto the Polish border, up to Lithuania, talk in Germany of boosting military expenditure. This is already, before we've hardly moved down this trail of chaos. Two consequences, I think, are important. One is a huge shift from social spending to military. Will happen in the West as well as here. And the other thing, which one would normally like to think of as a good thing, but in fact I think it's a consequence of many bad things, becomes the extraordinary importance of the free imagination. I went a lot during the Cold War to speak with friends in Czechoslovakia and Poland. They lived a shadowy life. It wasn't quite as severe as here for dissident writers. But after '89, many of those same friends, although they were, of course, elated by the fall of the Berlin Wall, suffered a real sense of growing irrelevance, that their free imaginations had taken on colossal importance, and that was, over the years, especially into the 90s, began to ebb from them. But the fact remains that the free imagination during the Cold War, this last one, therefore the next one, if it should happen, and I hope it doesn't, the crucial lifeline will be exactly the spirit of what's around this table, exactly the sense of people patrolling, as it were, the borders of civil society and the privilege, the civilization-forming privilege of letting imaginative minds free, either to criticize the state or to withdraw into the private life and examine whatever it is that wherever their fantasies take us. Thank you.
Ian, thank you very much. We have here a distinguished historian of the Cold War, Vlad Zubok. Let me ask him to say 2 or 3 words.
Okay. I need a mic or...
Come and use this.
Владислав, садись ко мне. О, спасибо. Я буду говорить по-русски.
I shall speak Russian. Well, the topic that Ian touched is indeed very deep, and we can ask ourselves a question of the following character, following nature. We are starting the era of some strange, mysterious, unknown Cold War. Can we compare it to the Cold War that has been ongoing over the last 25 years and been studied through documents, through memoirs and diaries, whatever? So I believe that culture-wise, what was the difference? What was the specifics of the previous conventional Cold War with the new, fresh one? That one was a toddler war, a baby war. This one is still a baby war. We hope it will not learn how to walk. So at that time, we were talking about fight for Europe primarily. And this fight over Europe was made under the banner of European culture. Americans were portraying themselves as saviors of Europe, who were pouring in the new blood into the old, dilapidated Europe, being an offspring of European culture. But the same thing was done by the Soviet Union. In any way, the Soviet culture propaganda, whatever was done under the banner of saving the European culture, and then from aggressive Americanism and pop and abstract art, decadence and all that sort of saving Europe, preserving the treasures of European culture, cultural values, and European treasure trove. And the second thing that Ian pointed out, I believe the key, the fighting for intelligentsia. So let's just forget the question, what is intelligentsia and how you understand it? But this is fight for intellectual and cultural elite of Europe, part of which well, American writers consider themselves to be part of, and even the Soviet. And musicians and writers and artists. That's why huge attention and state budget was spent to this intelligentsia. But in fact, there was difference. In case of West, we were talking about creating institutions, by the way, that were non-existent until 1947. The CIA exists since 1947, that would support and reinforce those institutional structures of those few thinkers like Orwell, Koestler, Czeslaw Milosz, and other people freed from the Soviet from the totalitarian chains. And if we take a Soviet study, we had Simonov, who believed that this cultural war should be addressed, because but there were people like Shostakovich who were forced and cursed by fear to participate in this war under orders or personal request of Mr. Stalin, Comrade Stalin, personal request. I believe that what is emerging now cannot be analyzed with those old parameters. First, we're not fighting for Europe. No, the fight is not over Europe. Recently, it seemed to be because Putin said from the first hand said that Russia is a protector and treasurer of the conservative, conventional European values, and for several years. But then the shift that happened several months ago just thrown out this topic into the sewage. I don't know how we can describe what happens, but it's not the fight for over a place in Europe, in culturally, but it is understanding, awareness that Europe has kicked us out. We do not fit in. We do not shape in. Okay. Just let it be. So we don't know what's behind this let it be. So the second thing I want to pay attention is lack in this fight, absence of putting the stake at intelligence. Just the opposite, exactly the opposite, both in the West and on the part of Russia. In present recent conflicts, the content is information wars, but not about the fact that a prominent writer or a publicist will write a wonderful book, or will like 1984, that will survive decades. Who remembers the CIA instructions on manuals on cultural war? Probably it's a fake, and it did not exist. But Orwell is read and remembered, and there are no more Orwells. There are information wars. Russia Today and BBC that I used to love, that unfortunately dropped the plank and stopped inviting experts and intellectuals and invite the same people who are tuned to participate in information wars. So what does it mean for those who speaks about intelligence in Russia? Very deep and loaded question. I do not claim to elucidate. I will just speak about three things that seem important to me and that I believe turn people here kind of into moral crisis, pessimism, and a feeling of utter loss. Russian society demonstrates more love to fairness than to law, to law and order. This is not new, but most of the people, the latest events, believes that Crimea, it was fair to annex the Crimea. It's not by law, but who cares? And this definitely causes the crisis of people who think they understand the reality better. The other thing that has not been elucidated over the last 20 years, money. Huge role of finance, power of money, horrible, horrendous power of money that just snowballed in unprepared Russian society. And in front of our eyes, it breaks, twists our relations to our friends, next of kin. So just plowing the land of our society. Probably it's okay, the power of money for the British, but for us it's something new. That's a huge issue. That's a crisis that we have not yet discussed deeply. And finally, third is national identity or consciousness, whatever, identity, I guess. So there is much literature about the way that Russia has covered in terms of patriotism and national identity, I guess. Conscientiousness, identity. So I believe the state we're in now is the new. It's for the first time. This nationalistic euphoria is the unity of 90% is for the first time. Some people compare it to the situation before the First World War. But most of the people then were semi-literate, illiterate peasants who were shouting, "Hooray, let's go beat Germans for the Tsar." But now the society is different. Literate and knowledgeable, operating different notions, and now we have an issue of national identity and its twists in the minds. This caused lots of pessimism and uncertainty because we don't know what to do about this phenomena and how to discuss it. So I'm sorry for being long-winded. I'm done. So, with us we have chief editor of the Foreign Literature magazine, Alexander Vivergant. The floor is yours. Thank you. Our panel is called Personal Freedom and Personal Responsibility. And if I would draft the agenda of our meeting, I will probably replace and by or. I would say personal freedom or personal responsibility. And I can explain myself. Well, personal freedoms is coveted by everyone, but no one wants to be personally responsible. So the issue is that most of the people counterimpose something that is absolutely connectable. We all want to be free, but we don't want to be responsible for that. So we heard today many speeches about what happened last February in Ukraine and in Russia, and spoken about just like the total all nation support of the government's policy, Russian government's policy. So it happens partially because the people who raise their hands this way would be relieved from all responsibility. Responsibility is a way to have your own opinion. And when you just waive your responsibility and your own opinion, so partially your life becomes easier. You feel lighter. So let me say a few words about this strange paradox and binomial freedom, or I insist on or. In literature, any new event in literature was accepting and praising personal freedoms, but refusing responsibilities. Remember the manifestos of futurists, surrealists, and so much freedom. The whole world, at least the cultural world, belonged to them. Any responsibility? None. Never. And lack of responsibility and unwillingness to take responsibility was, in a way, a principle of their cultural policy. They were shaking their arms and swords and praising this absence of responsibility. And let me switch to the topic that probably is closer to my heart, and so-called thick magazines in our current cultural life. So a thick magazine probably is not exactly clear to my foreign colleagues, but in the Soviet time it was indeed a powerful ideological tool. And they were loved, praised, appreciated, and a wonderful thing happened. Now they say, oh, it's so wonderful and easy to publish a thick magazine. Fat magazines are more difficult to publish, not because the circulation drop, not because the readers are lazy to read, and most of them have more other interests away from those many pages magazines. And today the authors are probably the only subscribers for those magazines. And it happens due to a very simple reason. Why today it is so difficult to publish those many pages thick magazines. And it goes absolutely in line with our topic today. In the Soviet time, the freedom to publish was none. No, there was no freedom. And sometimes you had to go to be called to the carpet, to be called out to the cultural department of the Central Committee of the Soviet Party. Some issues would be returned. Many authors who would try to publish were banned because they spoke up against the policy of the Soviet Union. But what was wonderful, the editors of the thick magazines had no freedom and no responsibility. He could always explain. He was in a position to explain to his partner or wife or a friend that he's not the one to blame. He's not to blame. He has no connection with the policy of his magazine. What would you do if you were me? He would say. You'd just be, and today, without blowing out the role. So the responsibility is very high of the editor. Simple reason that we decide what to publish. It's up to us to decide what to publish. And in our case, this kind of union, opposition union, becomes a union of connection, and this is a real burden for. Thank you. Who? Habib Magomedov, Dagestan, graduate 2005. So we have a famous saying, people who read the books will always manage those, will always govern those who watch the TV. And in view of the cultural code changes, so now the video clip thinking is prevalent on Earth. So could you please tell me, what's the future of the thick magazines and literature in Russian and foreign languages, including being the resource of political upbringing and education of the citizens? If you ask me, I shall tell you. It may seem strange that the chief editor of the foreign literature magazine says that his magazine has no future, but I should tell you that this is close to the truth. This is not far from it. As for political future, the thick magazines do not have it even now. And nobody expects them to have one. And many thick magazines, I believe, and my magazine at least has not deteriorated. At least I flipped through all the issues from the 1970s, and I feel this political pressure manifesting just, for instance, November 11 was impossible to read, just like April issue, because the first was about the October Revolution and the second about Lenin's birthday on the 22nd of April. And for those issues to be the way they should be, and in order to publish Graham Greene in other issues, we had to sacrifice a lot, like 2 issues in April and October. And in this respect, the thick magazines are much more interesting, but that's ironic. But the new free policy, when the magazines, thick magazines, became really free and interesting, independent, the interest of the public has dwindled. Why? Yes, it still exists at the level of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 of circulation of subscribers. Why this interest has disappeared? Because the society, just like any child, any teenager, has more pronounced interests and simpler ones. Imagine you give your son a little toy car or take him for a ride on a Merc. He will probably prefer the real Mercedes. So that's probably the correlation between the thick magazine and TV. And people have no time left for reading serious literature or thick magazines, thick journals. So I have to give you a definite answer. Virtually no future. Thank you. The first round of questions.
Ask you, it connects to Ian's worry about a possible return of the cultural Cold War. A great part of the cultural Cold War, at least on the part of the CIA, was to fight against a demonizing of a culture that was distant, other, and alien. Will the internet and the World Wide Web make it harder to demonize the other side? Access to the cultures of all different peoples seems to me to be likely to diffuse the possibility of turning your opponent into an alien. Do you feel this at all? Is this true?
Все понятно?
Was it that clear? Did you? About Artyuzha from Karacháyevo-Cherkessia 2010. I believe that demonization is impossible in the internet age, because without having information about the other party, the other point of view, only we can turn shadows into demons. But when we live in a common information space and effectively each other's cultural life is intertwined, in this case it's impossible. I believe you can.
Roman Pluto from Krasnodar, alumnus of 2007. I think that demonization, as it is being determined by the development of the modern media, we can see how such paranoid feelings and sentiments may indeed cover big masses of people in virtually no time, and there is an inherent danger in this speed of how information is disseminated. This can be seen on the example of web blogs, internet media, internet TV, and so on. So I think it's a double-edged sword. When with the Moscow School we arrived in the United States, we were waiting. We had to go through a procedure at the customs. There was a long interview. This was a couple of years ago. So there was an interview with Gary Kasparov, the chess champion turned into an oppositionary politician. So he was having this interview on the TV, and I was hearing things about Russia that I never hear in Russia. So at that time, we could see already a shift from the 1990s. And when I got back to Russia, I can see that there is that all media are very anti-Western. And the journalists, after all, follow the lead of who pays them and who hires them. This is what we can see on the example of many countries, and the distortion of information is often dictated by the great spreading and dissemination of media, whereas in the past one could read a book and have time with the erratic and very hectic rate of life that we're saying today brings us closer to Orwell's dystopias. So I think that we can see this almost infernal in nature. Thank you. Vladimir Shmilov, Moscow. Zakaria, to try and answer your question, to me it is clear that in the recent years we've been the demolishing of the myth whereby the internet was believed to be a paragon of freedom, and that totalitarianism would never encroach on the civil liberties in the era of information technologies and the internet coverage, which apparently turns to be not true. The practical experience of the recent years show that under the information abundance and freedom, propaganda can well use these instruments and even become more efficient than under the conventional informational sources, when information was dosed through prescribed channels. And it seems to me that this annihilation of this myth is quite clear, because the technologies, and internet is nothing but a technology, it's a medium. It appears that in some way the media, like the internet, may undermine the content, which is also what we're saying. I'm not trying to sound retrograde or too conservative, but it feels that the technological advances may encroach upon what we arbitrarily call philosophical content of our life, or human life. The book, the novel of George Orwell, is not about a totalitarian regime of the 20th century. It is not about communism or Nazism. And no, it is a book about totalitarianism which is yet to come. Because George Orwell, I think, his book conceives a lot more sophisticated media than those used by the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century, which makes the book even more frightening. So in this sense, I have no illusions about that. Pavel Sirotin from Voronezh. An observation I would like to make. May sound contradictory, but the events in the Ukraine that we've been seeing over the past month and a half, the news reels, the blogs, the text, the abundance of texts. I have several hundreds of contacts on the Facebook, and I can see two trends among those who are writing in my Facebook wall. There are those who are pro-Russian in the sense that the Russian state is deemed to be right, and the user, after all, is picking up those materials and the articles in the internet which confirm or support his or her views. On the other hand, there are those who can be in the opposition to the regime, and yet again, such a user can find an article or written materials that would support his or her views. So the constructs are, in this sense, the internet, even though it is permeating the entire society, does not seem to influence much the true psychological state of minds, because people always seek and find there what they seem to be convenient. Natalia Volodina from Chuvash Republic, alumnus of 2002. Your question about the cultural war, Cold Wars, what is the outlook, or what is the possibility of such a war? As a person who lives in Russia, and what I've been saying, in the past 40 years, the migration flow from Russia and inter-Russia have been very important to the further development. The internet is also the internet and the information technologies would certainly impede the development of such escalation of such a cultural war. I was in Iran in 2005, and I saw how internet can be curtailed by the government. So indeed, I think that Iron Curtain and the Iron Curtain in the internet is still possible. I think that technologically it is still possible to use internet as a medium for demonization, exactly for the purpose. My generation and the generation of my parents have lived through true wars and cold wars, and I know that my children have lived for 30 years without war. My grandchildren are now 10 and 9, and I have this tragic feeling that why on earth should we again be reverting to these cliches and to the military rhetoric? Is this some kind of trial that we are again facing? This is very tragic, and we do not know how to prevent this. So I really seek the divine help in not allowing the world to slip into yet another conflict. Thank you. Andrei Kolesnikov. Well, the question started with the internet in a way, or we veered into internet. The internet not only destroys the borders, the boundaries, but it also creates and erects borders and walls. And also the internet is generally, or can be, a very aggressive environment, harboring the hate language. So in this sense, the internet does play a negative role in exacerbation of conflicts. So on the other hand, in this sense, I would not support the idea of internet being the propagator of freedoms. We in Russia live in a European. We have a European lifestyle. This is clear. We watch American films. We read European books. We dress like Europeans. We eat like Europeans. And yet that does not preclude us from anti-Western sentiments. Well, I graduated from school in the beginning of the 80s. How could an amateur of the Beatles songs be anti-Western? But Mr. Sergei Ivanov, who has an excellent command of English and Swedish and is known to be a great aficionado of Beatles songs, is one of the greatest proponents of anti-Western sentiments in the current Russian government. Well, thank you for this exchange.
The only thing I can say is, how could I ever have expected any optimism? That's all, aside from the one fellow there. But there are absolutely good reasons for your pessimism about the internet. I just wondered about it. And you're not very encouraging.
Так, не все пессимисты. Кто дальше там?
Николай Борисович, Москва.
Nikolai Borisenko from Moscow. As far as the internet is concerned, I think that a hoodlum wins or a bully wins in every place where there are no rules. If there are no rules. And the hoodlums, the hooligans, may well have an upper hand in the internet. I'm lucky. When I can deriving from my personal experience of a journalist, a news reporter is different from propaganda men. Is more romantic. A propaganda man is more cynical. So in this sense, there is an elementary point. Preparation of content is most important, and those who come technologies of media, technologies, the spin doctoring is in the basis of every propaganda. So in this sense, we have a chance we still have a chance, we all have a chance. The internet is a very good illustration of how the civilization shrinks. Anonymity is not a particularly good thing. If you're a gentleman, then one should be responsible for one's words. And in this sense, this universal anonymity in the internet can be harmful. Ilya Shamanov, alumnus of 2010, Kaliningrad. A couple of words about the internet. We've been discussing this during the break. We talked about the Crimea and the conflict in Crimea, and when we spoke about the heroes of this conflict in Crimea, and we spoke about Mr. Dobrodiev's role, Mr. Kiselyov's, the main propaganda man. And all conflicts are now spilling into the information wars. We're seeing this every day. And I think that we are seeing this information wars raging in the Russian informational space. This conflict in the Ukraine, both parties, both the adversaries were calling each other names. They were calling each other fascists. The Russian propaganda machine was using the words like Bandera men and the Nazis and the fascists, and the Western Ukraine and Kiev were giving the same names to the pro-Russians. Could you comment the thought of Francis Fukuyama's comment in 1992 in the End of History book? He said that there are two types of states: the states in the historical paradigm and those which live in the post-historical paradigm. The countries which have evolved into this postmodern era, to which he ascribed to the Western countries, and the rest of the world still lives in the historical or under the historical paradigm. paradigm. Could you make such a distinction today? And would you put Russia into any of these groups? One other question, last question of the session, please. Yeah, Yegor Viktorov, alumnus of 2009. I just have a couple of observations to make. We are seeing an abundance of information. It's excessively abundant. And every person, and the second statement, every person is trying to find justifications for his or her picture of the world. And these facts are neutral, or can be neutral. The propaganda men try to give more coloring to the images. And I think that one should be paying less attention to the words, because the words can be interpreted. Words can well be, it's just words, and as Hamlet said, but rather on the deeds. The chaos in the internet is, according to many observers, a self-organizing structure. If one take a group of mobsters and put these mobsters into a sports hall, then these people would become a structure. Thus, chaos may well tend to self-organization. I thank Mr. Kolesnikov for his comment about the personal responsibility. If every person assumes the responsibility for himself or herself, and if he or she is strong enough to assume the responsibility for his or her family, that's all that we may require from a man.
The entire session and answer all your questions, including the end of history.
I think Zach posed the right question there, and I'm pretty sure that a consensus has emerged about the internet. In its sum, in its totality, it is just simply a reflection of human nature, and I think its effect on any crisis or any future division between nations is going to be neutral. It's a perfect machine for spreading rumors. It's also a very fine machine for citizen bloggers giving us news that possibly news organizations cannot, but it's also a great mess of ignorance and folly and rage. And I think that it was a very well-made point that people go to the internet to confirm their own opinions. I'm still struck, as I said earlier, by the prevailing mood of pessimism. It's very, very strong. It's the thing I will take back when people ask me, how are people here evaluating what's happening in their space? I think it's quite alarming, the extent to which you reflect a pressure, a gathering pressure, and therefore an emphasis on the importance of meetings like this. We have an extraordinary cacophony of voices and analysis in the West about what's going on. In a sense, I don't really go to the internet for definitions of the Ukrainian crisis. I would rather read reporters. Suddenly one now craves the long experience of the people who will lose shoe leather, who've got feet on the ground, who have been to other crises, who can compare and contrast, who bring a historical sense. I don't find that in the citizen bloggers. So, again, we might all be amazed in a year's time. This is all blown away. The threat of financial sanctions. Maybe someone would whisper in Putin's ear the line, the Rubicon is not crossed, and we can barely remember that we were so anxious. I really hope that's the case, and we can get back to discussing the vitality of cultures without this overwhelming sense of pressure and anxiety and pessimism.
Thank you. Thank you to Ian, to Zach, to all of our panelists, and to you. That was the right question.
Коллеги, час ужин, в 9 начинается презентация. В 9, не позже. У нас изменения в программе.
You're the most generous man in the world to give that anecdote out to everyone. Oh. You're not going to save it, Thomas.
It's not even mine.
Oh, well, it's
Alistair's.
Incredible.
Can I ask you both one question?
Yeah.
Just to you and to you. A question that interests me very much. When I read Atonement, I was amazed at this phenomenon.
Очень интересно.
So, my question is, like, how do you deal with characters? For example, Gregory said that never created a character, that they come to him and they dictate
Ребят, у кого презентации, можно сейчас проверить на компьютере. Посмотрите, скиньте сразу свои презентации на ноутбук, чтобы удобнее было.
А кто заведует?
Вот. На какой компьютер можно?
Вот. Да я чуть согрею, потом опять это пройдешь.
Тебе-то надо в первую очередь.
Да,
Ну, я не буду там. Я подожду.
Я еще не вижу.
Что?
Кто проверяет? Сколько человек? Да, слушай, я так же, я это новый я просто... Я еще чувствую это, знаешь. Если я скажу, уже не будет это. Я не могу запомнить название. Я тебе скажу, да?
Правильно. Да.
Могу в следующий раз вынести. Но до сих пор у тебя за название буду благодарна. Я уже сколько дней. Я просто, знаешь, у меня редко такое бывает. А я еще думаю, последний раз. Что тебе? Я зашла в магазин старый.
Видео тоже не просто товарищ. Там
Здесь он перешел от летит, перелетит. Да, мне недавно сказали, что ты представитель малого народа. Это где-то татары, да, которые 9 миллионов составляют, малый народ. Это вот вам, вы лично живете в России, не знаете языки местные. Татарский. В том числе татарский. Понятно. Ты мне покажи хоть одного царя. Не братом тогда. Кстати, настоящий русский это в Беларуси. Писать положено.
Я так понимаю, мы заканчиваем презентацию, да?
Да.
Как палки. Да. Или красивые. Страшно, конечно. А у нас едешь по эфире, все такие кругленькие. Щечки свисают.
Боря, а ты, я могу, где могу? Рядом с тобой? Здесь могу?
Да, отлично.
Все равно еще буду.
А вы видите, да, Борис? Вы видите, да? А как вы скидываете через вас, вам отдавать? Или
Скидывает вас
самостоятельно, да?
Вот.
А,
Мастер,
да?
мастер, да.
Сисадмин, понял.
Друзья мои, у меня объявление короткое. Кто взял 3 книги Марии Тамаровны Чудаковой, Егор, деньги мне, пожалуйста, отдавайте. То есть это не через сайт, это через меня ей напрямую.
Добрый вечер. Дорогие друзья, рассаживайтесь, пожалуйста, кто еще не... Итак, меня зовут Борис Грозовский. Кто не знает, я пишу колонки в журнал Forbes и разные другие СМИ. Сотрудничаю с Высшей школой экономики, фондом Гайдара, центром Карнеги, МШПИ в разных проектах. Сегодня мы проводим презентации выпускников. Внимание, пожалуйста. Значит, изначально мы вместе с Мариной Скориковой поставили себя немножко в сложную ситуацию. Марина попросила желающих прислать презентации, рассказывающие о ваших проектах. Можно потише? Вот. И мы планировали отобрать из презентации 5 лучших, которые, собственно, и должны были быть сегодня обсуждены. В общем, ничего из этого не получилось, из этой идеи, потому что презентации, которые кто-то прислал в виде тезисов, кто-то в виде оформленных презентажек в PowerPoint, оказались, в общем, более-менее равно интересными, и из них как понятно, так и непонятно в равной мере то, о чем вы собираетесь нам рассказать. Поэтому в итоге мы решили с Мариной никого не отбирать, а дать возможность выступить всем желающим. Желающих оказалось в результате 14. И, соответственно, время на выступление сокращается с 12-15 минут до 5, за единственным исключением Юстины Прусовой-Цеховской, которой дается чуть-чуть побольше времени, поскольку она выступает не на своем родном языке. У остальных всех будет строго 5 минут. При этом, значит, Поэтому, да, выступающие, пожалуйста, пока я дальше произношу вступительное слово, подумайте, пожалуйста, о том, как вашу прекрасную презентацию свернуть с 15 минут до 5. Вот. Окей. Значит, презентации мы, условно говоря, разбили на 4 блока.
Ребят,
ужасно
хватит,
шумно.
пожалуйста, болтать, потому что
шумно.
мы отнимаем свое собственное время у себя. Понимаете? Сейчас мы должны немножечко собраться, выслушать друг друга и спокойно заниматься своими делами дальше.
Презентации мы, условно говоря, разбили на 4 группы. Это условное такое совершенно разделение. В первую вошли проекты, посвященные, такое условное название диалогу, то есть модерированию, выстраиванию площадок для взаимодействия различных групп интересов, социальных групп и так далее. Во вторую проекты, посвященные работе с молодежью. В третью проекты, направленные на выстраивание инструментов общественного контроля за различными органами власти. И в четвертую региональные проекты. Соответственно, порядок выступающих будет следующим. Значит, вопросы и обсуждения будем проводить не после каждой презентации, а после каждого блока, которых 4 я вот выше назвал. Соответственно, ряд презентаций. Первый блок заканчивается, вопросы и обсуждения ко всем участникам. Те, кто сделали презентацию, садятся сюда, вот в президиум, чтобы в дальнейшем отвечать на вопросы. В первую группу входят, значит, Юстина Прусова-Цеховская, которая начнет, затем Юлий Лобунов и Максим Беляев. Во вторую
Во вторую Батыр Джанкезов, Ольга Артамонова и Кирилл Орешкин и Алихан Израилов. Третья Илья Шестеляков, Вадим Коростелев и Станислав Станских. И четвертая Владимир Бебих, Гюзель Сидикова, Павел Меньшуткин и Лилия Левкина, Татьяна Черторицкая и Сергей Чекушкин. Вот, значит, порядок будет таким. И, собственно, чего бы мы хотели, по крайней мере, я, от этого обсуждения. Понятно, что многие из тех, кто учился или продолжает учиться в школе, поддерживают общение друг с другом и, в общем-то, примерно как-то представляют, кто чем занимается, кто что делает, кто чем живет и дышит. Но есть выпуски разных лет, во-первых. Во-вторых, все-таки мы знаем друг о друге гораздо меньше, чем хотелось бы. Вот. И поэтому хотелось бы, чтобы в результате этого обсуждения возникли такие вот несколько как бы возгласов удивления, да? Ага, оказывается, мой знакомый в таком-то городе делает такой-то проект, я могу в этом как-то поучаствовать, я могу этому проекту принести какую-то пользу, да, соответственно, вы или во время, или после этого обсуждения подходите к автору этого проекта и намечаете какие-то точки сотрудничества, или вот такую штуку было бы хорошо сделать и у нас в регионе тоже, да, и каким-то образом придумываете, как этого человека завлечь к себе. То есть выстраивание вот таких вот разных точек пересечения, разных форм и форматов сотрудничества, которых столько, что в начале обсуждения мы этого даже предположить не можем. Да.
Перед тем, как мы начнем, один маленький апдейт. По 4-му блоку вместо презентации Сергея Чекушкина будет презентация Евгения Дрогова из Кировской области. Это тоже региональное развитие тематика. И в конце, кроме вашего опыта здесь, также мы весь экспириенс, который сегодня услышим, примем к себе на сайт, в наш проект, который идет 2-й год, «Хроники гражданской жизни», за которым вы тоже можете и должны наблюдать в режиме офлайна на нашем сайте, где постоянно обновляется лента новостей, где тоже можно искать проекты, подобные тем, что вы делаете в своих регионах, и заимствовать и развивать те идеи, которые придуманы до вас. А сейчас, наверное, можно начать.
Итак, сейчас 3 выступления первого блока: Юстина Прусова-Цеховская, и приготовиться, соответственно, Максиму Беляеву и Юрию Лобунову. А в выступе вы остаетесь здесь, и когда первый блок заканчивается, вопросы и ремарки. Так, Юстина, ну, все-таки 7 минут, максимум 8, там, учитывая со скидкой на неродной язык, потому что у всех остальных будет по 5.
Так, как хорошо можно сослаться на неродной язык. Спасибо. Постараюсь говорить как можно быстрее. Меня зовут Юстина Прусова-Цеховская, я из Польши. Сейчас даже скажу откуда. Сначала хотела поблагодарить за приглашение. Не буду тут развивать эту мысль. Просто большое спасибо. Представляю Центр польско-российского диалога согласия. Это такая, как ни странно, государственная структура, организация, которая была создана в 2011 году, когда у нас еще все было очень хорошо, намного лучше, чем сейчас. Она формально является частью Министерства культуры, но она в большой степени автономна. Сейчас только добавлю как бы техническое замечание. Здесь на этой презентации вы можете видеть, она как бы себе свободным ходом идет. Это общая информация, где, может быть, кто-то из вас что-то интересное для себя найдет. Я просто не смогу, наверное, все рассказать. Постараюсь говорить по пунктам те вещи, которые, мне кажется, будут интересны, то есть как бы будут прежде прежде всего интересны вам. Центр занимается, несмотря на то, что там работает очень немного людей, там всего 14 человек, у нас довольно много видов деятельности. Я сейчас быстро их назову, а дальше уже буду говорить конкретно по теме. То есть мы организуем, естественно, как любая... Ну, что-то делаем вроде что-то, вещи похожие, которые делает любой think tank. У нас конференция, дебаты, дискуссии, семинары с участием гостей из России. Мы все время стараемся приглашать разных людей, интересных из России, которые мы считаем могут что-то полякам интересного рассказать. В том числе мы этой зимой приглашали Лену Немировскую, там была очень интересная встреча. Нам девочки тоже из школы тоже приезжали несколько раз в гости, так что, да, можно считать, мы хорошо знакомы. Дальше у нас идет научная деятельность, у нас работают историки, которые ведут исторические программы. Они в основном касаются они касаются все польско-российских отношений. В основном они касаются 20 века, времени Великой Отечественной войны, но там есть тоже проект по смуте. И, в общем, разные другие, но я сейчас тоже не хочу на это тратить время. Мы делаем соцопросы. Среди них, ну, то есть, как бы эти опросы, это, в принципе, первые в Польше за долгое время такие серьезные соцопросы объемные по отношениям польско-российским. Их долгое время не хватало, мы стали их делать, если кому-то интересно, они у нас есть с собой, мы можем оставить их, тоже в бумажном виде, физически можете их посмотреть. Где-то здесь Катажина, по-моему, да, опустила их так по кругу. Это мы считаем очень важно, мы делаем это каждый год, по крайней мере, такая цель у нас, чтобы делать их регулярно. Мы работаем с Валерием Федоровым, с Тёма. Он делает как бы по российской части, а очень хорошая польская контора, которая называется Арк Рынок и Опиния, она делает с польской стороны. Это мы совмещаем, сравниваем и даем вам, чтобы вы могли знакомиться с этим. У нас есть тоже издательская деятельность. И то, что самое главное, мне кажется, у нас программа направлена на молодежь, то есть у нас обмен молодежи и разные другие виды такой деятельности, которая направлена на молодых людей. И есть открытый конкурс. Это конкурс, который работает как грантовая система отбора проектов, которые проходят в польско-российской области. Они очень общие, то есть там очень широкий диапазон возможных тем. Мы эти темы не ограничиваем. По сути, у нас два конкурса. Один конкурс, он сугубо по обмену молодежи. У нас обмен молодежи с Россией тоже проходит по конкурсу. И я думаю, что вот я очень рада, что здесь много людей из регионов, потому что мы вот именно для этой программы «Обмен молодежи», которая в Польше, по сути, с того времени, как закончился Советский Союз, грубо говоря, это первая польская, такая всепольская программа обмена молодежи между Польшей и Россией. Раньше такой программы не было. У нас каждый год это для детей, подростков, молодежи с 13 до 26 лет, и у нас в год примерно около 1000 детей из Польши и из России могут как бы стать участниками этой программы. К сожалению, у нас не очень большие средства, у нас вообще весь бюджет как бы нашей организации это где-то 1 миллион евро как бы на всю нашу деятельность. Тем не менее, мы стараемся самую большую часть выделять именно на обмен молодежи. Я просто скажу, вот если кому-то будет интересно, я очень прошу, может быть, потом задавать вопросы или подойти ко мне, или к моим коллегам, извините, мы можем подробнее рассказать. потому что это долго. Там просто есть очень определенные принципы этого конкурса. Самое главное, это должно быть два партнера из Польши и из России. То есть польская школа должна найти себе российского партнера, или это может пойти в другую сторону. То есть российская школа может найти польского партнера. Самое главное, чтобы заявку на конкурс подавала польская сторона. То есть они могут вместе ее подготовить, они могут финансово тоже вместе участвовать. Мы не полную, вообще у нас принцип во всех конкурсах, не полную сумму финансируем, да, 80, правильно, да, говорю, процентов максимум. То есть как бы где-то еще нужно взять эту остальную часть. И подает заявку польская сторона. Еще важная информация по обмену, что он идет всегда по темам. То есть каждый год это не просто тур поездки в Польшу и Россию, а нужно, чтобы дети, молодежь подготавливали на конкретные темы свои программы обмена. Их формат обмена, он уже свободный, то есть можно придумывать всякие разные вещи. Самое главное, чтобы были две части, часть Польши, часть России, чтобы все участники из Польши и России принимали участие в обеих странах, да, чтобы они побывали и здесь, и здесь. Про обмен молодежи, как я говорю, потом могу рассказать побольше, тоже лично, если кому-то будет интересно, потому что хочу сказать, уже время, наверное, истекает, да? Хочу рассказать еще про одну, думаю, может быть, вам интересную программу. Это клуб молодых лидеров. Это очень, если кто-то работал раньше, многие здесь знают Мартину Квятковскую, это немножко похоже на то, что делала она в Польше. Но наша программа, она заключается в том, что мы каждый год приглашаем из Польши, из России молодых людей в возрасте, да, видите, как я быстро говорю, до 34 лет. Там самое главное условие – это английский язык, знание хорошего английского языка, потому что мы вот как в этой, как бы, в принципе, единственной нашей программе мы стараемся, чтобы она не была сугубо польско-российская, то есть хотим выйти немного на более широкие как бы темы, более, так скажем, международные. Там приглашаем тоже иностранных экспертов, которые говорят по-английски. И мы специально не делаем перевод, просто хотим, чтобы туда попадали люди, которые знают английский. То есть это одно условие. И там тоже мы, конечно, не всех готовы принять, поэтому проводим что-то вроде конкурса. И принцип такой, что вот кроме языка нужно и возраста, нужно иметь опыт общественной деятельности и, то есть, возможность так сказать, что вы в каким-то, ну, вот данный человек, да, в своем регионе, мы особенно приветствуем людей из регионов, что-то делать для своего, вот, своей локальной, вот, своего региона.
Юстин, поскольку время закончилось, да, может быть, буквально два слова о школе под парусами и грантовой системе.
Да,
два
извините.
Слова.
У нас есть еще два важных проекта. Вот самое, наверное, такое с точки зрения маркетинга интересный проект, и тоже, которым мы гордимся больше всего, это школа под парусами. Это проект для людей, молодых волонтеров в возрасте именно не более не менее 15 лет. Они как бы в награду за свою волонтерскую деятельность могут поплыть на польской яхте, которая называется «Погорье», с известным капитаном во всем мире, капитаном Кшиштофом Барановским, в рейс, который продолжается 2 месяца. И там 32 человека, 16 человек из России, 16 из Польши. Они там плывут на этой яхте, работают, то есть они являются как бы командой этого яхта. Работают все, и кроме этого учатся еще по программе российской и польской. И тоже общаются на английском, там тоже нужен английский язык. И последнее, что я хочу сказать, что я хочу сказать здесь, но не вообще, это стипендия для молодых ученых. У нас есть тоже не очень большая, но есть сумма, которой хватает нам финансировать где-то в районе 3-4 стипендий для молодых ученых из России. Это уже сугубо для российских участников. И тоже по конкурсу мы отбираем каждый год 3-4 человека, которые могут в Польшу приехать и на несколько месяцев по какой-то своей теме, мы ее тоже заранее не назначаем, поработать несколько месяцев, пожить в Польше. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Спасибо. Вопросы потом. Юрий Лобунов.
К месту уступишь. Да, сейчас. Сюда.
Можете сюда сесть. Все равно.
Я представляю брянский проект выпускников школы Александра и Натальи Черновых. К сожалению, ни Саша, ни Наташа не смогли приехать. Но я постараюсь быстренько.
Чуть-чуть сюда, то вы загораживаете.
Виноват. Спасибо. Приехал я из славного города Брянска, но, к сожалению, у Брянска слава не очень хорошая. Брянск чаще прославляется страшными и нехорошими происшествиями. Ну, например, то, которое прошло по всем СМИ земного шара, когда ребенок у новогодней елки провалился под землю и утонул в канализационной трубе, куда его затянуло. А еще Брянск город, вернее, Брянская область, это область, которая занимает первое место в России по алкогольным отравлениям смертельным. Брянск лидирует в ЦФО по вымиранию, причем даже миграционные потоки не перекрывают вымирание. Брянская область уменьшается. На Брянщине делают продукты, которые вполне официально оказываются ядовитыми и опасными для жизни. У нас банкротят успешные градообразующие предприятия, и мощные заводы продают по цене одного станка. Такой городишко. А что же общественность? Лучшей иллюстрацией общественной жизни будет марш миллионов. На марш миллионов в городе вышло 100 сотрудников полиции, человек 20 журналистов. Миллионы явились в полном составе, их было 6, не миллионов, человек. Когда мы заявили о том, что появится площадка для выражения собственного мнения, никто не поверил. Недоверие полное. Да ну, в Брянске кто-то скажет свое мнение. Да ну, кто-то бесплатно это мнение растиражирует. Быть не может. Когда началась работа, пошла вторая волна недоверия. Ты гляди, они что-то делают. Кто платит? Чьих холоп будешь? Под кем лежите? Мы ни с кем не спорили, никому ничего не объясняли, мы работали. И спустя некоторое время на сцену вышел ведущий.
Здравствуйте, я Александр Чернов, и это дискуссионный клуб «Серьезные терки», в рамках которого мы представляем социальный проект «Есть мнение». Вам есть что сказать жителям нашего города? Тогда милости просим к нам, на нашу открытую площадку, где мы высказываем совершенно разные мнения и даем высказаться на самые противоположные темы. Темой сегодняшнего разговора мы выбрали 17 сентября, День города. Хотим ли мы...
Итак, первой темой действительно у нас близился День города, поэтому мы выбрали тему именно эту. Мнений было два. Что же это? Это День освобождения, соответственно, это патриотический праздник с грустью по погибшим, практически поминовение, либо это разгульный карнавал. Программа получилась, ее выложили в интернет. Местные блогеры спорили над ней месяц. Спорили бы больше, но мы успели провести второе заседание. Появилась вторая программа. Споров она вызвала еще больше, потому что нам удалось пригласить экс-замгубернатора и одного из крупнейших брянских предпринимателей. Не прошло и месяца, как появилась третья программа. На этот раз нам удалось пригласить даже чиновников. Причем чиновники не только участвовали в самой программе, но и сидели в зале. Поверьте, в Брянске такого нет и быть не может. Чиновники очень не любят выступать перед общественностью. Они очень не любят не давать обещания, не отвечать за свои слова, а уж чтобы открыто спорить. Но это удалось. Программа стала настолько популярной, что на нее начали делать даже добрые пародии, которые мы, собственно, использовали.
Вы едете на старой лошади советских времен.
Один из участников программы рассказал китайскую пословицу: если лошадь сдохла, слезь с нее. И в программе почему-то так получилось, понравилась пословица. И дальше
это мертвая лошадь. Вот не пора ли слезть с нее? Кроме лошади есть более технологичные средства передвижения.
Они доедают мертвую лошадь.
Прежде чем лошадь какую-то резать, да надо все-таки же ребеночка вырастить.
Здравствуйте, это дискуссионный клуб «Есть мнение» и я, Александр Чернов.
А дальше начались совершенно внезапно проблемы. Проблемы начались вот почему. Программа стала популярной. Да что ж такое? Сглазил, говорите. Программа начала набирать популярность, появились коммерческие предложения. Появились коммерческие предложения, политические предложения. Нам предложили продаться. Нам предложили не делать открытую дискуссионную площадку для региона. Нам предложили пиарить кого-то. Те, кто знают Черновых, понимают, что это было невозможно. И да, Саша никогда не будет продаваться, да. Коллектив распался. И, в общем-то, очень технично основатели программы из этой программы удалили. Объявили, что теперь программа будет лучше, с новым ведущим, гораздо интереснее, веселее. С тех пор прошло уже несколько месяцев. Как и следовало ожидать, надо не гоняться с деньгами, надо делать дело. Пока программа не существует ни в одном варианте, ни в другом. Но, поверьте, в Брянске есть мнение, и оно будет. Мы с читой Черновых возродим программу.
Спасибо, Юрий. Невероятно динамичная презентация. Максим Беляев.
Добрый вечер, уважаемые выпускники, уважаемые организаторы. Значит, прежде чем приступить к своей презентации, мне бы очень хотелось озвучить не только тему, а сказать основополагающее, для чего я, в общем-то, этот проект и показываю. Дело в том, что Республика Башкортостан – это субъект федерации, потому что вот первый раз, когда я приехал на школу год назад, некоторые думали, что это не субъект федерации. Это Россия, значит, находится она на территории Урала, включает в себя уникально в чем? Не только по природным явлениям, в первую очередь, а по составу. Проживает 3 этноса крупных, это башкиры, татары и русские, и 100 национальностей, чтобы не складывалось впечатление, что это исключительно мусульманская республика. Более того, на территории Республики Башкортостан 3 основных конфессии. Говорю основных, чтобы не обидеть других. Это иудаизм, ислам и христианство в православной, значит, да, части его. И заезжая в какой-нибудь город небольшой или муниципальный поселок, мы всегда можем обнаружить, что стоит и мечеть, и церковь стоит, и стоит культ иудаизма. Значит, культовое место иудаизма. Значит, как это произошло? Учитывая, что в 5 минут буду говорить тезисно, и сразу объясню. Мы хотим наш опыт тиражировать и показать, что мы сделали. На самом деле все началось просто с медиации. Дело в том, что медиация – это такой вид социогуманитарной технологии, который является примирением сторон без использования органов государственной власти. Но почему-то Российской Федерации медиация, на нее было наложено вето со стороны юристов, что это исключительно юридическая технология. Ничего подобного. То есть весь Запад развивается как социальная технология. Как показал вот наш предыдущий опыт взаимодействия, точнее посещения города Перми, у них там очень сильно все это развивается. Так вот, чтобы не замыкаться только на медиации, как сегодня почему-то считают, что это панацея, мы пошли дальше. Мы посмотрели, выделили те примирительные технологии, которые существуют для разрешения следующих проблем. Да? Это, ребят, это правовая сфера, трудовое, гражданское право, арбитражный процесс, гражданский процесс. Это семейная медиация, разрешение семейных споров. Это трудовая медиация, не только в рамках права, а вообще в рамках отношений работодатель-работник. Это школьная медиация, это образовательная медиация, восстановительная и так далее, перечислять можно. Сюда мы добавим фасилитацию, консилиацию, негациацию. Чтобы не запутаться во всем этом многообразии, мы назвали наше агентство агентство примирительных технологий. Да? И чтобы это не было просто на региональном уровне, мы решили поступить вот следующим образом. В прошлом году мы обратились напрямую к генеральному секретарю ЮНЕСКО. Ирина Букова нас с удовольствием поддержала. И этот проект на территории России вообще он уникальный. И вообще даже в рамках самой организации ЮНЕСКО. То есть, да, у ЮНЕСКО в том числе и миротворческая функция есть, но именно примирительные технологии в рамках межнациональных, межконфессиональных такого еще нет. Почему хочу заявить? Потому что в этом году программа ЮНЕСКО, ЮНЕСКО утверждает 10-летнюю программу развития в ноябре этого года. И просьба коллегам, моим вот коллегам из разных регионов, особенно национальных республик, да, включаться в работу. Мы готовим огромный большой доклад, его будут зачитывать, мы его будем представлять ЮНЕСКО в Париже в ноябре месяце. И если, как сказать, он покажет свою работоспособность, свою, значит, актуальность, его будут тиражировать в том числе на территории стран СНГ. Значит, быстренько пробегу, значит, что это цели и так далее. Хочу сказать, что мы уже сделали в рамках этого всего. Да? Значит, само собой, мы не могли обойти юридическое сообщество, да? Адвокаты, правозащитники, простите, ребят, это необходимо. Дальше. Профилактика экстремизма и терроризма в молодежной среде. Совместно с Казанским университетом, значит, мы систематически проводим обучение всех госслужащих, руководителей муниципалитетов, отвечающих, значит, да, за молодежную среду, в планах, значит, экстремизма и терроризма. Как показала практика, огромное количество нехватки информации, огромное количество, вот Евгений Шлемович говорил, да, что там некоторые священники христианские не знают там Ветхого Завета, да, к сожалению, огромное количество, в том числе и в исламе людей, да, которые являются священнослужителями, тоже, как сказать, довольно-таки слабо в теоретической части развиты, да. Далее, что мы хотели, значит, сказать. А все, что связано, значит, с восстановительной медиацией. Ведь мы прекрасно знаем, что люди, которые, извините, что касается несовершеннолетних, которые попали, так будем говорить, не очень хорошие места, что, в принципе, они вычеркнуты из общества. И вот буквально, позвольте мне такой эскиз сделать, да, что такое вообще наша окружающая действительность права, да? Это социальный конструкт. Кто его писал? Его писал белый мужчина, физически здоровый. А получается, смотрите, какое количество, да, речь идет о мигрантах.